News. Authorities are still searching for the killer of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, who was fatally shot Wednesday at a Utah university. The FBI releasing new footage of a person of interest fleeing the scene. Elsewhere, a trade war warning from China. The Ministry of Commerce urging Mexico to, quote, exercise extreme caution and think twice before imposing new tariffs on Chinese goods. Mexico announcing plans to impose duties of as much as 50% on cars and other products made by China. And finally, the race for the next Fed chair is heating up. According to reports, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is meeting with new candidates to replace Fed Chair Jay Powell. In recent days, he met with former Fed officials, including Larry Lindsey, Kevin Warsh, and Jim Bullard.
So these are all people who have been close to the Federal Reserve before, which is notable given the fact that we're currently talking about Stephen Myron, who hasn't been on the Fed, as potentially getting there as soon as Monday with a vote in Congress. It raises the question in my mind whether this is trying to create a lot of drama, but ultimately picking Chris Waller. And the reason why I say that is because essentially you're looking for someone that has credibility in markets, and you're looking for someone with that institutional knowledge of the Fed, not an outsider. That is notable to me, even as we pack on the names and create a process that sounds very dramatic.
Or James Bullard, his mentor, and then having two almost Bullard-Waller thinking types on the Federal Reserve. What I find interesting is I don't feel that there is this real urgency from the administration to want to get this shored up ASAP. And do you know why? Because the Fed is about to cut interest rates. It is moving in their direction. So they can sort of, Trump will come out and say too late because he feels vindicated. He feels I was able to feel the market. I was correct. Powell was behind. He was too late. We have seen that now, and it's going to be twice. But I don't get the sense that they're going to come out and immediately need to pick someone. So, the Treasury Secretary is even adding to the list, and he's going to have as many interviews as he wants.
I'll keep this brief. What struck me about this list, these three, is that two of them are really well known as being small balance sheet guys. They're not the kind of people that I think would be compatible with the kind of things that maybe the president would like to see in the next 4 years and beyond. So
is the speculation that Scott Bessent is trying to set up the field, game the field?
I don't know.
Or is it that Scott Bessent feels differently than other people and really is targeting 3% on that 10-year yield? This is the reason why people feel like whoever is going to be the next Fed chair will be creative with the balance sheet. Maybe not necessarily expand it, but creative, and work in tandem with the Treasury to help suppress some of those long-term yields.
I think Anne-Marie makes a really great point, though. You don't sense a great rush right now. No panic. They seem to be happy with this process just going forward slowly.
Yeah, and a scapegoat. I mean, ultimately, you have damned if you do, damned if you don't. Regardless of what happens in the economy, you can turn around and say, ooh, too late.
It's the Fed. It's Chairman Powell's fault. Let's turn to M&A. Isn't it always Chairman Powell's fault?
I mean, it's, it's great.
It's always his fault. It's his fault. Paramount Skydance is preparing a bid to buy rival studio Warner Brothers Discovery. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg the offer will reportedly be mostly cash for the entire company, including its cable networks and movie studio. Joining us now to discuss is Geetha Raghunathan of Bloomberg Intelligence. Geetha, welcome to the programme. Let's just talk about what's happening here. This was a company that was about to split in two. Why is this solution better for shareholders?
Yeah, this is, the timing of this, John, I think is what is really throwing off a lot of investors. So we know that Warner Brothers Discovery had announced back in June a plan to separate out its secularly challenged TV networks from the studio and streaming business. This Paramount bid, and so always, I mean, the interest was going to be for, the crown jewels in the business, which is, the studio and the streaming portion. So just this Paramount bid kind of coming in. First of all, why it's better for investors is because it's going to be an all-cash bid. Most importantly, it has the backing of the Ellison family. I think that makes a huge difference. It's a bid that is going to include the cable networks, which, by the way, is not a desirable asset right now. And so the fact that, we have a taker for all of the assets, I think makes it definitely appealing.
Geetha, let's talk about some of the companies involved here. Paramount Plus getting together with HBO Max, CBS News together with, say, CNN. Are they great synergies or are they messy relationships?
Great synergies right now. I mean, we just have Paramount. What's really interesting here, John, is we just had Paramount, which freshly just combined with Skydance. And when we spoke about that deal, they were talking about $2 billion in synergies. You think about a company, the scale of Warner Brothers Discovery, all of the different assets that it has in its portfolio. You brought up the TV networks. We're thinking something like, $4 to $5 billion in synergies at the very least. I mean, there's just a whole lot of different cost efficiencies across the TV networks, across the studios that can be achieved here. So it makes a ton of strategic, a ton of economic sense.
Geetha Raghunathan of Bloomberg. Geetha, thank you. Appreciate it. Robert Fishman, senior research analyst at Moffett-Nathanson, is writing this. We view the news as a key milestone in the Warner Brothers Discovery success story and potentially the opening of a second chapter for a growing media conglomerate. Robert joins us now for more. Robert, welcome to the programme, sir. Let's just start with the basics. What's to like this morning with this potential tie-up?
Well, I think as you just heard, what you have is a lot of potential strategic combination between these two players. We've been talking for a long time about the lack of scale on streaming. And what this does is really help accelerate the streaming story by putting two subscale players together to help better compete in the current landscape. Then you also have to go to the cost savings that were just discussed. We're still working through our assumptions, but essentially, there will be a lot of extra cost synergies putting these portfolios together. And then really what this does for Warner Brothers Discovery is allow them to accelerate that timeline that you just talked about, and really for investors to see the payoff of how valuable these assets are, like HBO and Max and Warner Brothers Studios. So it really is a really strong evidence of the value in the Warner Brothers portfolio.
Once upon a time, the idea of CBS and CNN being combined and the idea of synergies, read probably job losses and some consolidation of efforts, would have raised concerns by regulators. Will it still, or has the landscape changed so much competitively that it doesn't necessarily reach that level?
That's a really interesting question. I would say that the landscape has clearly changed. Back to my first point, streaming is first and foremost here, and that's where all the eyeballs are going, and already, essentially are for a lot of the parts in the media business. On news specifically, yes, it does seem like the strategic combination of a CBS News with a CNN would be something that makes a lot of sense. From a cost saving standpoint and strategically to put those two assets together.
How much do you think that Warner Brothers is going to hold off on any kind of deal because they were planning on splitting up and they did believe that each of the pieces was worth a lot more than the whole? We are seeing a premium here in terms of the Paramount Skydance offer from Ellison. But do you think that it's enough, or do you think that it's going to have to be sweetened?
Well, I think we're going to see how this all plays out. So this is just kind of the first salvo, and really what we're really waiting to see is if the Paramount Skydance bid is going to bring in other bidders here, because that potentially has the opportunity to, as we've seen in past, these are premium, very, very demanded assets, especially when you think about the studio and streaming and HBO. So if this is the opportunity for other companies to explore that's something that we're waiting to see if that's going to bring in other potential bidders here.
Potentially a price war. Who else could bid for these assets?
Well, I mean, if you go through the list, clearly Comcast is a potential bidder. It's unclear, to the regulatory point, if they're going to look to enter into the fray and put their hat in the ring. But I think Comcast has long been discussed, again, from the streaming side and also from the studio side and other assets that this can be part of. The question is, they're going through their own spin with Versant, and essentially, do they want to change strategies as well? That's remains an open question. Obviously the digital big bidders are some ones that we all have to look at and see whether or not they want to really throw their hat in the ring, again, from the regulatory side, and even a company like Apple, if they really want to go all in on media.
How much more consolidation could we see, Robert, in this space?
Well, this is a big one. We've been waiting for something like this for a little while now. Again, talking about the potential dance partners with a Comcast, with Warner Brothers Discovery, and Paramount being the three key players. So, I think this is going to lead to other potential dominoes that could fall, but clearly this is the big one that we're all focused on right now.
Robert, appreciate your update and your take this morning. Thanks for making time for us. Robert Fishman there of MoffettNathanson, CBS together with CNN. Something we've been talking about since the late 90s, early 2000s, and here we are. And as you pointed out, and it's a perfect point, this is a very different environment compared to 25 years ago.
This would never have been allowed 25 years ago because there would have been thought to be something of an oligarchy when it came to disseminating news. Now people get their news in lots of different ways and there are lots of different competitors. I just wonder whether this subjects this whole deal to less scrutiny or whether it still will have the same kind of resonance, especially given some of the creative output and the demand for some of these properties.
Futures this morning down by about 1/10% on the S&P. If you are just joining us, welcome to the programme. Let's get you some news, some top stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Yahara with more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. Brazil's former president Jair Bolsonaro has been sentenced to over 27 years in prison. He was convicted on charges he sought to cling to power by plotting a military coup that included plans to assassinate current President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. Bolsonaro's lawyers are expected to appeal his sentence. The U.S. has warned it will act accordingly to what it called a witch hunt. Meanwhile, the first full month of President Donald Trump's tariffs set a new all-time monthly record by bringing in nearly $30 billion. According to the latest monthly statement from the U.S. Treasury Department, net customs receipts for the fiscal year, which ends on September 30th, are at a record more than $165 billion. And President Donald Trump attended the New York Yankees game last night in the Bronx, speaking to members of the team, including Aaron Judge, ahead of their September 11th game against the Detroit Tigers. The Yankees came out on top 9-3, with Aaron Judge hitting 2 home runs, tying Joe DiMaggio for 4th on the franchise's all-time home runs list. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. And guess who was in Yankee Stadium? Drum roll. I think you know the answer to that.
It was incredible. Not just Yankee Stadium. We're wearing a Yankee jacket on Air Force One with the president.
What did the president say?
The president went into, behind the scenes, went and met the team, and he talked about 2 things I thought were really funny. One, Aaron Judge, guy couldn't be bigger. To make Donald Trump actually look not as tall as he is pretty astounding. Like, he's 6'7", the guy is huge. And then on top of that, he said they're going to go all the way. And I think Aaron Judge thinks he was a good luck charm. He's hit 2 home runs. So we might have to get the president at more Yankee games if we want to see them go into the World Series.
Very cool. Up next on the program, paving the way for rate cuts.
We're thinking of the inflation trajectory as more of a plateau rather than a mountain. It does look like the Fed will cut. We still think they'll have to be quite cautious in cutting, so we only have 2 cuts in this cycle under Chair Powell.
Up next, we'll catch up with Andrew Holmhorst of Citi, live from New York. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
In case you missed it, on the close.
Sweet Green, which has a kind of a similar business model to Kava, they're having some issues, and it's more about just the foot traffic. Maybe the price points are too high, or people have just moved on to other types of ways to feed themselves. What are you seeing?
We're not seeing anything underneath structurally in the business. If anything, we're seeing greater structural strength. In recent years, we've now underpriced CPI by 900 basis points. So again, our value scores continue to improve. We continue to make our food more accessible and really try and mitigate mitigate any of the impacts of, say, tariffs and not have to pass along to our guests.
There's been a lot of talk about how do you reimagine stores like this. What do you want your customer to do?
If you're in a hurry, we've got great digital channels. We've got 60 drive-through pickup windows. But if you want a great physical experience, you can have that walk-the-line experience, see the food, smell the food, interact with our team members. Our mission is to bring heart, health, and humanity to food. So we want to deliver that humanity in the four walls of our restaurants and have a great environment for you to enjoy your Mediterranean meal.
Don't miss The Close, live every weekday.
All right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity, only on Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Equities are negative this morning. We're down 0.1% on the S&P. Record highs coming into Friday on both the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100. The NASDAQ just about unchanged. Under surveillance this morning, paving the way for rate cuts.
We've been concerned about inflation for a while. Not necessarily the impact of changes to trade policy, but just underlying inflation. We think that's been stuck around 2.5%. for a long time now. We're thinking of the inflation trajectory as more of a plateau rather than a mountain. It does look like the Fed will cut. We still think they'll have to be quite cautious in cutting, so we only have 2 cuts in this cycle under Chair Powell.
So here's the latest this morning. A busy week of economic data paving the way for the Fed to cut interest rates next week. Andrew Honhorst of Citi writing, we continue to expect 125 basis points of rate cuts over the next 5 FOMC meetings, with growing risk that the Fed will continue cutting interest rates below 3%. Andrew joins us now for more. Andrew, good morning.
Good morning.
Got to get to that 3% call in just a moment, but I want to address the data of the last 24 hours. So jobless claims came in close to 4-year highs, sparked a bit of concern. Then we got into the numbers and it screams one state, it screams Texas. Is there anything to be concerned about here at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think you always have to watch the jobless claims numbers. What we would look for is this going to be a sustained movement up in jobless claims? A lot of times you get 1 week of data, and it's weekly data, right? You're trying to seasonally adjust weekly data in a holiday week, spiked up in one state, so you never take that too seriously. So I'd be kind of cautious in terms of getting too concerned about that number.
The broader backdrop, though, the totality of the data, as the Fed likes to say, hasn't been great on the labour market side of things. When we go into next week, we're talking about the following: mid-cycle adjustment or the start of a really big easing cycle. And you've alluded to it. Are we going to stop at 3%, or will we need to go even further?
I think it's increasingly clear that we're going to get to at least 3%. And you look at the jobs data, and we do have some conflict in the data. If you look at the household survey where the unemployment rate comes from, unemployment rate has been more stable. It did move up in the last report. You look at the payrolls data, and with these revisions, it's just fallen apart. I mean, we're running at 29,000 jobs per month on a moving average basis, just 22,000 jobs last month. You look at the benchmark revisions and say, maybe we're overstating that payrolls number each month. So, subtract a little for that. We're probably close to zero job growth in terms of payrolls. So there's no question that you want to be moving rates at least back towards a more neutral setting. I think with the cooler inflation data that we're getting now, you can really start thinking about, do they actually move below 3%?
Well, hold on a second. The cooling inflation data, sure. We're still above 3% on a year-over-year basis. You still haven't gotten below 2% going back more than 4 years. Is that enough at this point to be actually a reason for the Fed to cut aggressively?
Well, I think the reason to cut aggressively is the jobs data, what we're seeing in the labor market. The question is, how constrained are you by inflation, to your point? And you're right, you look at core PCE inflation, we're still above 3%. When we looked at the CPI report yesterday, though, this is really interesting. You map that through to core PCE inflation. We're getting just 0.20% month-on-month core PCE inflation. So that's monthly annualized core inflation that's running pretty close to 2%. And that year-on-year figure maybe going to come down to 2.9%. So we could get below 3% on a year-on-year basis. We're running close to 2% on a monthly basis. And remember, this is August inflation data. This was meant to be the peak of tariff pass-through and the high inflation that we were going to see. And we're close to target. So I think there's a lot less of a constraint on the inflation side. That's maybe more underappreciated by the market right now. I think everyone's acknowledging now that you have this risk on the labor market side. I'm pretty clear what the Fed's going to do here.
Meanwhile, we've got the Restoration Hardware CEO cursing out the investors because of their inability to have pricing power. So it raises a question of further disinflation. There is a feeling, though, that going forward, there is going to be a reacceleration of the economy, thus the bet on small caps, thus the bet on equities. And how much do you see that as sort of predicated on the Fed cuts that you're talking about, that will ignite the reacceleration of growth that so many people are hinging their bets on?
There's a little bit of a disconnect between markets here, and I hear this when I speak with investors also, that equity market, I think, definitely thinks that there'll be this reacceleration in the economy. Not as clear to me that the rates market is sold on that, which is part of why we're pricing in these cuts in the rates market. So maybe you need to kind of reconcile those two markets with each other. I do think that these Fed cuts are getting increasingly priced in. I think that is part of the story of what is supposed to get the economy moving a little bit faster. Again, you look at the housing market, that's the most interest rate sensitive sector of the economy. And we have really weak housing right now in terms of activity, in terms of prices moving lower. You need to get rates lower if you want to reaccelerate that portion of the economy. The question, though, is the Fed cuts interest rates, it's going to bring down policy rates, it's going to bring down the two-year yield. How much lower will we get in terms of the 10-year yield? It has been moving down together with the front end of the yield curve, but I think that's still an open question.
Andrew, how likely is it potentially that they go 50 basis points, especially given everything you've just outlined in the last 5 minutes?
So I think fundamentally you can look at this data and you can say, look back at June payrolls. June payrolls originally reported above 150,000. Now it's negative, right? If we had had a negative payrolls print in June, I'm pretty sure this is a Fed that would have been cutting in July, right? We would have seen rate cuts by now. That said, there are big differences across the committee. Remember, back in June, we had a lot of Fed officials who didn't want to cut at all this year. Powell has to pull that committee together. So 25 basis points, I think, is going to be a lot easier to build a consensus around. We could see some dissents for 50. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some dissents, but 25 looks much, much more likely than 50.
What does a Fed under Lawrence Lindsay, Kevin Warsh, or James Bullard look like, given the fact that those are the most recent individuals to sit down with the Treasury Secretary?
Yeah, personnel matters here, right? There's no question that the Fed chair matters. It is a committee, right? So we always think about, where are the votes actually going to line up in terms of where policy rates go. One discussion, we're talking about 3%. Why does everyone talk about 3%? That's kind of a notion of where maybe the neutral policy rate is. Different candidates for Fed chair are going to have different views about where the neutral rate is. And I'm pretty sure when Treasury Secretary Bessent is interviewing these Fed officials, that's one of the discussions that they're having. So, where do you see neutral? How quickly do you think we need to get to neutral? That could depend on the Fed chair.
Where do you see neutral?
I think neutral is still around 3% here. So when we talk about the Fed cutting below 3%, that's really, are they going to actually go to stimulative levels? To Lisa's point, if you have an inflation problem, it gets pretty awkward to get below neutral. But if this inflation problem is, kind of quickly disappearing, which I think it may in the next few months of data, all of a sudden there's less of a constraint, and yeah, you should support the labor market.
Got about 60 seconds left. They don't forecast payrolls; they forecast unemployment.
Yeah.
And they've got unemployment year-end at 4.5%, core PCE at 3.1. Is there anything that's evolved since the last meeting that's out of whack with the June SEP?
Those forecasts can actually pretty much stay where they are. And I think the way that Chair Powell will talk about this, and he said this at Jackson Hole, it's not where that point estimate is. So you might still be at 4.5% on the unemployment rate. What's the risk around that? Yeah. We're running 29,000 payrolls. It's to the upside on the.
But if he starts talking about risk management rate cuts, that's very different to the kind of rate cycle, cutting cycle that some people are thinking about in financial markets.
Yeah, the idea of a hawkish cut, if he starts just talking about maintenance versus something that is more stimulative. How many jobs does this economy need to really be even? And frankly, how much has that number gone down as a result of fewer immigrants coming into the country?
Can this Fed meet the market? Something Neil Dutta of Renmac poured some freezing cold water on just yesterday. Andrew, it's good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate it. Andrew Honhorst there of Citi. Up next, Steve Orth of Federated, George Pollack of Signum, Sheila Kayolu of Jefferies, and Sam Zeef of JP Morgan Private Bank. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance just around the corner.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
A cidade estava sitiada.
Nisso eu começo, eu não sabia o que fazer.
Foi a mais terrível que eu passei na minha vida.
Eu temo, né, que o Brasil se torne, num futuro próximo, um narco-estado.
Porque no final, tudo é dinheiro.
People back home they are suffering, and someone is driving a Range Rover with their money.
Where is my money?
I think she's a scam up to now.
It's some of the world's most desperate people who are getting ripped off.
Repeat after me. I am a winner.
I didn't know how big it was. I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into.
If you tell me you have a vision of being $1 billion business, then you're going to have to do what it takes. And if you're not going to do that, everybody's going to suffer.
Una batalla a muerte.
Money can do a lot of good. It can really transform people's lives, but it can also hurt them.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency. Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
The animal spirits are back.
We think equities can continue to rally.
Stocks have been very conditioned to like rate cuts.
The market's going to trade off the narrative that we have a dovish Fed.
Any sort of a pullback makes a big case for the markets to go up.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. This is Bloomberg Surveillance, and your second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now. Your scores look like this. Equity futures on the S&P 500 negative by just 0.1%, following a 4-day winning streak on the S&P 500. On the Nasdaq 100, just about unchanged. In the bond market, the long end of the curve starting to outperform the front end of the curve. We've actually had what's called a bull flattener through September so far. That's a change, a different development. We'll get to that story later in the program as we set you up for next week and the last day of trading going into the weekend. G. Mitch a little bit later on this morning. Look out for that at 10 a.m. Eastern Time as we work our way through next week. The main event has got to be Chairman Powell on Wednesday. Decision, forecast, news conference.
Yeah, and the sort of drum roll leading up to that as to who is going to be at that meeting on Tuesday that leads into Wednesday, considering the Stephen Myron hearing on Monday and this bid to get Lisa Cook off the Board of Governors before that Wednesday meeting. A key question to me is how they message, as you were mentioning, the tenor of the rate cuts. Right now, markets are pricing in 75 basis points of rate cuts this year and at least 2 more next year at a time when you still have inflation well above 2%, well above 3%. How do they really message this at a time of growing concern about the labor market?
To the personnel issue, it's going to be a bit awkward having Steve Myron, who still has one foot at CEA, working at the White House, joining the FOMC next week, most likely as long as he gets that Senate vote, alongside Governor Lisa Cook, who the judge is saying she can remain at the FOMC at this moment as the Trump administration appeals because they are saying that they have cause to get her off. So first off, the personnel is going to be, I think you would call it prime time. Second, when
box office.
Box office.
Pay-per-view.
Pay-per-view, box office.
Get it straight.
Okay, sorry. The second thing I would say is they're going to be meeting at a time when you still have trade negotiations ongoing and still concern for some what is going on with tariff rates. We're still waiting on the IEEPA decision, and you have the Treasury Secretary going to sit down with his Chinese counterpart.
I'm pleased you keep building on Stephen Myron. First thing I'm going to look for, that dot on the dot plot. Stephen Myron, like somewhere down here.
He wants to anchor.
26 and
my
27.
favorite part is people say, is there going to be a descent for 50? Is there going to be a descent for 200, right? Basis points of cuts. And we'll know who that is.
Coming up on the programme, Steve Author, Federated, as markets continue a record run. We'll catch up with George Pollack of Signum, with the list of Fed chair candidates continuing to expand, and Sheila Kohler of Jefferies as airfares take off. We begin this hour with stocks hitting record highs as Wall Street banks on the first Fed rate cut of the year. Steve Author, Federated, seeing the glass half full. He writes, it will be no surprise if they cut rates next week, finally reviving the interest rate sensitive areas of the economy still in recession. Steve joins us now for more. Steve, good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for being here with us. The challenge for investors right now, and I think you and the team have addressed it quite well, the challenge is to carry on looking forward as the Fed is looking backwards. And that tension begins to build as they keep getting this data that says, you're late, get a move on. How are you going to manage that in the months to come?
We're going to keep doing what we've been doing, which is try to predict where the Fed is heading based on where we think the economy is heading, as opposed to compared to what they say they're doing. So we've got them. You know, we've been of the view for some time now, as you know, that the Fed is going to cut because they can cut, not because they need to cut. The transmission mechanism for goods inflation is the labor market. The labor market has been softening, and there's key elements that are labor-intensive elements of the economy that are in recession. Small caps have been flat in earnings growth over the last 6 quarters. There's been an earnings recession in small companies. They depend on interest rates. Housing is in a recession. The auto sector is in tough shape. These sectors of the economy are the ones that are going to pick up when the Fed starts cutting. And we've said they can cut because they can cut. Now with the labor market clearly softening, there are concerns about tariff inflation, you know, or one-off tariff increases, which we see, which we have calculated to be about 13% of the total pie, not the 18 that people talk about. We can talk about why that would be. But if you look at that and assume half of it is going to be picked up by the exporters from foreign countries, it's about a 75 basis point hit spread over maybe 12 months. So we're seeing a little bit of that now. We'll probably see a little bit more, but the core numbers are heading towards their target of 2.5. They say it's, I mean, officially it's 2, but we think they shifted to 2.5 a long time ago. And so now with the transmission mechanism obviously broken, and you know, they're going to cut, and we would guess a bullish cut. So or a dovish cut. So like a 25 basis point, but we're going to keep this going. They can go to 3. If you look at, if you have an inflation rate of 2.5, you should be about 50 basis points above that to get to the kind of the normal short-term rate. You put 150 to 200 on top of the 2.5 for the 10-year, you know, the yield curve, you get to around 4. We're there. And we think that's another, you know, driver for stocks in the next 12 months, along with the reacceleration that we're seeing.
Let's unpack some of those calls. So we're seeing a reacceleration in the equity market. We're not seeing it in the economy. This is the distinction to make at the moment. You mentioned small caps up for 6 weeks. Home builders have absolutely ripped. This is what Restoration Hardware is telling us this morning. The 3rd year of the worst housing market I've seen in my 38 years in the history. How backward looking is all of that? How confident are you and the team that the worst of the data is in the rearview mirror?
Well, we're looking at a number of reaccelerants starting in the back half of this year, but particularly in 26. First of all the uncertainty about tariffs go off the table. So there's a sort of a psychological boost that's going to happen. Secondly, you've got big CapEx incentives in the bill that come into place, and there'll be a capital, we think a sort of a CapEx flush, both in the software sector. Our software analysts are seeing this coming in the fourth quarter on the software side, but more broadly across the economy as decisions can now be made about the future. That's what CapEx is. You've got the tax incentives to produce that. You've got the tax rebates coming in effect. It's going to be basically a check to every consumer because the tax cuts were retroactive to 1/1/25, but the IRS hasn't been able to fix their system. So all those withholding taxes on tips and all that thing, that's all going to get refunded in the first quarter of 26. And then, of course, you have the Fed rate cuts, helping those sectors of the economy that are very rate sensitive. What people don't know that today, the U.S. economy is not as rate sensitive as it was. It just isn't, because the service sector is much less rate sensitive. But the sectors that are rate sensitive, they're going to be another kicker for the U.S. economy in 26.
The fact that those areas have been in recession and we still haven't gotten inflation below 3% raises questions about going forward, how much inflation could reaccelerate if those areas are turbocharged at the same time that everything else is being turbocharged.
Right. So coming out of the lockdown, right? The problem was labor was in very short supply. You saw it here in New York. Stores all over the place. Help wanted. Get it? Help, help, help. Do you see any help wanted signs, right? The labor markets have more than stabilized. They've recovered. And now you're starting to see actually excess labor. And AI is adding to that. So the worker doesn't have the leverage to get pricing power on wages that he or she had 2 years ago. That transmission mechanism is over. So we're much more comfortable about, the inflation outlook because that transmission mechanism is cracked.
So do you reject that sort of voice that keeps coming in my head? Watch the gold market. Watch the gold market. It's telling you something. Are you just sort of saying it's not telling you anything? It's telling you that there's central bank buying and it has nothing to do with long-term inflation expectations.
Well, Lisa, I should make you my gold analyst then, because I
think you hear two different voices.
I spent 40 years in this business. I can't figure out gold. There's just too many. There's a real market for gold. People use it for jewelry and other real things. There's central banks operating with very long-term objectives. There's short-term players. There's a lot going on, and gold is what someone's willing to pay for it. I like to find things that can generate cash flows that I can predict and then discount back. I can't do that with gold. So I know you probably can make a lot of money in gold, but and other people have. It's just that we don't play in it.
But
we don't think we can do it well.
It's become a geopolitical hedge, though, for a lot of countries that don't want to hold dollars anymore. So doesn't that mean, the only direction of travel for gold really is going to be up?
I don't know. I mean, a lot of the gold, you ever been to the vaults of the New York Fed?
No, but I've heard about it.
A lot of gold down there.
Maybe you can take us. Field trip.
What happened to the tour of Fort Knox?
All these central banks store their gold in New York.
I think the administration thinks I'm a conspiracy theorist because I keep asking to go.
You still want the tour?
Yeah, I want the tour.
You still want the tour? Yeah. Steve, before you go, I wanted to ask you about valuations. Typically, if we just had a period of weaker than expected economic data and had a guest come on the programme and talk to us about buying the recovery, most people would be comfortable with that if the forward multiple was closer to 16 than it is to 20. What kind of valuation do we need to get used to, given the character of this equity market now?
We think 21.5, or 21 to 22. And the way we came to this about a year and a half ago, we said, well, wait a second here. Everyone's heuristics on what is a fair value for the market are based on history. Typically with a 3%, 2.5 to 3% inflation rate, you'd be at an 18 multiple on stocks. The problem is, or opportunity is, that in the stock market today, 40% of it are these giant cash flow generators that are growing at double-digit rates, and they're asset light. Those businesses are simply worth more on a PE basis than a big industrial company. So we've been valuing the market as two markets.
개장 브리핑 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Like 25
자, 9월
times
11일
earnings, not as high a multiple of cash flow,
전일
and then
목요일
18 on everything else. And when you work that
시장에
out,
어떤 일이
we don't see
있었는지
this market as cheap here,
체크 후에
but we see it as kind of
금요일
a
주요
fair
일정 및
Yeah, when you benchmark this, you've got to be careful about what you benchmark this against. The market history might not be as helpful as it has been.
I love the idea of two different markets, the idea of the Magnificent Seven or the Magnificent Eight, if you want to stick Oracle in there, or however many you want to put in there. This idea that it is a paradigm shift and they are leveraged to a paradigm shift where they have cash flows up the wazoo and they don't have that many assets, and it really is a very different model.
Steve, do you want a final word? What's the price target now in the S&P?
Well, we haven't changed our year-end price target. It's 6,500. I just don't like making 3-month forecasts on equities.
9월 12일 금요일 장마감 AI 모닝 브리핑입니다. 간밤 미국 증시는 또다시 사상 최고치를 경신했습니다. 그런데 그 이유가 조금은 고개를 갸웃하게 만듭니다. 예상보다 뜨거운 물가 지표가 나왔는데도 시장은 오히려 환호했거든요. 오늘 이 상반된 신호의 의미를 집중적으로 분석해 보겠습니다. 그리고 AI 열풍의 또 다른 주인공이죠. 오라클의 폭등세와 장마감 후 실적을 발표한 어도비 소식까지 함께 짚어보겠습니다.
네, 어제 시장의 핵심은 두 가지 상반된 경제 지표였습니다. 먼저 8월 소비자 물가지수 CPI가 발표됐습니다. 전월 대비 0.4% 상승의 예상치인 0.3%를 웃돌았고 전년 대비로는 2.9% 올라 7개월 만에 가장 큰 폭의 상승률을 보였습니다. 변동성이 큰 에너지와 식품을 제외한 근원 CPI는 예상에 부합하는 0.3% 상승을 기록했고요.
인플레이션이 쉽게 꺾이지 않는다는 신호인데 보통 시장에 악재로 작용하지 않습니까? 그런데도 S&P 500이 0.8%, 다우가 1.35%나 오르며 사상 최고치를 기록했다는 건데요.
바로 같은 시각에 발표된 고용지표 때문입니다. 주간 신규 실업수당 청구 건수가 26만 3천 건으로 집계됐는데 이건 예상치인 24만 5천 건을 크게 웃도는 수치이자 거의 4년 만의 최고치입니다. 시장은 끈적한 물가보다 급격히 식어가는 고용시장에 더 주목한 겁니다.
결국 고용 둔화가 연준의 금리 인하 명분을 더 확실하게 만들어줬고 이것이 인플레이션 우려를 덮었다. 이렇게 해석할 수 있겠군요.
정확합니다. 로이터 통신 설문조사에 따르면 경제학자 107명 중 105명이 다음 주 9월 FOMC에서 25bp 금리 인하를 확신하고 있습니다. 시장은 이제 9월 인하를 기정사실로 받아들이고 연말까지 추가 인하가 몇 번 더 있을지에 관심을 옮겨가는 분위기입니다. 고용 불안이 인플레이션 공포를 이긴 셈이죠. 이 때문에 달러는 약세를 보였고 국채 가격은 상승했습니다.
유럽중앙은행 ECB도 어제 금리를 결정했죠. 미국과는 상황이 좀 다른 것 같습니다.
네, ECB는 예상대로 금리를 동결했습니다. 크리스틴 라가르드 총재는 디스인플레이션 과정은 끝났다고 선언하면서 성장 위험이 이전보다 더 균형 잡혔다고 평가했습니다. 사실상 추가 금리 인하에 대한 기대를 차단한 것으로 해석되면서 유로화는 강세를 보였습니다. 미국은 금리 인하 사이클을 재개하려 하는데 유럽은 마무리하는 대조적인 모습이 나타나고 있습니다.
거시 경제 이야기는 이쯤에서 정리하고 기업들 소식으로 넘어가 보겠습니다. 간밤 시장의 주인공은 단연 오라클이었습니다. 전날 36% 폭등했는데 그 배경이 뭔가요?
AI 기업들의 클라우드 서비스 수요가 폭발적으로 증가한 덕분입니다. 특히 월스트리트 저널 보도에 따르면 오픈AI와 3천억 달러 규모의 컴퓨팅 파워 계약을 체결한 것으로 알려졌습니다. 이는 역사상 가장 큰 규모의 계약 중 하나로 오라클의 AI 인프라 역량을 시장에 확실히 각인시켰습니다. 이틀간의 급등으로 시가총액은 9,220억 달러까지 치솟으며 월마트와 JP모건 체이스를 넘어섰습니다.
AI 열풍이 특정 빅테크에만 국한된 것이 아니라 그 기반 인프라를 제공하는 기업으로까지 확산되고 있다는 증거군요. 시장에 미치는 영향도 상당하겠습니다.
그렇습니다. 오라클의 급등은 AI 관련주 전반에 온기를 불어넣었습니다. 엔비디아, 브로드컴 같은 반도체 기업은 물론 중국의 AI 관련주까지 동반 상승하는 모습을 보였습니다. 하이건 인포메이션 테크놀로지는 20%나 급등했죠. AI라는 테마가 시장 전체를 이끄는 힘이 얼마나 강력한지 다시 한번 보여준 사례입니다.
그런데 AI 이야기에서 빼놓을 수 없는 또 다른 기업, 어도비는 분위기가 좀 달랐습니다. 장마감 후 실적을 발표했는데 AI 후발주자라는 우려가 많았죠. 결과는 어땠습니까?
결론부터 말하면 시장의 우려를 보기 좋게 날려버렸습니다. 3분기 실적을 보면은 주당 순이익 IPS는 5.31 달러로 예상치 4.79 달러를 크게 웃돌았고 매출 역시 59억 9천만 달러로 예상을 상회했습니다. 더 중요한 것은 다음 분기 가이던스인데 매출과 이익 전망치를 모두 상향 조정했습니다.
AI 경쟁에서 뒤처질 것이라는 비관론이 많았는데 오히려 실적으로 증명해냈군요.
네, 포토샵 등 기존 디자인 소프트웨어에 대한 강력한 수요가 이어지는 가운데 파이어플라이 같은 자체 AI 도구의 수익화가 성과를 내기 시작했다는 신호입니다. 이 소식에 어도비 주가는 시간 외 거래에서 4% 넘게 상승했습니다. 오라클이 인프라단에서 AI 시장을 장악하고 있다면 어도비는 응용 소프트웨어단에서 AI를 성공적으로 접목하고 있음을 보여준 셈입니다. 청취자 여러분이라면 AI 시대의 오라클과 어도비 둘 중 어느 기업의 전략에 더 주목하시겠습니까?
다른 기업들 실적도 살펴보죠. 대형 식료품 체인 더 크로거 컴퍼니도 실적을 발표했죠.
더 크로거 컴퍼니는 주당 순이익이 1.04달러로 예상치 1달러를 상회했고 연간 매출 전망치도 상향 조정했습니다. 고물가 속에서 소비자들이 저렴한 식료품으로 몰리는 현상이 지속되고 있다는 의미입니다. 이는 소비 경기가 둔화되더라도 필수 소비자의 기업들은 상대적으로 견고한 실적을 낼 수 있음을 시사합니다.
개별 기업 뉴스 중 눈에 띄는 소식이 또 있었나요?
미디어 업계에 큰 인수합병 소식이 있었습니다. 파라마운트 스카이댄스가 워너브라더스 디스커버리 인수를 위해 현금 중심의 제안을 준비 중이라는 월스트리트 저널의 보도가 나왔습니다. 이 소식에 워너브라더스 디스커버리 주가는 31%나 폭등했습니다. 미디어 공룡의 탄생 가능성에 시장이 즉각 반응한 겁니다. 반면 보잉은 주력기인 777X의 인증이 지연되고 있다고 밝혀 우려를 낳았습니다. 첫 인도가 2026년으로 또다시 연기될 전망입니다.
마지막으로 시장의 큰 흐름에 영향을 줄 만한 다른 요인들도 정리해 주시죠.
국제에너지기구 IEA가 오펙 플러스의 증산 등으로 내년 석유 시장이 공급 과잉 상태가 될 것이라는 보고서를 내놨습니다. 유가에는 하방 압력으로 작용할 수 있는 요인입니다. 또한 중국 증시가 AI 관련주 주도로 3월 이후 가장 큰 폭으로 상승했다는 점도 주목할 만합니다. 글로벌 자금이 다시 중국 기술주로 유입될 가능성을 보여줍니다.
정리하겠습니다. 간밤 시장은 예상보다 높은 인플레이션에도 불구하고 악화된 고용 지표를 근거로 연준의 금리 인하를 확신하며 사상 최고치를 경신했습니다. 기업단에서는 오라클이 AI 인프라 수요 폭증으로 기록적인 상승세를 보였고 어도비 역시 우려를 씻어내는 호실적을 발표하며 AI 테마의 저력을 보여줬습니다. 오늘의 핵심 포인트와 다음 관전 포인트는 무엇일까요?
오늘의 핵심은 나쁜 뉴스가 좋은 뉴스가 되는 시장의 역설입니다. 고용 둔화라는 악재가 금리 인하라는 호재로 해석되며 증시를 밀어 올렸죠. 시장의 관심은 이제 온전히 연준의 통화 정책에 쏠려 있습니다. 다음 관전 포인트는 단연 다음 주에 있을 9월 FOMC 회의입니다. 25bp 금리 인하는 거의 확실시되는 가운데 제롬 파월 의장이 연말 추가 인하 가능성에 대해 어떤 힌트를 줄 것인지가 시장의 방향을 결정할 가장 중요한 변수가 될 것입니다. 오늘 가장 인상 깊었던 이슈는 무엇이었나요? 저희는 내일 다시 찾아뵙겠습니다.
자, 여기서 전일 있었던 시장 11일 있었던 여러가지 소식들 개장 브리핑 진행하였고요. 금일 주요 뉴스 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 첫 번째로 뱅크 오브 아메리카 투자자들이 연준 금리 인하를 이제 긍정적으로 평가하고 있다는 기사 확인해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 뱅크 오브 아메리카의 마이크 라트넷은 현재 금융시장이 연준의 금리 인하 경기 둔화에 앞선 선제적 조치로 해석하며 긍정적으로 반응하고 있다고 분석하고 있습니다. 자, 이에 따라서 은행주, 소형주 등 금리 민감주가 랠리를 펼치고 투자급 등 회사채 신용 스프레드는 1990년대 이후 최저 수준까지 하락했다고 합니다. 자, 그는 투자자들이 이번 금리 인하를 경기 재가속 국면에서의 자신감 있는 정책 조정으로 받아들이고 있다는 의미라고 설명하고 있고요. 다만 은행 주가가 8% 이상 급락하고 소형주 랠리가 꺾이며 채권시장 위험 지표가 다시 상승한다면 이는 연준이 뒤처지고 있다는 경고 신호가 될 수 있다고 분석하고 있습니다. 자, 국채금리 관련 뉴스 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 금리 인하 전망 속에 2025년 미국 국채금리가 최저 수준에 근접해 있다는 기사고요. 자, 미국 고용시장이 예상보다 빠르게 악화될 조짐을 보이자 연준의 금리 인하 기대감이 한층 더 커지면서 국채금리가 하락했다는 기사가 확인되고 있습니다. 자, 주간 실업수당 청구 건수가 예상과 달리 거의 4년 만에 최고치로 급등했고, 이에 10년물 국채금리가 장중 한때 4월 초 이후 처음으로 4% 아래로 떨어지기도 했습니다. 자, 8월 소비자 물가가 연 2.9% 상승하면서 올해 최고치에 근접했음에도 시장에서는 고용 악화에 대한 우려가 인플레이션 데이터를 압도한 것으로 확인이 되고 있고요. 투자자들은 악화된 고용 상황이 연준의 인플레이션 걱정을 덜어주고 다음 주 회의에서 금리 인하를 단행하게 될 것이라고 거의 확신하고 있습니다. 자, 그럼 윌스트리트에서 나온 기사고요. 중소형주 랠리 관련으로 앞으로 1년 더 나아간다고 확인되는 기사가 있습니다. 자, 최근 미국 증시에서 소외되었던 소형주가 본격적인 랠리를 시작할 것이라는 윌스트리트의 낙관론이 확산되고 있습니다. 자, 실제로 소형주 중심의 러셀 2000 지수는 7월 말 이후 S&P 500 지수 상승률의 2배에 달하는 10%의 급등세를 보여주고 있고요. 대기업보다 부채 비중이 높은 소형주는 금리 인하 시 이자 부담이 줄어 마진이 크게 개선될 수 있다는 장점이 있다고 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 이 때문에 지금까지 대형 기술주가 이끌어온 강세장이 금리 인하를 계기로 소형주까지 폭넓게 확산될 것이라는 분석이 되고 있습니다. 자, 그리고 정책 딜레마에 빠진 연준이라는 기사의 제목이고요. 윌스트리트저널 닉 기자의 기사입니다. 자, 지난 8월 미국 경제는 인플레이션 압력이 다시 높아지는 동시에 고용시장은 뚜렷한 냉각 조짐을 보여 금리 결정을 앞둔 연준의 딜레마가 한층 깊어졌다고 판단이 되고 있고요. 자, 8월 소비자 물가지수 CPI는 전년 대비 2.9% 올라 연초 이후 최고치를 경신했으며 근원 CPI도 3.1% 상승해 인플레이션이 기저압력이 여전함을 시사하고 있습니다. 자, 트럼프 행정부의 관세 부과에 따른 비용이 자동차, 의류 등등 여러 상품 가격에 반영되며 소비자에게 전가된 영향으로 분석이 되고 있고요. 반면 고용시장의 둔화세는 더욱 뚜렷해지고 있습니다. 주간 실업수당 청구 건수는 2021년 10월 이후 최고치를 기록했고 신규 일자리 증가세도 크게 둔화가 되고 있습니다. 자, 다만 시장 전문가들이 연준이 주시하는 개인 소비 지출 물가 지수는 CPI보다 상승세가 완만할 것으로 전망하고 있어 향후 연준의 정책 결정에 중요한 변수가 될 것으로 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 그리고 미국과 인도의 관세 관련 기사이고요. 이제 무역 협상 타결이 임박했다는 기사가 확인되고 있습니다. 자, 인도 미국 대사 지명자 세르지오 고르는 상원 인준 청문회에서 미국과 인도가 무역 협상에 타결에 임박했다고 밝혔고요. 그는 인도의 러시아산 원유 수입이 여전히 양국의 관계의 핵심 갈등 요인이며 미국은 인도가 이를 중단할 것을 강력히 요구하고 있다고 재차 강조했습니다. 자, 그는 이러한 문제라는 사소한 차질에도 불구하고 최근에 미국과 인도의 군사훈련과 쿼드 동맹을 언급하며 양국의 관계가 여전히 굳건할 것이라고 덧붙였습니다. 자, 그리고 베센트 재무장관이 다음 주 중국 측과 회담 예정이 있다는 기사가 있고요. 자, 베센트 재무장관과 허리펑 중국 부총리가 다음 주 스페인 마드리드에서 회담을 가질 예정이라고 합니다. 자, 이번 회담에서는 양측의 무역, 경제, 국가 안보 등 주요 현안에 대한 논의를 이어갈 예정이며 구체적으로 틱톡 문제와 자금 세탁 방지 공조 방안 등도 다룰 계획이라고 합니다. 자, 이 회담은 베센트 장관의 유럽 순방의 일환으로 그는 이후 영국으로 이동해 트럼프 대통령의 국빈 방문 일정에 합류할 계획이라고 합니다. 자, 마지막으로 이제 국내 기사 나온 게 있어서 이 부분 말씀드리고 금일 주요 일정 확인해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, SK 하이닉스 관련 기사고요. 자, 세계 최초로 HBM4 개발 완료했다는 소식입니다. 자, SK 하이닉스가 세계 최초로 HBM4 개발을 완료하고 양산 준비도 마쳤다고 밝혔습니다. 자, HBM4 실제 AI 서비스에 적용할 경우에는 성능이 최대 69% 향상되고 고질적인 데이터 병목 형상을 해결하는 동시에 데이터 센터의 전력, 비용까지 크게 절감할 수 있을 것으로 기대한다고 전망하고 있습니다. 자, 금일 장전 뉴스는 여기까지고요. 금일 주요 일정 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 2025년 9월 10일 금일 주요 일정 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 금일 중요한 일정은 따로 확인되지 않고요. 9월 미시간대 11시에 9월 미시간대 소비자 심리지수 발표가 예정되어 있고요. 11시에 9월 미시간대 기대 인플레이션 예정되어 있습니다. 자, 그리고 정오 이후 2시에 베이커 유즈 총 시추기수 발표가 예정되어 있고요. 잠시 후 9시 백악관 일정 트럼프 대통령의 폭스 인터뷰가 예정되어 있습니다. 자, 현재 나스닥 선물 차트를 보게 되면 전일 고점 부근에서 소폭 횡보세를 보이고 있습니다. 자, 단기 저항은 24,040에서 24,070포인트, 지지는 23,970부근에 형성되어 있다고 확인이 되고요. 자, 거래량은 다소 줄면서 장세가 조용하게 이어지고 있는데요. 이는 투자자들의 연준의 금리 인하 기대감과 최근 물가지표 사이에서 관망세를 보이고 있다는 뜻입니다. 자, 만약에 단기 저항을 돌파하면 기술주 중심으로 추가 상승 모멘텀을 기대할 수 있고, 반대로 지지가 무너진다면 단기 조정세가 강화될 가능성이 있습니다. 자, 특히 AI 관련주, 반도체 업종 소식, 그리고 곧 발표될 인플레이션 지표나 금리 발언 등등, 이제 트럼프 대통령의 폭스에서 인터뷰 내용 등등 또한 방향성을 좌우할 수 있는 핵심 변수로 작용할 전망입니다. 자, 잠시 후 21시 9시부터 나스닥 정규 트레이딩 일정 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 여기서 개장 브리핑 및 장전 기사 전달 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
given Scott Bessent's goal of getting 10-year yields down to 3%.
This is one of the biggest consensus trades in the market right now, and the market is pushing back against it, at least so far in September. Early days, I know, but yields are backing away from the highs we were talking about 2 weeks ago. 5% on 30s, more like 465 this morning. 10s at about 4.04%. 2 hours away from the cash open. Let's focus on equities now. To get your morning movers, here's Danny. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. It's been a really big week for AI infrastructure stocks after Oracle earlier this week, but now it is the turn of Supermicro getting a big boost, up more than 5.5%. It says that it has started rolling out its servers that include the most advanced NVIDIA Blackwell Ultra chips. It's ones that help with more complex computing processes. For these types of companies, it's really a race to see who can deliver with NVIDIA chips the fastest, and Supermicro seemingly ahead of the curve. Elsewhere, we also had an analyst upgrade by Barclays to GM, taking it from equal weight to overweight. Those shares rallying off the back of that. Barclays analyst saying that things like more soft regulation when it comes to EVs and just generally pricing power still for autos helping a company like GM. They also say its valuations look attractive and buybacks look good, hence the upgrade for them. Now, as far as earnings, we also heard from Adobe after the bell yesterday. Again, another AI story. It seems like all of their AI innovation is paying off. Morgan Stanley analysts noting that going into the earnings, there was a real question to whether they'd get that return on investment. They gave a pretty punchy outlook, surpassing estimates. So those shares up 3% because everybody wants to Photoshop themselves with AI. John?
Danny, thank you. Bit loose and fast with everybody. Don't want anything to do with that. The Photoshopping with AI.
Yeah, I want
people changing their pictures. You've seen people are doing that with their LinkedIn photos.
Yeah.
That you take your own photo, then you push it through.
Or dating apps. Yeah,
right?
That's always an
Yeah,
interesting one.
imagine them turning up for the date and
exactly.
finding out
Well,
the
there you
person
go.
sitting across from you is not the person you thought it was.
How do people handle that? Do they get up and walk away?
I think they walk away.
You think so?
Honestly. Hey, someone speaking with experience there. That was pretty fast.
You want to say anything else on that?
Filter, AMH, filter. Let's move on. On our radar this morning, the FBI releasing new video of the suspect in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Surveillance footage showing a person jumping off a building and fleeing the scene just after the shooting. Any developments here, of course, will continue to bring you them. Elsewhere, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent discussing trade and TikTok with the Chinese Vice Premier in Madrid next week. The meeting laying the groundwork for a potential summit between the President, Donald Trump, and Xi Jinping.
This is going to be a big one because this is the third of a series of meetings between U.S. officials and their Chinese counterparts. Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio both spoke to their counterparts this week. And then final, you send in Scotty B, maybe sealing the deal for this leader-to-leader meeting can happen potentially on the sidelines of the APEC summit. What I struggle to understand is when the United States sits down with China, what's going to be their number one ask? They are dealing with fentanyl. They need China's sign-off, the Communist Party sign-off on a sale of TikTok. They are dealing with China dumping on other markets. They want China to purchase U.S. agricultural goods, the phase one trade deal, which they have not lived up to. So this is going to be very delicate when it comes to Xi Jinping and Donald Trump sitting down together.
It's super delicate. And also in the mix of all of this, I think the Mexico story is fascinating. We're going into next year. Mexico and Canada want to come to some kind of agreement with the US on USMCA and the future of a trade relationship. What Mexico knows it's got to do is put up the walls to Chinese imports to make sure they can smooth the runway, foam the runway, to make sure that things are going to be OK next year. China's basically trying to bully Mexico. At the same time, these two are getting together in Madrid. I think that's one of the most interesting stories in global trade right now.
How does the U.S. come to some agreement with China or even the parameters for it at the same time that the U.S. is encouraging Mexico to put up the walls and China is going after Mexico and saying the U.S. is a bully and we don't ascribe to such bullying tactics and we want free trade? There's a real question here about how all of these other stories now add to the complexity, the issue with Russia. How do you get China to agree to pressure Russia to end the war without putting secondary sanctions on and without further inflaming some of the concerns? So the geopolitics of this, I think, are fascinating and what messaging the U.S. sends.
The United States is basically going to tell these countries like Mexico, like Spain, the Europeans, you have to choose. And you better be choosing with us. They're also going to remind them that if you decide to go down this road of choosing China, you're going to destroy your high-end manufacturing base. And you're going to be basically crying for the next few years because it would be cheap now, but you're going to have to pay for it later.
It's going to consume your manufacturing base, and we're seeing that take place potentially in Germany. And the auto industry across the continent. Wanted to squeeze this story in. Looking ahead to next week, NVIDIA, OpenAI planning to invest billions in UK data centres. The CEOs set to make that announcement when they travel to the country next week. Their trip coinciding with President Trump's visit to the UK. You'll be there.
This will be an interesting one, of course, because we have seen the president do this in his prior trips to the Middle East. He brought likes of Jensen Huang along, and they were inking deals. What I find really interesting about this is I'm missing some other names. Where is Mark Zuckerberg? Where is Tim Cook? Are these individuals going to go with him? And what has been proven is if you go on some of these trips, like Jensen Huang, you get a lot more say on what is going on in the Oval Office and policy than when it relates to your industry.
Important question. You've screened the prices of flights. How expensive was the transatlantic trip this time? Is it going up?
It was expensive.
Was it?
It was very
Do you
expensive.
think that was just for next week? Or do you get a sense that everything's just had a little bit of a lift?
I think everything has had a little bit of a lift based off the rants I hear every morning from Lisa.
I'm asking for Bramo.
Well, I could just say we could see it from August CPI, 5.8% increase, which was definitely interesting. But to me, I take a look at the peak times vacation, and when it crosses a certain line, my God, I sound horrible.
She has a lot of lines in the sand.
No one gets a
Red line.
vacation once you go over a certain number.
We get a different kind of vacation, that's all. I just tell the kids,
Cruises.
ratchet it back.
Elisa
Think about
said
the
it, a
summer.
move of 6%, almost 6% in airfares in August CPI from the month before. Sheila Kolu of Jefferies is following this too. Sheila, good morning. It's good to see you.
Good morning. Thank you.
Is this the real deal? Do you think this is the kind of thing that can stick around?
Every point of price is about 10% of earnings for airlines, so it is a big deal. But we've seen airline prices essentially be deflationary over the last 4 or 5 years. So this is finally some momentum, and what's resulting is capacity is coming in. We're seeing capacity down 1 to 2 points, and that's helping price just move up into positive territory.
How much is this price increase an average that isn't representative of all of the potential offerings? I saw yesterday Delta put out an 8K, and it sort of highlighted how Delta gets more than 50% of its revenue from seats outside of the main cabin. In other words, premium offerings. And it just highlights that people who are feeling the wealth effect and are wealthier are fueling some of these price increases maybe than the back of the cabin.
Yes, it's definitely for folks that buy BlackBerries over $7. This is what's fueling the demand for Delta Premium One. But Delta's 8K really just raised the midpoint of the guidance 1 to 2 points, so 2 to 4% revenue growth in Q3. So we're not talking big numbers here that's moving these stock prices really. So it is 50% premium. Corporate's just coming back. But Delta still talked about weakness in Atlantic, main cabin pressure as well. So it's not all parts of the market. United refuted that and said everything is great in all places of United. So they were more bullish.
Well, how much are some of these airlines reducing capacity in order to keep prices high? And I'm saying this because simply their overhead costs, especially with personnel, have gone up. They want to maintain some of that personnel so that they don't have the same situation as during the pandemic. And you end up with higher prices no matter what.
We're looking at capacity for airlines down about 1% over the last month. TSA volumes are up 1%, so it's only a 2-point spread that we're seeing. So capacity coming in 1% is really helping that price. Some of it is low-cost carriers going out of business that's driving and fueling this demand. And then in terms of costs, a lot of the labor agreements are in. Delta called out higher costs related to weather in Q3, so it was more just seasonal rather than a long-term issue for costs.
You mentioned low-cost carriers. What's going on with United and Spirit? The Spirit Airlines CEO saying United CEO can't stop, quote, yapping about us.
Scott Kirby tends to be an outspoken person for the airline industry, and he's done well in terms of raising visibility for airlines, saying there's brand loyalty associated with airlines, and I do think that's true, whether it's the Mileage Plus program or Delta One. Once you fly that, you tend to go on it and you look less for what the airfare price looks like. So I do think that Delta and United are bringing brand loyalty back and trying to say, we don't need to trade at 5 times earnings or a 70% discount to the market. We could have sustainable earnings.
Is Scott Kirby, though, right about Spirit? Are they going to go out of business?
Low-cost carriers in the U.S., there's just too much capacity going into the same markets. And then that's where you see promotional airfares from Southwest Airlines and the like. And so you don't really want to fly the routes. The most lucrative routes, where you're making 20% margins, are those transatlantic flights.
I noticed you haven't really mentioned American. You've talked about United, talked about Delta. Has American still got a problem?
That's where my loyalty lies, Delta and United, in terms of my personal flying. But in terms of American, I do think they're the third sort of network carrier in the U.S. They have a subpar product domestically and internationally, And they're trying to improve that by improving their wide-body
What
seats.
makes it subpar for you? What is it that they're doing that is subpar compared to, say, the Deltas of this world?
I think Delta One has invested so much. They have 3 main hubs with the Delta One lounges in the U.S., something like $3.4 billion of investment at JFK alone. So the return on that is to gain a little bit of market share, and they've done that successfully because folks like me who flew American in 2019 are now flying Delta because they've invested so much in the infrastructure and the cabin and on-time delivery, on-time arrivals. Same thing with United. So you could see the investments really helping brand loyalty.
Sheila, appreciate it. Appreciate the honesty too. Subpar American Airlines. Sheila Kohli there of Jefferies. I don't know if they're listening this morning, but
I will get a call if they are.
that's the conclusion of a lot of people.
That hit hard for you. I know. It's sort of what
Here's the problem, and Anne-Marie understands this.
We're one world.
If you're coming from London, you've probably been flying BA, which means you're one world, which means ultimately you just sort of drift over to American almost accidentally.
Yes, and also I used to fly to the Middle East a lot. Qatar is also one world, which is not subpar. And I recently flown American, I have to say. I thought it was a good experience, and they've updated the lounges. It seemed pretty seamless.
You're happy with that, all right? We're balanced here at Bloomberg Surveillance. Let's get you an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Yahara. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. Former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro has been sentenced to over 27 years in prison. He was convicted on charges he sought to cling to power by plotting a military coup that included plans to assassinate President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. His lawyers are expected to appeal his sentence. The U.S. has warned it will act accordingly to what it called a witch hunt. Meanwhile, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is adding additional names to the list of candidates to replace Fed Chair Jay Powell. In recent days, Bessent reportedly met with former Fed officials Lawrence Lindsay, Kevin Warsh, and Jim Bullard. Powell's term expires in May 2026, and while he could stay on for 2 more years as governor, Trump is anxious to replace him as chair. And shares of Warner Brothers Discovery are surging nearly 5.5% in the pre-market following reports that Paramount Skydance is preparing a bid for the company. Sources say Warner Brothers CEO David Zaslav believes he can get a hefty premium for his streaming and studios businesses once they're separated from the cable business. The Paramount offer is being backed by the Ellison family. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. Appreciate it. Up next on the program, a new rally in the bond market.
I think the long end of the curve has actually done most of its rallying. What we think you'll see instead is short bonds will rally. We think equities can continue to rally. But that long end, I think, probably has a little less opportunity.
A conversation up next with Sam Zeef of JP Morgan Private Bank, live from New York. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
I think with the new world reorder, it means that there will be regional clusters of excellence. There will be regional clusters of great companies. And so it's okay to be number 2, because you could be number 2 in every single region and still command that premium. Because today we talk about AI, we talk about data, we talk about processes that's going to be very specific to industries, specific to countries, specific to regional challenges that needs to be built and addressed. And therefore, the good of it is that now it's not just going for that one company and overpaying for that company until the returns goes to zero. it's actually about finding regional champions, which could also be huge category leaders for us as funds as well. And I think it's actually good for the world to have multiple pots of excellence that can be localized to its own needs.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
When we look at our portfolio, we see an IPO pipeline that's the biggest since it's been in 2021.
In M&A and IPOs, we've actually had close to record performances in that space. We're going to have an interesting year.
We're having a lot more conversations around putting dates on calendars. I think we could see a very active second half of the year.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and this is Bloomberg.
Equity futures this morning, negative by 0.1% on the S&P 500, just about unchanged on the Nasdaq 100, coming into Friday at record highs. Under surveillance this morning, a new rally in the bond market.
What is most likely to happen is, kind of 2-year yields are likely to come down to where the federal funds rate is headed. We think that's 3%. 10-year yield at, essentially 4%. We think that's about where it belongs. We think the long end of the curve has actually done most of its rallying. What we think you'll see instead is short bonds will rally. We think equities can continue to rally. But that long end, I think, probably has a little less opportunity.
So here's the latest this morning. Treasury yields nearing lows of the year as traders price in further Fed interest rate cuts. Sam Zeef of JP Morgan Private Bank saying the following. Fed rate cuts can stimulate the economy even if long-term Treasury yields don't decline. Sam joins us now for more. Sam, good morning.
Thanks, good morning.
Good to see you. Let's throw some of that into foreign exchange.
Yep.
Can you help us understand what kind of market regime we're in right now, whether it's relative rates, whether it's yield differentials, growth differentials? What's driving things at the moment?
Yeah, it's definitely, compared to early this year, around Liberation Day or Q2, there was always the kind of yield differential story, and it had totally fallen away, and everything had become about flows, American exceptionalism, the Sell America story. And really, since then, over the summer and into right now, that story has completely faded away. We don't see it in the data. We're not seeing signs of repatriation or big asset allocation flows. And it's really been the correlation between yield differentials and the dollar that has reasserted itself. So when we think about our expectation that the dollar can sell off a little bit more, 3 to 5% into next year, it really comes down to the yield story and the relative growth and rate story.
So when you put this together, do you buy the yield flattener, the yield curve flattener that we've seen? Do you think that that's a lasting trade?
In the long end, no, this is probably more of a counter trend rally in our view. We really just think you get the diversification benefits and the yield that you need from the Treasury yield curve in the intermediate part of the curve. We don't see tons of reasons to go out into ultra long duration, particularly when it comes to Treasuries, or really globally in sovereign bond markets, given fiscal concerns, given debate around political volatility. And really, I think you can see it. We were talking about this before. You can see it in gold. 10s, 30s, steepening year to date. Gold continues to rally. So we get a lot of pushback on our dollar view saying, oh, the dollar is stubborn, it's not selling off, euro dollar is stuck here, and that's right, but not against gold, not against precious metals. The dollar is continuing to devalue there, and that's actually, at least at the private bank, where we've been really expressing our bearish dollar view, has really been in the precious space and in gold.
So when you take a step back, you said that cutting rates at the front end can still stimulate the economy, even if you end up with higher long-term rates. Can you talk about exactly how, given the fact that the transmission mechanism, a lot of people are saying, has been, if not broken, really muted?
Yeah, I think people think about, oh, Fed rate cuts, long end comes down, mortgage rates come down, refinancing rates come down. But I think it's really important to think about not only how we think about it, but the Fed is in terms of broad financial conditions. As long as if the fact that the Fed is getting more dovish or bringing the front end down results in tighter credit spreads, higher equity prices, maybe a weaker dollar, improved sentiment, then financial conditions ease, and that's what transmits into the real economy. And actually, if you look at the Fed's own FCI models, just given the easing of financial conditions we've gotten over recent months, Fed hasn't even cut yet. It's going to boost growth all else equal 30, 40, 50 basis points over the next 12 months.
They're expected to cut next week.
Yep.
So help us understand what you're expecting next week.
Yep.
Is that going to be a one-off adjustment or the start of something bigger?
Yeah, we think it's the start of a full return to neutral. We really don't think, given the loosening in the labor market, or certainly lack of retightening in the labor market, that you need rates in restrictive territory anymore. So we think it's the start of the process to bring rates back down to around 3.25. So we have penciled in about 100 basis points of cuts over the next 12 months. We can debate how fast we get there, but this is the first step, and the factor going back to neutral is really what underpins our investment
Well, let's
thesis.
talk about speed.
Yep.
How do you think about speed at the moment when we could have a different Fed chair arriving in May with a very different view of what to do?
Absolutely. I think they want to get the process started. You know, the Fed itself has given some speeches that say kind of get on with it. And so I think they want to get the process started. Look, the market, at least, again, I go back to the idea that we focus on financial conditions, broad financial conditions. As long as the Fed delivers on the roughly 100 basis points of cuts that are priced at some point over the next 6 to 12 months, that shouldn't tighten financial conditions and threaten the outlook. Maybe it's, you know, downplaying their actual actions, but it's kind of, it's already priced. It's already transmitting through financial conditions. So as long as you kind of deliver on it, you're going to get the stimulus that it involves.
Does it make you want to buy U.S. debt more with a backstop potentially of a Fed that is going to try to be supportive in whatever way that it can, both on the short end and the long end, depending on who comes into the office?
Yeah, I think the key is we are going to have a Fed cutting cycle, let's call it. Other underpinning, you know, belief that we have is that the economy is not going to slide into recession. And when you have Fed cutting cycles that don't accompany recessions, your kind of playbook for asset prices is very different than if the Fed's cutting into recession. So going to bonds in particular, front end performs, gives you yield, gives you diversification. The long end, if you look across cutting cycles that don't result in a recession, long end stays flat, maybe even moves higher over time. So we're really like being in the belly of the curve and in. And then when we're trying to find yield in the private bank to make up for the fact that cash rates are on their way down, we've really been looking more into ultra high quality, you know, investment grade credit, taking a little bit of credit risk in the high quality companies because treasuries are already really pricing in a big easing.
Why aren't you going into Europe, given the fact that they just forecast inflation coming in below that 2% level and still see growth, albeit tepid?
Yeah. It's not that we're against going into Europe, but on an FX hedge basis, it doesn't really give me much relative to the U.S. And I think what we heard from, you know, the ECB yesterday is that they're done cutting. Right? We maybe we're kind of 50-50 in our own debate about whether they deliver one more cut or not. The real difference in global sovereign bond markets is that most foreign central banks are done with their cutting cycles, and now the Fed is catching up. And that's the theme that we're going to be trading.
The ECB forecasts are amazing for me. I keep going back to these growth forecasts. GDP for this year, 1.2%. For next year, around 1%. For 2027, around 1%. We talked about this yesterday. What happened to all the hope and enthusiasm about the European growth story? The ECB just turned around and told you yesterday they're expecting growth around 1% for the next 2+ years.
They turned around and they said, be happy it's not a recession, essentially, right? I mean, this is sort of how low the bar was. But you're right. Where is that dynamism? And that's one reason why, as much as people were saying, sell America, go into Europe, we really haven't seen it sustained. Yes, in certain pockets of the equity market, but you've seen those flows reverse in certain pockets over the past couple of months.
Besides the defense sector, where are you going to be investing in Europe? And what we've seen, especially in autos, is China just absolutely destroying the sector across the continent.
It was interesting that they believed the disinflationary story might be over on the continent when we still haven't really concluded what's going to happen with trade for next year and beyond.
Well, and that's why Christine Lagarde said that the risks around the view are high. But it is notable that right now we are heading into a weekend of meetings between the U.S. and the Chinese counterparts in Madrid about exactly what the trade landscape looks like. That is a huge risk. And how do they deal with this inflation? How high is the bar for them to act in a more stimulative manner, given the fact that they do have a singular mandate, but it seems like mission accomplished based on their own forecasts?
Sam, it's good to see you. Appreciate your time. Sam Zeith there of JP Morgan Private Bank with a big call in the FX market. Dollar weakness, if you want to see it, see lots of it. Look for precious metals and what's been happening this year.
To me, this has been stunning. The fact that we had, on an inflation-adjusted basis, record high prices, more than $3,600 per ounce on gold. The precious metal has just been ripping higher. And this really is where you can see some of this question around the dollar and where its role is in the global economy. And this is where you can see buying by central banks, particularly in China, that tends to be underreported time and time again. So again, if you want to buy a ring, good luck.
Gold up again this morning by 0.4%. The good news is diamond prices are like,
yay,
rock bottom.
All right, well,
there you go. Just trying to bring a smile to people's faces, Bramo.
And you're doing a great job.
Trying. Coming up, Tracy McMillan of Wells Fargo, Gil Luria of D.A. Davidson, Stephanie Roth of Wolf Research, and Krishna Mamani of Lafayette College. The third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance up next.
There is a nice confluence between the long-term investor and what we're trying to do. We have an operating principle that's in our handbook, take the long view. When we went public, we put a timeline up on the screen for the whole company in an all-hands meeting. And that timeline went from founding to 100 years out. And the IPO was one dot in 1 year on that timeline. And we tried to orient the employees to, this is a wonderful event, this IPO, but it's a moment in time on a very long journey.
This is a company that you want to exist in 100 years.
We do.
Wall Street doesn't think in.
No, they think in like hours. Yeah. And what I've learned of Wall Street, and particularly Wall Street investors, when they say they are long-term investors, that means they'll keep your stock for like a month. There has been one instance where I did something that was just for short-term stock, and I felt so bad about it that I don't think I'll do it again.
What was that?
There was one quarter, a few quarters ago, we were not going to beat the quarter. We were gonna probably just hit it. And so far we beat every quarter. So we were all like, wait, what? Our perfect record. We're like a 4.0 student that is gonna get a B for the first time. This is not good. And I decided that for a short period of time, at the end of a lesson in our app, we would show 2 ads instead of 1. Turns out that by itself was good enough to beat the quarter, but it's bad for the product. It's not good. After that, I'm never doing that again.
All right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Screen Time is back this fall for year 3. We're bringing together the biggest names in business and pop culture, like Netflix co-CEO Greg Peters, Instagram boss Adam Mosseri, and Los Angeles royalty Will Obey. We're going to talk about how sports is eating entertainment, check in on the state of the movie business, and get an update on LA after the fires from Rick Caruso and Irving Azoff. You should expect newsy interviews from industry leaders, meaningful business networking, and of course, great food. We'll feature some of the best chefs and food trucks from my hometown of Los Angeles. Tickets are available now, and you should head to bloomberglive.com/screentime for details. I'll see you in Los Angeles, October 8th and 9th.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lapo in Sintra, Portugal, and this
자,
is
나스닥 정기 트레이딩 일정 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 나스닥 정기 트레이딩 일정 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
We've been concerned about inflation for a while.
We're getting what we expected on inflation.
You are seeing more evidence of a softening in labor market conditions.
The economy is gradually grinding to a halt here. The economy is set to reaccelerate.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Four-day winning streak on the S&P 500, 6 on the Nasdaq 100. We're looking at all-time highs arriving into Friday from New York City this morning. Good morning to you all. The third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your scores look like this. Equity futures negative by not even 0.1%. On the Nasdaq 100, up by around about 0.1%. In the bond market, decent rally at the long end of the curve so far this week, taking bond yields down to around 4%. Yields a little bit higher this morning by 2 or 3 basis points. One more data point left before we get into the weekend, the big one, drum roll. You, Mitch. You know how much we love you, Mitch. It's not even an economic survey. It's become a political poll about how Republicans and Democrats feel about the economy.
Well, look, we're going to be looking at it because it is something that comes out, and it's one piece of the pie. It sort of has been less and less of an indicator. I think a lot of people are with you. That said, one thing that's been notable is that consumer sentiment has held in better than you would have expected, given that inflation is still as high as it is. And I think that that's the tension that you're talking about, which is if people say that inflation is low enough to start cutting rates, is that sentiment reflected in the population, especially at a time of slow labor market growth? And that, I think, is a really good question that we're looking for tea leaves to try to understand.
We can all sit around this table and look at this poll, what it is, not a survey. It really is a poll and has a lot of political bias in it, and say, who's really going to be paying attention to that? But the Fed actually paid attention to the University of Michigan last time around.
The Fed's not paying attention to inflation this time around. I guess that's the big change. Chairman Powell set us up for a very different meeting next week when he addressed Jackson Hole, and you were there. That line in that speech that we've repeatedly on this program, that he expects inflation potentially to be a one-off, but not all at once phenomena. That basically means this Federal Reserve is ready to look through hot inflation prints into year-end and maybe beyond.
The fact that this market is pricing 75 basis points of rate cuts, even when we haven't seen inflation at that 2% target for more than 4 years, tells you a lot. And I think that a lot of people are saying they're willing to look through any short-term inflation pop. My question is, are they willing to look through a 6-month or 8-month inflationary kind of wave? And it really goes to the core of why is the long bond rallying? Is it because people truly believe that inflation is going to come in? Is it just a trade that is getting stopped out because it was so consensus and we're trying to put a narrative around it? Or is this something else about how the Fed is going to adjust its policies and its balance sheet to have a little bit more influence over the long end as well as the short end?
That meeting coming up next Wednesday. Equity futures at the moment pretty much unmoved on the S&P 500. Coming up on this program, we'll catch up with Tracy McMillan of Wells Fargo as stocks trade near all-time highs. Gil Luria of D.A. Davidson shaking up his outlook for big tech, and Stephanie Roth of Wolfe Research on rising rate cut bets. We begin this hour with stocks steady ahead of next week's Fed meeting. Tracy McMillan of Wells Fargo writing Fed Chair Jay Powell is more focused on employment data than inflation data for now.
매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 나스닥 매도 진입 사인 드립니다.
Tracy, good morning. Can we talk about the rally? Not just at the front end, but the rally further out along the curve at the long end. That long end starting to outperform. What do you think's behind
매도 진입 사인 드립니다.
Good morning. Yeah, so we think that it's outperforming because there are a number of rate cuts priced into the markets. And we're seeing the yield curve shift down across all of the maturities. So we think that's really what's behind that. We don't think, however, that the 10-year gets much below 4%. You know, if you just do a little simple math, 2% growth, 2% long-term inflation, you're at 4% without a term premium. So we really do think that's probably about the floor for the 10-year.
What's the relationship between that and that view and what you expect to see in equities?
Yeah, so what we expect to see in equities is potentially some choppiness here in the near term, and that has to do with a number of risks, one of which is that we could see inflation higher than the Federal Reserve is comfortable with, and the markets may need to ratchet back some of their rate cut expectations. And there are a number of other risks that we see that also could play into a choppy market here. But longer term, we see markets recovering in 2026.
So you see that even if there is a sell-off at the long end. I mean, to me, I thought that one of the most interesting notes overnight was Torsten Slot coming out and saying, what are the implications of not having a risk-free Treasury asset. There's a question about whether the stock market can power ahead even if there is choppiness in yield
지켜보고 대응
curves as well.
이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 수익권에서 대응 이어나가고 있고요.
What we're seeing is that if there is choppiness in yield curves, and we
천천히
also
지켜보고
anticipate
대응
that we
이어나가도록
could
하겠습니다.
see some lift at the long end of the curve next year. However, we don't think that it's going to be an all-out sell-off of the U.S. Treasury. The U.S. continues to have the dollar as the reserve currency of the world.
They keep powering it ahead.
Yeah, so the tech giants that continue to power us ahead. Our favorite sectors are information technology, financials, and utilities. Information technology, because we do believe that the investment in AI is really just getting started, and utilities benefit from the build out and the operation of those data centers. Financials are benefiting from a yield curve that's rising on the long end.
When you look at the tariff impact, you talk about, you write in your note about they're arriving in piecemeal. What kind of timeline is piecemeal?
Yeah, so obviously some tariffs have already been implemented, but certainly not to the extent that we thought back in early April. What we see happening is that as court decisions come through that tell us whether or not the current policy is legal, and whether or not the administration has to then reconsider how they implement tariffs, that could cause the tariff policy to be extended. And even as it is today, many tariffs are still in negotiation, so and still in flux. So we see it being implemented, across the next few quarters at least.
So you basically saying that we're going to be living in tariff purgatory, almost maybe as long as the Trump administration?
Well, we hope not. We do hope that there is some clarity over the next couple of quarters.
자, 여기서 현재 수익권 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 수익 청산 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 5개 합기준 약 93만원 수익 청산 사인 드렸고요. 자, 수익 청산
주문
후에
청산이 완료되었습니다.
대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Meanwhile, Utah
자,
Governor
2차
Spencer
진입
Cox says the state
대기하도록
will pursue the
하겠습니다.
death penalty against Kirk's killer. Meanwhile, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will meet with Chinese Vice Premier He Lifeng in Madrid next week. The two will discuss trade,
자,
economic,
단기적으로
and
상승이
national
나올 수
security
있지만
issues. The discussions
현재
will also cover TikTok's status and efforts
잠고점에서
to combat money
조정세가
laundering. A
들어왔기
90-day
때문에
tariff truce between the U.S. and China is set to
조금
expire
더
in early November.
큰 조정이 들어올 수 있다
And
판단되어서
OpenAI is
조금
moving
더
closer to
지켜보고
restructuring
사인
into
드리도록
a more
하겠습니다.
traditional
자, 그리고
for-profit model
현재
after months of negotiations,
트럼프 대통령의 폭스
negotiations with
인터뷰가
its top shareholder
진행 중에
Microsoft.
있고요.
Chairman Brett Taylor says the
그
nonprofit
찰리 커크
nonprofit parent
총각
will
사건의
keep
용의자가
control through a new
체포되었다고
public
하는
benefit corporation and hold an equity stake
소식이
worth at least $100
전달되었습니다.
billion. But its restructuring faces opposition from Elon Musk and state attorneys general. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thanks for that. Just to recap the breaking news crossing just moments ago from the President of the United States saying he's just recently found out that with a high degree of certainty we have the suspect following the killing of Charlie Kirk, saying the suspect is in custody and that according to the President of the United States, somebody close to the suspect turned him in. The President going on to say that I hope the killer of Charlie Kirk is found guilty.
자, 여기 다시 한번 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Later this hour.
체결되었습니다.
매도 진입 사인
확인
드립니다.
바랍니다.
그러니까 02.25입니다.
Gil Luria of D.A. Davidson shaking up his big tech outlook. That conversation up
자,
next.
02.25 매도 진입 사인 드렸습니다. 자, 2차 진입, 매도 진입, 재진입 사인드렸습니다.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade.
자, 그리고 금요일 유럽장 개장 이후 급격한 하락세를 보여줬는데요. 자, 영국의 GDP 성장률이 발표가 되었는데 0% 발표되었습니다. 성장이 없다는 얘기죠. 0% 발표되면서 일부 시장에 영향을 준 것 같습니다. 유럽장이 일부 시장에 영향을 준 것 같습니다.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of
영국의
science.
GDP가 발표되었는데 GDP 성장률이 0% 발표가 되었습니다.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
What type of overvaluation is being placed by investment or capex at this point really is in the eyes and the ears of the beholder, because maybe the investments that are being made across the 11 sectors to participate in what AI can do really position ourselves for what is genuinely a new economy that we are moving towards.
That was the biggest bull on Wall Street, John Stolfus of Oppenheimer, looking for 7,100 on the S&P 500 year-end. We're getting closer. Equity futures this morning pulling back just a little bit. We're down 0.1%, but over the last week higher. Every single day this week so far, Monday through Thursday, a 4-day winning streak on the S&P 500, taking us towards another week of gains. Record highs on the S&P, record highs on the NASDAQ, coming into Friday.
There have been 24 record highs on the S&P 500 so far this year. There have been 22 on the NASDAQ. This includes the swoon that we saw after April 2nd, after Liberation Day. It highlights how offsides people have been who have betted that this market would continue to go down, and it highlights why some people are saying the pain trade might be up even now with all of these gains behind us.
How comfortable are you with the new story? Reacceleration. That's the real risk here, that things start to pick up, that the worst of the data is actually behind us. It was June. Mark your calendar, it was June, the jobs data was terrible, and now move on. Look ahead and things are going to improve.
When have I ever been comfortable, I think is probably the better way of looking at it. And I would say just about as comfortable as I am now with that story, which is not very. And really the issue to me is there some sort of dissonance, as Andrew Hollenhorst was talking about, between a bond market that's pricing in a Fed that needs to take action and pretty significantly, and a stock market that's rip-roaring ahead? Is there some sort of contradiction and a reacceleration that's going to allow the Fed to cut without inflation coming along? It's so many different perfect little pieces that come together that, sure, I'm not comfortable, but that's probably why there still is that bearishness and probably why the bulls are dancing all over them.
Are we reaching the limits of bad news being good news? I was thinking about that yesterday. Maybe it's not the claim story. That looks like Texas, looks like a freak one-off. But are we reaching the limits of that weak labour market story being good for stocks?
You know, the issue to me is, do we understand that weak labour market story? I was looking at a study coming out of one of the regional Feds yesterday, and it was pointing to the fact that the break-even rate of labour market creation in this economy might be 30,000, not necessarily 150,000 like earlier this year on a monthly basis. I'm just saying, it's hard for us to get our hands around exactly what this market is in terms of labor. And I think that's underpinning some of this idea that people are just discounting it altogether.
The opening bell 1 hour and 15 minutes away. We're down by not even 0.1% on the S&P. That's the price action this morning. Let's get you some morning calls. First up, UBS upgrading Alaska Air to a buy, saying earnings are about to, quote, take off. They are this morning by more than 3%. Your second call from Barclays upgrading GM to overweight, seeing more upside potential with further tariff deal easing still ahead of us. That stock is up by 1.5%. And finally, BMO
조금 더 길게 보고 대응
to
이어나가도록
405,
하겠습니다.
citing concerns about its durable growth. That stock's still doing
현재
okay,
나스닥
positive by
매도진권 실시간
2.5%
대응
in
중에
the
있습니다.
pre-market. Let's stick with tech. Wall Street sentiment on Apple hitting a 5-year low after it unveiled a new line of products earlier this week. Bloomberg's Mark Gurman joins us now for more. Mark, welcome to the program, sir. It's not been a great time for Apple over the last few months. We talked about an upgrade super cycle for iPhones for the last several years. It hasn't developed. Do you see anything, Mark, in the latest unveiling that's going to encourage people to say, yeah, now's the time, let's upgrade?
Well, we haven't talked about an iPhone super cycle the last few years. Others have talked about an iPhone super cycle. To me, it seemed kind of obvious. Design is what sells. New form factors are what sells. Real AI features are what sells. And over the last few years, Apple has not had that. That's why I'm a big believer in this year's release, because new designs, new colors, new looks, new features, that's what sells. So I'm pretty optimistic for these new 17 Pro and Pro Maxes because of the new look, because of the camera improvements, because of the new colors. I would anticipate some semblance of lines this time around. In addition to people simply wanting to check out the iPhone Air. They might not buy it because it's not very practical, given the battery life and camera constraints, but certainly it's going to bring people into stores to take a look.
Mark, one thing we've heard from a lot of guests on the program, particularly the bears, of course, is that ultimately it's not about looks, it's about functionality now. What are you doing with Apple Intelligence? What steps have they taken to improve things on that front?
Well, I don't necessarily agree. I think we're about a year away from people really making purchase decisions in regards to AI features. Apple has definitely done a very poor job on implementing AI. Their rollout over the past year and a half of their Apple Intelligence functionality has been nothing short of a borderline disaster for the company, but it's not really impacting purchases. We're still, like I said, many months away from that being a real factor. People buy phones because they break their screen, people buy phones because they want a new look, and people buy phones because they have run their battery into the ground. But in terms of upcoming AI integrations, you'll see a revamped Siri in March.
Can you promise me, Mark, that if I drop this one, the Air, that it won't break?
I can't promise you, but it was actually quite interesting. A couple Apple executives did an interview with a website called Tom's Guide I saw on YouTube yesterday. And Greg Joswiak, the head of marketing, threw his iPhone Air to one of the journalists and asked them to try to bend it in half. Because if you remember when Apple did a super thin iPhone 6 Plus back in 2014, you could just bend it in half like you're bending a piece of paper almost, right? And this guy was trying and trying and trying, and he could not bend that thing. So I can't promise you that if
실시간 대응이
you do it, it won't break.
이루어지고 있습니다. 자, 매도진권 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 자, 충분히
Nothing happened.
Mark, appreciate your take, sir. Thanks for making time for us this morning. Mark Gurman, one of the very best following this story. Let's stick with Apple. Gil Luria at D.A. Davidson downgrading Apple shares to neutral with a 250 price target. Gil joins us now for more. Gil, welcome back. You heard Mark there. A little bit more constructive about what the next year could bring. How constrained do you think the growth story is going to be? And why don't you think this story, the big unveil over the last week, is going to address that?
I do think that Mark is right about there being a little bit of a different form factor. The colors, the look is a little different, which is what has in the past driven some upgrade. But this is the type of upgrade that maybe will take us from iPhone being flat for the last 5 years to up a few single digits. That's probably not enough. To Mark's point, until AI has a big impact and drives an upgrade cycle, which was what we were expecting last year and did not materialize, we're not going to get a big enough upgrade cycle to drive the stock up from here. That's where we're at, is that until they have another breakthrough, until they have something very dramatically different, a new category, a completely new form factor, it's unlikely that we're going to get out of this low single-digit growth range.
But are they going to lose their install base, Gil? And this is actually one of the existential questions facing Apple, especially as there's real competition from the likes of Samsung and others. How much are other manufacturers of smartphones luring people away from the Apple ecosystem? Or is it just sort of a waiting process until something better comes along from Apple?
Apple turned out to be very sticky. The handsets are very sticky. Once you get into the
현재 9점
ecosystem,
근처에서
especially have multiple devices like the
매도 포지션이기
AirPods or the
때문에
Watch or Apple TV,
눌림목
then you're
기대도
very entrenched, and it's very hard to get the consumer to leave
눌림목
the
나와줄 수 있다고
platform.
판단이
That is
되고요.
why Apple trades at a premium. It trades at a
추가적으로
premium because it's so
대부분의
sticky.
캔들이
It's hard for
윗꼬리를
me to
달고
imagine
있고
5 years
고점
from now not
부근에서
being in the Apple ecosystem.
저항을
Because
받고
of
있기
how it's
때문에
wrapped
단기
itself
저항
around
가능성
my
충분히 있다고
usage. That
판단이
is the
되고
big advantage of
있습니다.
Apple. So even with low single-digit growth, they can grow services double digits. That's what gives Apple that premium valuation, which is well justified.
Gil, given that sort of demand,
또한
and you see
볼렌저밴드
it
상단에
if you
있기
have
때문에 여기서
kids, and if you do a
밴드가
channel check at the high
벌어지진
school, and you see that everyone
않는다면
has their various Apple
손절
devices.
하지
I'm just
않고
wondering,
조금
was it
더
surprising to you that
지켜봐도
they
될
weren't
것
able to raise
같습니다.
pricing more on some of these phones?
Yeah, that is a competitive issue, right? If they start pushing the price points higher and higher, they're going to get less top of funnel. They're going to get less new users. Parents are increasingly going to have their kids have Androids instead of iPhones if the price point differential is big. They did some subtle things. Putting the Air where they did may encourage some people to go to the Pro level.
자, 현재 시간 관계상 명확한 저항 캔들이나 큰
may increase ASP a
거래량
little bit, average selling
확인되지
price a
않고
little
있습니다.
bit, but not
자, 대응이
significantly.
길어질 수
It's
있는
very
점
hard for them to raise
양해
prices at the low
부탁드리겠습니다.
end again because that's where the competition is.
How constrained is Apple right now when it comes to regulatory concerns in Europe? When I walked into the studio this morning, Jonathan was talking to me about how the fact that this cool feature everyone's excited about, the AirPods, that can have live
명확한
language translation, actually won't be allowed in the European Union because of the Digital Markets Act.
Well,
매도
the
추세
Europeans
변화
have
전환
regulated themselves out of
패턴은
innovation for a
부재하지만
while now. I don't expect that to change.
대부분의
But
캔들에
if the live
윗꼬리가 달려
translation
있고
feature works,
고점 부근에서
that could be a very attractive feature.
매도
That can be a game
진입
changer.
사인이
Let's
됐기
not
때문에
forget Google and Meta have been
길게
trying this
봤을
with the
때는
glasses,
충분히
and they have pretty
눌림목
shaky
기대하면서 현재
early
진입권
versions
대응이어
of
나가도 될
this.
것 같습니다.
I would imagine
조금
that
더
if Apple
지켜보고
went ahead and
대응이어
showed
나가도록
us live
하겠습니다.
translation on AirPods a week ago, then maybe this is real and it will be very significant. And I would expect if it does work that well, that the Europeans may reconsider that because that would be a very a big leap forward in terms of functionality.
Right, so you think potentially they need to prove that it's working and then the Europeans might come around. Speaking of Europe, do you expect Tim Cook to go with the president next week?
He's doing his best to ingratiate himself with the president. It was almost comical to see him present the president with a golden statue. I think it was almost biblical. So hopefully that gets him close enough with the president. The president will take him there and maybe even address some of these concerns head on. Part of our concern vis-a-vis Europe is that Europe is applying these non-tariff barriers on big tech. And so the president's going to want to address that. Part of it has to do with the very restrictive regulations around the Apple Store, the Android Store. And so that very well could be an opportunity for Mr. Cook to improve that situation in Europe.
Gil, before you go, shake up.
자,
With your
지켜보고
Nvidia call
대응이어
as well.
나가도록
What's changed
하겠습니다.
for you? What do you see
더
differently and why?
지켜보고 대응이어 나가도록 하겠습니다.
We're very optimistic about the growth of demand for AI compute based on how much we're using these tools and how powerful they're being. And NVIDIA, which has done incredibly well, hasn't caught up to the rest of the AI trade. It is now the most attractively part of the AI trade. In fact, they're trading at 28 times next year's earnings. That's the same as Apple. Apple's going to grow earnings 9 or 10%. NVIDIA is going to grow earnings 30 or 40%. So for as well as NVIDIA has done, the rest of the AI trade has done so well that NVIDIA is now the most attractively priced within the AI trade.
Amazing. Gil, appreciate the call. Gil Lurie there of D.A. Davidson on both Apple and NVIDIA. What a week it's been for the AI story. Oracle, so far this week, still higher by more than 30%. We've added $221 billion to the market cap of that company this week.
After they announced that they see a 77% increase with the demand for their cloud computing services, really thrusting them into the race to really cater to companies that are trying to adapt to this AI technological boom. I'm looking right now, just Galuria's call for NVIDIA to be the lowest price or the most attractive shares. Those stocks are up 32% so far this year. So this is the reason why people are getting a little bit nervous. And then you have the likes of people coming in and saying on the relative basis, they're behind. They should be up that much more.
We're concentrating a lot of capital in a handful of names.
Yeah.
That's the risk. That's the risk, but it's paying off at the moment, that's for sure. Nasdaq futures higher by 0.1%. Up next, Stephanie Roth of Wolf Research on rising rate cut bets. Plus, Danny has your morning movers. RH feeling the effects from tariffs.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
The open about 60 minutes away. Stocks just about positive on the Nasdaq going into that. On the S&P 500, just a touch negative. With your morning movers, let's cross over to Danny for more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. A couple good things going in Microsoft's favor this morning. For one, perhaps the bigger one is OpenAI looking at restructuring that would make it appear more like a classic for-profit company. It settles a long dispute between Microsoft and the company, helps Microsoft keep its partnership. Microsoft also settling with the EU and avoiding a hefty fine around allegations around its Teams products, with those shares up about 1 1/3%. Elsewhere, it appears to be a second day of a big rally for Warner Brothers Discovery. Yesterday was their single best day, up some 39%. And this is because the Ellisons are doing a classic media roll-up. Skydance Paramount, backed by the Ellison family, looking at taking over Warner Bros. Discovery, squishing the two together in a company that had been looking at breaking apart, so those shares up 8.5%. Finally, R8 shares getting crushed this morning, down 9% in their earnings. A disappointment there, cut around tariffs, about $30 million is the charge they will be taking. The CEO, who likes to use, let's say, colorful language on the earnings call, also saying unless you want to go effing bankrupt, you need to have discounts, something like 30 to 40% on it. I know you gave me permission to say the full quote, but I'm going to pass you on that.
It's Friday. You do you, Danny. Thank you. Looking forward to the show in about 30 minutes' time with Matt Miller and Danny Berger. Open interest just around the corner. I think the RH story is actually pretty important. Home builders have rocketed through August into September, getting excited about rate cuts. You don't hear the excitement about rate cuts from that guy on that call.
Yeah, they don't have pricing power, and this is a question around how much
자, 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 여기서 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 자, 수익 청산 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 자,
is this a competitive disadvantage, right? Because some places have that pricing power, other places not so much.
That's the latest on Restoration Hardware. That stock down by close to 10%. Important headline just crossed the Bloomberg terminal. I want to share it with you and give you some details. The US proposing broad G7 sanctions on Russian energy in a renewed bid to end this war.
So basically 100% tariff level when it comes to Russian crude on places on China and India for their purchase of that Russian crude. Also, they're telling G7 countries that they should create a legal pathway to seize Russian assets.
자, 트레이딩 사인 순서가
to try to get Vladimir Putin
음성으로
to the
드리고
table
텍스트로
and end this
드리고
war. It was a month ago. Secretary Bessent sat around this table and
자,
said,
캡처가 좀
it's put up
늦어지면은
or shut
시장의
up time
변동성이 클
for the
때는
Europeans. They have for months been trying to get the Europeans to agree to, alongside them, also raise the bar when it comes to penalizing the Russians. And right now, they're making a serious push at the G7.
This turns into a game of who's going to do it first, and whether the U.S. will follow suit with big tariffs or secondary sanctions, I should say, on the likes of China and India. And this comes as Scott Bessent is poised to meet his counterpart from China over the weekend to talk about what could be setting the stage for a détente or some sort of meeting between Xi Jinping and Donald Trump. A real question here about how this would influence that should this get passed.
Busy few minutes of news here. Want to draw your attention to this too. Forgive me for changing topics quickly. Apple, these headlines just crossing, delaying the iPhone Air launch in China, citing a regulatory issue. Going on to say that the 17, 17 Pro, 17 Pro Max will still go on order in China, but there is a delay. The latest information just crossing.
Yeah, questioning around exactly what type of regulatory issue this is and whether Tim Cook, once again, is a part and parcel of this trade dispute.
자, 그리고 지금 현재 블룸버그 뉴스 유튜브 통해서 지금 들려드리고 있는데요. 자, 아이폰 시제품 아이폰 에어가 중국에서는 판매가 불가능하다는 소식이 전달되고 있네요.
Regulatory issue sounds like it is code word for leverage we want to use at the negotiating table, especially given the fact, Lisa, you just mentioned, Treasury Secretary is going into meeting with He Lifeng. This feels like leverage, and also China reminding their national champions that they want to back them when it comes to consumption of iPhones.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
So once I'll hang back from speculating, all I can say is that the website says the iPhone Air is now coming later and we'll see how late that iPhone delivery will actually
자,
come over in
3차
China. Keep
진입뷰
an eye on that.
대기하도록
Stock a little bit
하겠습니다.
softer in the pre-market at the moment. We're down a few
3차
tenths of
진입뷰
1%. Let's turn to the
대기하면서
economy ahead of next week's Fed decision. Bloomberg's Michael McKee joins us now for more. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. Well, imagine you are Jay Powell and one of his colleagues on the open market committee, and you've got to decide what to do on Wednesday. You look at the latest economic data, and I'll go back a week and a day, and it isn't particularly good. 2 out of the 3 are not particularly good news for the economy and may suggest a rate cut ahead. Unemployment has gone up
자,
since
미국이
the
이제
president took
우크라이나
office,
전쟁
and
공식을
GDP
위해서
has gone
G7
down. The
동맹국들에게
restraining factor is
러시아
CPI
제재안
is now rising and rising
제한을 하고
relatively
있다는 경향이 되고
quickly.
있고요.
So, do you cut rates, and if so, how far do you go? That's going to be the question for Tuesday. And right now,
핵심
the betting
내용은
in the
러시아산
markets
원유를
is we're going
구매하는
to get
중국과
25
인도의
basis
최대
points. The real
10%의
question
보유
is going to
관세를
be
부과하고
what happens
동결된
in
러시아
October
자산을
and
몰수하여
December. Part of
우크라이나
that
국방비로
may depend on
지원하는
who's on the
방안이라고
Fed.
하네요.
Here's the latest scorecard for that story going on. The Trump administration has asked the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in
방금
D.C. to rule
말씀드린
by
건
Monday on whether Lisa Cook can
개인
keep her job
기업
as a
뉴스고요.
Fed governor while all
개별
this is
기업
litigated. District
뉴스고요.
Court judge said
애플
yes.
관련이고
Now the Trump administration
중국에서
is
아이폰
asking for
신제품인
an
아이폰 에어
expedited decision
출시가
on a no basis because they want to keep her
연기됐다고
out of the
합니다.
meeting next week. Cook's people have filed a response that says you do
자,
that
공식적인
Monday
문제는
night before the meeting,
아직
and you
확인되지
can get
않았으며
chaos in financial
업계에서는
markets.
이심 관련 문제
Aside from the
가능성이
fact
높은
that it
것으로
wouldn't be the right thing
파악을 하고
to do.
있습니다.
Then Stephen Myron expected to be confirmed on Monday night, so he would attend the meeting on Tuesday, and the meeting begins at 9 a.m. on Tuesday. So it's going to be a big Tuesday and Wednesday for the Federal Reserve and for the markets, keeping an eye on all these legal matters as well as interest rates.
Matt McKee, thank you, sir. The big breakdown going into the big meeting next week. Sticking with the Fed, Stephanie Roth of Wolfe Research joins us around the table. Stephanie, good morning.
Good morning.
Where's the Stephen Myron dot going to be next week?
I think we might need a new page for that dot.
What kind of changes are you expecting to the SCP?
I don't think there'll be that many changes. I think the Fed will still probably be looking for 2 cuts this year. Little changes from an economic perspective. The real thing is going to be how is Powell going to message the tone. And our expectation is it'll probably be fairly dovish in the sense that we last heard Powell at Jackson Hole. He was dovish then. Since then, the data have gotten worse. So our expectation is maybe next week we'll see some
자, 짧게 매수
dovish
진입 사인 드리도록
sentiment
하겠습니다. 자,
around
매수 진입 사인 드립니다.
beyond that,
확인 바랍니다.
we might see strong employment
027.75입니다.
data is stronger than what we've
027.75.
seen, and the narrative could easily
자,
shift.
매수
So we
진입
have
사인
maybe one more
드렸습니다.
week of this sort of soft
027.75.
dovish narrative, and then it might certainly turn.
Do you think that he's got to have that in mind when he offers guidance next week?
매수 진입
This is the big question for markets. Is this the start of something bigger, a one-off rate cut, mid-cycle adjustment, or are they going to deliver the big deal? Go all the way down to 3 and think about even getting accommodative.
I think it's
자,
a
매수
path
진입
towards
짧게
something
보고
that's
대응
closer to neutral.
이어나가도록
So
하겠습니다.
call it 100 basis points. Their expectation is certainly not to cut one time and be done with it. Their expectation is they want to cut closer to neutral. They don't feel like they need to be in restrictive territory, just given we have seen a slowdown in the economy. I don't think it's anything that's likely to be cut below what they see as neutral, but just tweak to a level that's not so restrictive, and then they can kind of see from there. So their expectation is to cut a couple times this year, a couple times next year, and then they'll be at a level that they want to stay at.
Cutting to neutral at a time where inflation is still above the 2% target, somewhere around 2.5%. Are we saying that inflation at 2.5% is not a constraining factor for the Federal Reserve in cutting rates to tackle the employment part of their mandate?
So I think right now the focus from them is on the employment side of the mandate, just because payrolls has slowed down so much. Granted, unemployment rate has kind of been okay. It's been fairly steady. I think they're concerned about the direction of travel that we've seen in payrolls. So our expectation is they're certainly emphasizing the employment side of the mandate, at least for this meeting. Beyond that, it's very possible that they're going to have to focus more on the inflation side of the mandate. If we get a September payrolls print that comes in fairly solid and some upward revisions to August, the picture might look quite different.
How wrong are we getting this labor market? And I ask this given the fact that people have talked about immigration, that this is a supply side story more than anything else. It's also at a time where consumers keep spending. They wouldn't be spending so much if they really felt like the world was falling off a cliff. And you still see the unemployment rate hovering at a relatively low level of 4.3%. What are we getting wrong? What are we missing here about whether this is a good or a bad labor market?
I think what we're missing is the emphasis on headline job growth. At the start of the summer, we were talking about, and certainly on this show, that job growth should slow down substantially, the unemployment rate should be largely steady, and wage growth should be fine. That's a signal that it's a supply-side story impacting the labor market. Of course, there's an element of supply and demand, but we think it's more so on the supply side. Looking ahead, there's reasons that the demand side of the economy should pick up. We're going to move past economic uncertainties that ties to tariffs.
자, 짧게 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 여기서 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 여기서 수익 청산 사인 드립니다.
So even though we have slowed down partially from the demand side, that should move in the positive direction, and then we're just left with the supply side, which is just a headwind on regular job growth, but not really a real risk for the job market. It's just telling us that the supply side has slowed down.
I want to pick on a point you made about there's still this concern about inflation and potentially revisions or maybe better payrolls reports upcoming. What does the Fed do then? Do you see a world where they potentially have to hike next year?
No, I don't think they'll have to hike next year. I think they'll be in an environment. The pausing would be kind of the new hike in the sense. So what you would see is an environment where they cut a couple of times, and then they're in an environment where they want to wait and see how the inflation data plays out. And inflation may stay a little above 3% for some time. So it's just enough to be uncomfortable, but not enough to make them change policy in a big way.
Even pausing when we're going to get a new Fed chair?
Well, that's the challenge. So we'll probably see one or two cuts this year, one or two cuts at the beginning of next year, and then they'll have to kind of weigh it out. But the names for the Fed chair, if you have someone like Waller, I think there's a potential that they'll be able to pause and wait it out for a little bit.
Are you struggling to formulate a view post-May next year?
자, 이전과 동일하게.
Just how difficult is it as an economist at the moment? Just watching all of this play out down in Washington, a big interview process. Is it difficult to make guesses about what's going to happen after May next year?
So I think what's interesting about this environment is it's hard to have an economic forecast and a Fed forecast that goes together. So in a typical environment, if you give economists a set of same assumptions, they'll have a very direct path in terms of what the Fed's going to do. This time, you can give economists a set of assumptions, and they may have different forecasts for what the Fed's going to do. So it's not just about forecasting the economy, but then it's also forecasting the Fed's framework. And that's what's been so challenging in this environment. So for the economy, our sense is we'll see a labor market that looks just fine, growth that's starting to pick up, inflation that's a little bit elevated. The question is, how is the Fed going to approach that? They want to get towards neutral, but inflation is running above their target. So our sense is they'll cut a couple more times, 100 basis points, and then they'll probably want to stay there, just given that inflation will still be a little bit steep.
And just to be super clear here, you're not confused by what's happening with Washington because of the White House. You're confused because of the reaction function shift of Chairman Powell? Has that been the most confusing element of this?
That's been one of the most confusing elements so far. Is just what data are they focus on? What should we all focus on to follow the Fed? What are the key elements of the framework? That's been changing throughout the past couple of years, and that's what's been so challenging in terms of following the Fed.
I'll say this for you because you're alluding to it, and I'll make it a little bit more direct. That's the failure of the Federal Reserve and the chairman himself to not be clear about this. And I would go back to the news conference with the Federal Reserve last time around. The chairman anchored his view on the labour market around the unemployment rate. Then the chairman gets to Jackson Hole, one bad payrolls report later, big step down in payrolls, I get it. And his view's now anchored around payrolls, even though unemployment's been pretty steady through summer. So he's completely changed the way he looks at the labour market and what anchors that view. Now, I'm not sitting here saying that one was wrong and the other's right. That's not my position. I'm not in a position to make that point. What I'm saying is just very different what we heard from him in the news conference and what we heard from him in Jackson Hole.
Yeah, the Federal
주문
Reserve
청산이 완료되었습니다.
things. The reaction function has been more confused just simply because this economy has
자,
also
이어서
been really
4차
hard
진입
to
비교 대기하도록
pinpoint. You get five
하겠습니다.
people in
4차
a room,
진입
they
비교
all have different
대기하도록
opinions about what's going to
하겠습니다.
happen, and they might change their opinions in 6 months. So I do think you are correct. It has been a failure to communicate the reaction function. A question here is, I would ask this, on Wall Street, do people have a consensus around what the reaction function should be? Or is it just as splintered there because of the confusions of the moment? I mean, I'm not justifying it. I think that this is true in terms of the market's difficulty in understanding.
A critic of Powell will say that he was protecting himself politically. He opened the door and basically said, look, Mr. President, I opened the door to the Fed cutting. The rest of the committee, it's a deliberative body, needs to walk through it.
Stephanie, it's good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Thank you very much. Stephanie Roth there of Wolf Research with the latest. Lots of news breaking in the last 10 minutes or so. Let's get you a wrap of that. Here's Yahara with more. Hey, Yahara.
Exactly, John. And we start with the latest on
자,
Charlie
진입
Kirk,
사인
a
이어서 바로
suspect
드리도록
in
하겠습니다.
the
자,
shooting
매도
of the
진입 사인드립니다.
체결되었습니다.
자, 진입가
확인 바랍니다.
033.25입니다. 033.25. 아, 7호입니다. 033.75. 자, 매도 진입 사인드립니다. 매도 진입 사인드렸습니다. 실시간 내용 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
which spurred an extensive manhunt. Meanwhile, the U.S. is stepping up its efforts to end Russia's war on Ukraine. According to a proposal seen by Bloomberg, the U.S. will urge its G7 allies to impose tariffs as high as 100% on China and India for their purchases of Russian oil. It will also tell G7 countries they should create a legal pathway to seize and mobilize sovereign Russian assets. And another breaking story, Apple is delaying the launch of its new iPhone Air in China. The company's China website would not let customers order the new, thinner device when pre-orders started today. Instead, shoppers got a message saying release information will be updated later. All models will be released after approval. An Apple spokesperson didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. That's your Bloomberg brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. Appreciate it. Up next, we'll set you up for the day ahead, a sneak peek of next week, and we'll catch up with Krishna Mamani of Lafayette College from New York City. This is Bloomberg.
You've said 25% last year, I believe, of Google's code is AI generated. You have over 180,000 employees right now. Is it half that in the future?
I expect we will grow from our current engineering base even into next year, right? Because it allows us to do more, right? I think the opportunity space is also increasing. I just view this as making engineers dramatically more productive. Getting a lot of the mundane aspects out of what they do, allowing them to spend on higher value-added tasks. But that means it's an accelerator. People will be able to do more, which means maybe we'll create new products, and hence we will need more people. At least in the near term, to me, it looks like we will expand engineering velocity, and that doesn't mean we're constrained in what we will do. We'll end up doing more as a company as well.
It's the most fascinating time for the global economy in years, and our conversations are front and center.
We're stress testing consequential ideas, and investors around the world are scoring them in real time, helping to translate the policies from Washington into actionable ideas for Wall Street.
It's the morning call you actually want to be a part of.
Separating the signal from the noise.
자, 현재 진입과 고점 부분에서 정부가 노려서 매도 진입 사인했기 때문에 좀 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
You have the Fed rate cuts helping those sectors of the economy that are very rate sensitive. What people don't know that today the U.S. economy is not as rate sensitive as it was. It just isn't, because the service sector is much less rate sensitive. But the sectors that are rate sensitive, they're going to be another kicker for the U.S. economy in 26.
Always enjoy catching up with Stephen North of Federated Hermes. Looking forward to a better year in 26. Looking forward to 7,500 on the S&P 500 year-end next year. Equities at the moment on the S&P 500, as we count you down to the opening bell, just a little bit negative. We're down about 0.1%. 41 minutes until the opening bell. Here's your trading diary, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, a little bit later this morning. UMich sentiment Monday, looking ahead to next week, the Senate voting on Stephen Myron's Fed nomination. Tuesday, some more data for you. Retail sales on Wednesday, a Fed rate decision. Plus, the President travelling to the UK. On Thursday, another round of jobless claims. And we'll squeeze in a Bank of England interest rate decision as well. That's the week ahead. Let's focus on one decision, the Federal Reserve. Christian Mamani, the Chief Investment Officer at Lafayette College, writing CPI came in hotter than expected, both core and headline, and it's broadening. That's not something the Fed is going to like. Krishna joins us now for more. Krishna, good morning.
Morning.
Isn't it something the Fed set us up to ignore?
Well, so I think for one meeting, sure. I think in Jackson Hole, basically, Mr. Powell gave the plot away as to what is going to happen in September. The real question is what is going to happen subsequent to September, October, December, next year. And if you look at the employment data, that clearly has softened over. But I think if you look at consumption data, it's kind of hard to reconcile the spending that we see in the economy with respect to, and reconcile it with what the employment data is showing. And there may be a lot of buffeting going on because of tariff and kind of delays that ensued after Liberation Day. We'll find out in due time. My suspicion is that it'll be, economy is in decent shape. And the real question for the market is to determine whether we are in 95, 98, 2000, or are we in 2001, 2008 from a economy and cutting standpoint.
Do you think then that the yields decline that we've seen in the long end of the yield curve is a head fake?
I think it is recognizing the potential of a softening economy. So not a head fake, but I think misguided would be a better way to phrase it.
So can you walk us through the progression of what you see? Because one thing we've talked about a lot on this show is whether the Fed is cutting into a reacceleration or whether Fed cuts are going to ignite that reacceleration of growth. And it matters for inflation. It matters for the nature of this rally or not. How do you see things?
Well, so I think if the Fed cuts and it reignites the economy, there has to be a sufficient amount of lag relative to that for things to work through a very large economy. So I don't think if they cut, that would be the cause of reacceleration. If it reaccelerates, it will be because the economy was not that soft to begin with, and they cut because of all sorts of reasons. And, you know, if you go back and look at last year, we were not too different from at the same point last year as well.
Do you think the same thing's going to happen in terms of long-term yields?
I suspect that is what is going to happen as well.
When it comes to the inflation story, are you concerned about some of the components we saw yesterday with sharp acceleration going up?
Well, so again, if you look at the data flow, the acceleration it can be reckoned. You know, it's what is causing the acceleration. You know, goods or services, and that sort of gives you a little bit of clue. So the data headline number was hot, the core numbers were hot, but they are not totally out of the context of the Fed kind of trending lower with kind of keeping an eye on what's going on in the real economy.
So if the Fed cuts, we have a repeat of last year, what do they do about the long end of the yield curve that's attached to mortgage rates?
Well, so I think that's really the question. But, you know, we are singularly focused on the Fed, what the Fed is going to do. However, the Fed can continue to cut. And if the economy reaccelerates, the bond market is not going to kind of take it very lightly, and the long end of the market's probably going to sell off, and the curves are going to steepen, and therefore you may not get the oomph in the cyclical part of the economy that you may be expecting out of Fed cuts. So yeah, the Trump administration may control the Fed, but the likelihood that they will move the economy in a meaningful way because of rate cuts, I think, is up in the air.
We've known each other a long time, and periodically I've come to you around turning points to try and get your view of the world. And I remember going back a long time, and you've got a decent record of doing this. I don't. I struggle with it for obvious reasons. It's hard. You said it's either the mid-90s or 2001, 2008. They're two very different environments.
Absolutely.
What's guiding you to make that decision if it's one and not the other?
Well, so I think you have to look at the fiscal impulse in the economy. You know, deficit spending. Is it low or is it contracting? The answer is no. Do you think there are technological innovations that are taking place that may drive investments and things like that? The answer is yes. So in that context, it looks more like 95, 98 than it looks like 2001, 2008, when we were heading into a dislocated kind of agents in the economy and delevering that ensued. I don't think that is the case this time around.
So buy stocks and not bonds?
Yes, I think bonds are. I think bonds are in a range, in my judgment. You know, 3.5 to, let's say, slightly above 4.5. When they get there, you buy bonds, and when they get closer to 4, you sell. Stocks, on the other hand, you know, nominal instruments. We have decent nominal growth, and it may accelerate, and so they probably keep up. I think they do just fine.
What's the risk-free asset then?
Well, that's an interesting question. I think the risk-free asset at the moment is really cash, for that matter. You know, that's the only thing that, you know, it's not bonds. You know, bonds would be a riskier free asset, if you will, at 4.5, 4 3/4 over 10 years, as opposed to at 4%, given what the inflation picture and what the growth outlook is.
현재 단기적으로 봤을 때는 상승 추세, 복귀 시도등이 있지만
Thanks for being here. Christian Mamani there of Lafayette College. Stocks over bonds is the mid-90s.
개장 이후
It's not the end of
충분한
this.
조정
This is really the theme that I'm hearing from everybody this morning.
판단이
If
되고
you believe in
있고요.
inflation running a bit hotter than it has been in the past, you believe in this sort of re-acceleration.
자, 밴드가
bonds aren't
벌어지고
gonna
현재
offer to you
볼렌저 밴드
dividend-paying
상단에 있는
stocks, probably a
만큼
better upside hedge to any kind of growth than bonds.
Is there a risk-free asset in the world of Trump where we are reshaping the
길게
geopolitical
보고
and
대응
economic
이어나가도록
landscape around the
하겠습니다.
world?
So far, it's gold.
Yeah,
At least
gold,
so
that's
far
it.
this year. It's not the traditional bond market. Coming up on Monday, as we count you down to a big week next week, we'll be catching up with Laurie Calvasina of RBC, Christian Nolting of Deutsche Bank, Henrietta Trays of Vader Partners, Greg Peters of PGIM, counting you down to a Fed decision, statement, forecast, news conference, all of that coming next Wednesday. From New York City this morning, good morning to you all. Have a wonderful weekend with your loved ones. Thank you very much for choosing Bloomberg TV. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
하지만 충분히 눌림목이 영 나와줄 수 있다고 판단되어서 좀 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
How much does the geopolitical volatility emanating from the United States perhaps undermine the bull case for Mexico? Is that a scenario you've plotted out?
Structurally speaking, we do still have a very positive view in Mexico. On the macro side, it is a very attractive investment geography for the U.S. Mexico is hugely competitive in terms of costs. The wages in Mexico are much more competitive than the wages in China. So why would the U.S. companies not take advantage of that?
And this structural cost advantage is going to lead Mexico to continue to contribute to the growth of U.S. as well. The value chains, the supply chains are so integrated that Mexico has to play a continuing role in the further development of the U.S. And U.S. is growing very healthily, very nicely. It will benefit Mexico. This way or that way, it will benefit Mexico.
Mexico for BBVA is, a source of resiliency of earnings, and it generates a complementary diversification that we have from the footprint. But there's another topic that is very important, which sometimes we don't focus a lot about, and why we're so convinced that Mexico is going to continue to do well, which is the leverage in the country. Because the leverage in the country is only 33%. And when you've seen Mexico grow and BBVA grow in Mexico, structurally speaking, the leverage is so low that just a little bit of growth in the leverage is going to be able to support that bull case in Mexico. So that's why we're structurally positive in Mexico.
in case you missed it on The Close.
Sweet Green, which has a kind of a similar business model to Kava, they're having some issues, and it's more about just the foot traffic. Maybe the price points are too high, or people have just moved on to other types of ways to feed themselves. What do you see?
We're not seeing anything underneath structurally in the business. If anything, we're seeing greater structural strength. In recent years, we've now underpriced CPI by 900 basis points. So again, our value scores continue to improve. We continue to make our food more accessible and really try and mitigate any of the impacts of, say, tariffs and not have to pass along to our guests.
There's been a lot of talk about how do you reimagine stores like this. What do you want your customer to do?
If you're in a hurry, we've got great digital channels. We've got 60 drive-through pickup windows. But if you want a great physical experience, you can have that walk-the-line experience, see the food, smell the food, interact with our team members. Our mission is to bring heart, health, and humanity to food. So we want to deliver that humanity in the four walls of our restaurants and have a great environment for you to enjoy your Mediterranean meal.
Don't miss The Close, live every weekday.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute energy news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Bersace in Vienna, and this is Bloomberg.
나가도록 하겠습니다. 자,
And we take a
현재로서는
breather after hitting 4 records within 8 trading days, 30 minutes until the start of cash equity trading. I'm Danny Berger, Matt Miller on assignment this morning. Bloomberg Open Interest
이어나가도록
starts right now.
하겠습니다. 전장까지는 약 30분을 앞두고 있습니다.
Coming up, a media Game of Thrones, Paramount's bid for Warner Brothers could spark a bidding war. And OpenAI is on its way to become the world's biggest startup as painful negotiations come to an end with top shareholder Microsoft. And a harsh warning from the CEO of RH, shares falling as the furniture retailer cuts its outlook on tariff impact. So some of the stocks we're looking at this morning, I mentioned this one, Warner Bros. Discovery up 8.5%, extending its record day yesterday on the news that Paramount Skydance is preparing a takeover bid. Then there's Adobe up 2.6%. It gave strong earnings, that forecast showing that its AI efforts are paying off. Meanwhile, Microsoft up 1.2%. That's after OpenAI said that it is close to a deal with shareholder Microsoft to convert into a for-profit company, which includes at least $10 billion in equity for its nonprofit arm. So a couple good things going for Microsoft this morning, including a deal with the EU on some regulation. Let's get to the details of a lot of tech stories this morning. I'm pleased to say joining is Bloomberg Tech co-host Caroline Hyde and Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Tech Coverage, Mandeep Singh. Thank you both so much for joining this morning. Caroline, so what exactly has OpenAI agreed to in terms of its structure and deal with Microsoft?
Well, this is still a memorandum of understanding, so nothing is actually being contractually signed to. But basically, there's a verbal agreement that a new kind of relationship with Microsoft can continue to flourish. Microsoft was the holdout. Of course, it had given it $13 billion. It had been a key client, and they're clients of each other. Many people were worried about how it would ultimately stand on its own 2 feet, Microsoft, without the help of OpenAI, and how OpenAI is going to continue to get its compute. And we'd seen OpenAI spread its wings, start to get compute from others, and indeed start to get investment from others. SoftBank now its key investor. Now we see that it is going to be a public benefit corporation that is ultimately controlled by the not-for-profit. So here we still have the question marks about how much it's ultimately allowed to go all in on for-profit, but also really have to focus in on safety. And we're seeing the attorneys generals of several states still worry about this, particularly around the safety around children using chatbots. But for Microsoft, there is comfort. There is comfort that it still has access to its key models, but also it's going in alone. Mustafa Suleyman, the head of consumer AI for Microsoft, is saying we need to stand on our own 2 feet. We need to be able to develop our own frontier models and use those of others. Think they're looking at the likes of Anthropic as well.
Mandeep, to Caroline's point, is this a symbiotic relationship between Microsoft and OpenAI that has changed?
I mean, in this case, I think Microsoft now needs OpenAI all the more. Earlier, it was the case that OpenAI needed Microsoft. Yeah. I think now with OpenAI signing up a $300 billion deal with Oracle, you know they're set for compute. They have the compute for training, inferencing, and then NVIDIA is also kind of partnering. So you can see the ecosystem being formed where OpenAI, Oracle, NVIDIA, you know, they are aligning very well. And Microsoft needs OpenAI's models to, continue growing their Azure business. So from that perspective, I think it's a good sign that OpenAI is not going out there and adopting Google TPUs, for example. and I think the ecosystem is sort of getting set.
Well, another company that's trying to figure out where they exist in this ecosystem, Apple, we had the big day, the release of the iPhone Air. There was news this morning, Mandeep, that Apple is going to be delaying the release of one of their iPhones in China. What do we understand and what does it say about this moment where Apple really has faced that political tension with the country?
Yeah, look, I mean, with the upgrade spec that we have seen with the new iPhones, everyone knows these phones will be running some form of an AI model down the line with the same changes, the eSIM changes. So I just feel any company that's doing business in China, NVIDIA has seen their share of struggles. Apple has a 20% plus exposure.
자, 조정 구간 돌입 후 목표 수익권까지 천천히 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 시장에 따로 상승 모멘텀 확인되지 않고 있고요. 충분히 고점에서 매도진
I wonder if Tim Cook though is going to get some help from this
조정
president
구간
potentially accompanying him on this
미
trip
눌림목
that Donald Trump is
나와줄 수
doing to
있다고
the UK.
판단되고
Look,
있습니다.
Tim Cook has been navigating the political
좀 더
headwinds
지켜보고
with some art because in
대응해
one point he
나가도록
felt like it was
하겠습니다.
in the crossfires. Every single day a new statement coming from the president saying that Apple shouldn't be building in India, shouldn't be so close to China. Now he's got a seat at the table when it comes to AI last week among the government, with all the leaders and the CEOs who came for that AI event in the White House. Now he's traveling side by side, along with Jensen Huang, along with Sam Altman, to go to the UK. This is about the UK trying to get the investment piece of the pie as well. But more broadly, this is Tim Cook having to think, look, I haven't yet got a generative AI partner. They've been doing deals with Baidu in the longer term. But as yet, as Mandeep says, do they need to restrain sales of the iPhone 17 Air? And at the moment, you try and click on and order one, you can't if you're sat in China right now.
How much of this is also about Jensen Huang being alongside Trump, making sure that any of the AI policy or any of the chip policy, that he has a clear ear into the president?
This is so interesting because, of course, we've been talking a lot about H20s being stopped and then allowed again with 15% a piece of the pie going to the US government. We're still wondering whether then some sort of new version of Blackwell, the most modern, sophisticated architecture that NVIDIA produces, whether that will be allowed to be reformatted for Chinese purposes. Look, we're going to see deals done in the UK. Will Nscale, which is one of the key neo clouds that wants to build these data centers on behalf and get GPUs from NVIDIA, will they be allowed to have Chinese customers? Because at the moment, there's a lot of reporting that they've been saying ByteDance is their #1 customer for some of these data centers. ByteDance can't use NVIDIA chips, as far as I understand from US law thus far. So it'll be interesting to see how the UK and Keir Starmer navigates that with the president, and indeed how Justin Wang continues to push him along to say, look, we're allowed Blackwell architecture going to China too.
I mean, to that point, Mandeep, how much do you evaluate NVIDIA, not just on the fundamentals, but how much time Jensen Huang is spending with politicians?
And look, Jensen has called out sovereign as a big end market. I mean, based on his projections, right now, sovereign is about like 11 to 12% of NVIDIA's data center revenue. The expectation is going to surpass 20% next year. So clearly selling to governments like the UK, I mean, it's a big deal. And so it's great that he's going along with the administration on a lot of these trips.
Mandeep, Caroline, thank you both so much for joining on the latest tech news. That's, of course, Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence and Caroline Hyde, co-host of Bloomberg Tech, a show you need to tune into 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, elsewhere, Warner Brothers Discovery is extending gains this morning on news that Paramount Skydance will bid for the entire company. That would shrink the number of legacy media studios to 4 from 5. Bloomberg's Hannah Miller reports on media and joins us now. So, Hannah, are we going to get a situation where David Ellison is just going to roll up all of legacy Hollywood?
That is exactly what Ellison is trying to do right now. And, you know, we know he has deep pockets. We know his dad is Larry Ellison at the Ellison family is backing this bid. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. There are some significant hurdles that face any deal that gets proposed.
Can you talk about those hurdles, especially the regulatory ones? Because as I mentioned, this significantly shrinks those big Hollywood studios.
Yeah, so David Ellison is no stranger to regulatory hurdles. His merger between Paramount and Skydance Media languished for around a year as they awaited FCC approval. And there were a lot of complicating factors here. You know, Trump was suing CBS News. They reached a $16 million settlement in July. We saw, you know, Skydance propose making significant changes to CBS News ahead of the deal being approved. And that deal did come to fruition. David Ellison stepped in as CEO in August. So there are some concerns that similar things will happen here, that Trump will be worried about CNN and CBS News being united under one roof.
This is also a company, Warner Brothers Discovery, that had just been discussing or just been agreeing that they would be splitting into two. For their shareholders, Hannah, what is more attractive, splitting up or becoming part of Paramount?
It's hard to say right now because we don't know exactly what's being offered here. We don't have that dollar amount yet. But, we saw shares soar. We know investors are excited about this. They feel like, maybe this is a better value of selling the whole company versus just waiting to see what it is on the market after the split. Warner Brothers is in the process of having its streaming and studios business divided from its debt-laden, struggling cable business.
Hannah, you mentioned this before about Trump potentially being concerned with CNN and CBS coming together. What would this look like if this does go through? Not just that, but of course something like HBO and Paramount Plus coming together.
Yeah, I think there are some antitrust concerns. This would decrease competition in an already tumultuous media industry. I think there could be people concerned that this would be unfair to consumers, that there isn't enough competition in the media industry.
Okay, Hannah, really interesting. Looking forward to catching up with you as the story develops. That's Bloomberg's Hannah Miller. Let's get a quick check on your futures market. 20 minutes to go until the start of equity trading. Unchanged for the S&P. If it does notch a gain, it will be the 25th record high of this year. I believe a little bit of easing of those gains because of higher yields. That's why you're seeing small caps struggling. A lot of calls that small caps are going to outperform higher yields potentially because of higher oil prices this morning, with reports that the U.S. is going to be looking at getting more strict with the G7 in imposing secondary sanctions among those who buy oil and Russian crude. So your futures this morning just barely higher. Coming up, one stock that is absolutely getting hammered in the pre-market trade, down 7%, RH, cutting its full-year outlook thanks to tariffs. The CEO with some, let's call it, colorful language on the earnings call that we are going to bleep out so we don't lose all of our jobs. We'll share that clip with you next. You're watching Bloomberg Open Interest.
정보점 이탈했으나 개장 이후 조정 구간 노려보면 조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. And I'm Jason Kelly. And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Let's get you some high-interest stories at what's making headlines around the world. First up, the U.S. will urge its allies in the G7 to impose tariffs as high as 100% on China and India for their purchases of Russian oil. The proposal calls for restrictive trade measures on both imports and exports, all of that to curb the flow of Russian energy in an effort to end the war in Ukraine. Oil markets erased yesterday's drop on that news. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will meet with the Chinese Vice Premier in Madrid next week to discuss trade, economic, and national security issues. It's another sign that talks between the two sides are heating up. The discussions will also cover TikTok's status and efforts to combat money laundering. And Gemini stock, the crypto firm run by the Winklevoss twins, starts trading today. The firm raised $425 million in an IPO, pricing its stock above the marketed range and shrinking the number of shares. The firm offers a crypto exchange, a U.S. dollar-backed stablecoin, and a credit card that offers crypto rewards. So it has been a big stretch for IPOs. Klarna just earlier this week. Elsewhere, shares of RH, you can see sliding in the pre-market, down 7 1/3%. The furniture retailer trimmed its sales outlook for the full year. It cited tariffs. CEO Gary Friedman had blunt words for analysts when it came to the longevity of the industry, saying that without discounts, furniture sellers would go bust.
Furniture is an industry that at the highest level does not sell at full price. It doesn't. So people just get over it. You don't understand the furniture industry at the luxury level. And unless you just want to go bankrupt in a market like this, and stand there and be righteous and say, and I'm not promoting, good luck. Good luck.
Some really stern words there from the RH CEO. Let's dig more into this story. We're joined now by Shelley Banjo of Bloomberg, reporting on consumer and global businesses. Shelley, I mean, this is a CEO that likes to use colorful language, let's say, so maybe not unusual to hear this from him. But to what degree does this highlight, the twin forces? It's a company getting hit both by tariffs and a slow housing market.
Yeah, and it's not just China. They talk a lot about China, but this
자, 본전 개념까지 약 15분을 앞두고 있습니다. 현재 추세는 매수 추세 확인되고 있지만 충분히 조정 받아볼 수 있는 전략 판단이 됩니다. 자, 또한 상승 모멘텀이 없는
a lot of these CEOs are really keeping quiet about it because they don't want to risk making the Trump administration angry. And he apparently doesn't fear that at this point.
I would love to know whether the Trump administration has called him. Maybe not. Maybe it's too small of a company. By the way, he did use an F-bomb in the clip that we just heard, but I love they take it out of the earnings call because I guess they don't want institutional shareholders going back and listening to that. Is it also an issue of just pricing power, that companies like RH that are exposed to the consumer, to the housing market, just lack that pricing power at the moment?
Yeah, they've been raising prices for the last few years, especially during COVID when people were outfitting their homes and, moving to bigger homes and, filling it with more furniture. They've been raising prices for so many years that they've sort of reached a limit now on how much higher that they can go. And so now you're going to see the whole industry sort of shift into more discounting mode.
You're talking about really steep discounts, though, like 30, 40%. Is that the level that we're going to see in this industry?
I think it depends on the brand and where they're at. But he was saying that they're going to take a real big hit on this. And so in order to move these products, they're going to have to discount.
Are we seeing similar things in other areas of retail, not just furniture, but clothes, other items, that discounts are going to be necessary to keep a consumer on board?
Yeah, we had a number of CEOs into our offices over the last few weeks, and a lot of them are talking about discounting. But it's really hard to track because it's category by category, product by product. As you're introducing new things into the marketplace, that's the time when you raise your prices because the consumer doesn't have a frame of reference. They can't tell that you're actually raising that price there.
It's interesting you say that because it also seems like a time where new products are coming into market because consumer behavior and trends are changing so fast. And a lot of these retailers have tried to change course. You think of Macy's trying to put in a new strategy. So does that mean because you're getting a lot of strategy changes that prices can remain high because of the phenomenon you're talking about?
Yeah, I think consumers are still willing to spend money and shell out, their hard-earned cash for something that they really want. And so the only time you're going to get that is newness. You got to give people a reason to come into the stores. And while you're doing that, you can introduce higher prices, higher margins.
All right, Shelley, thank you so much for joining us on that. That's Bloomberg Shelley Banjo. And just a reminder, we are going to get consumer sentiment figures at the top of 10 a.m. from the University of Michigan. We will be speaking with Joanne Shu shortly after that. And ahead of those figures, an unchanged equity market, at least for the S&P, after notching its 24th record of this year. The NASDAQ also hit a record, too. I think it's its 22nd record so far of the year. Russell 2000 futures, those underperformed, down about 0.2%, likely off the back of an oil spike because of the U.S. pushing for secondary sanctions of G7 nations. That oil spike also leading to higher yields, hence you get the fall in Russell 2000. Coming up, speaking of those small caps, a Bloomberg analysis of Wall Street forecasts shows Russell 2000 expectations outperforming the S&P 500 over the next year. We're going to talk to Morgan Stanley's Andrew Slimman on whether he expects the same thing. All that coming up on Bloomberg Open Interest.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Up to the minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hardern in Alberta, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
The Russell 2000 Small Cap Index has jumped almost 10% since the end of July, rallying for 6 weeks straight, and analysts see more room to run. From a bottom-up analysis, they see the potential for a 20% advance in the Russell 2000 over the next year. Now, that compares with an 11% jump in the S&P 500, potentially due to expected Federal Reserve rate cuts that will lower borrowing costs for companies. But again, this one is from a bottom-up analysis, so based on those individual companies in the Russell 2000, people are seeing bargains. Joining us now is Andrew Slimman, Senior Portfolio Manager at Morgan Stanley Investment Management. Andrew, great to see you this morning. Thanks for joining. And you've been writing about this rotation into small caps, that it presents an opportunity for investors. So would you lean into it?
Well, it really depends on, good morning, how much risk you really want to take. The Russell 2000 rotation, like the rotation into other areas, home builders would be one, is predicated on Fed cutting rates, and more than just once. And it's giving relief. That expectation is giving relief to areas that have been hurt by higher rates, small cap, home builders. I think the investment banks are another area. So if you think the Fed's going to cut, more than once, those will be the biggest opportunities in the market. But, warning, Russell 2000, something like 40% lose money. So if in fact the Fed is a little bit more cautious on cutting rates than expected, there is more risk to those areas as well. At the end of the day, my view is that, look, it's going to be a good fourth quarter. There's too many people have been expecting a pullback here. And what usually works in the fourth quarter are the stocks that have worked year to date. And I think large caps,
본전 계산까지 약
the big tech companies,
6분을 앞두고
you'll do
있습니다.
just fine owning those.
자,
Although your biggest returns could be in the more
가능성이 열려있다고 판단이 되고요.
Andrew, to
단기
that point,
조정이 아닌
it's a really interesting
추세
dichotomy
전환까지
because, as
열려있다고
you say, these
판단이
things
되어서
do well if
조금
we get a
더
real cutting cycle going,
지켜보고
not just a
대응해
mid-cycle
나가도록
adjustment.
하겠습니다.
But if it is a more forceful cutting cycle, doesn't that imply that something has gone wrong for the economy, and that in turn would be bad for risk assets?
I think that's absolutely right. If you look at the history of when the Fed cuts, if they cut aggressively, I think the market is going to get worried that they see something that the market doesn't see. If they are measured but continue to cut, the history says when the Fed cuts and the market's at an all-time high, the next 12-month returns are very good. And I think that, the market would take that in stride, and it would, add another check to the bullish argument for equities. But again, your point is a good one. If they cut more aggressively, I think the market's first reaction is heading lower on what do they see? I don't think that's the case, but...
Yeah. No, it definitely kind of also rhymes with this melt-up sort of narrative that's been building. Edgar Denny has talked about it, that we're melting up. He says that there's a chance we melt up to 7,000 by the end of the year. Just about a minute here, Andrew. But he talks about this idea that melt-ups work for a limited time. Before you get a meltdown, of course, timing a meltdown is more of an art than a science. But is that the environment that you're describing too, that we're just pushing higher, maybe a little bit past fundamentals, that at some point could crack?
Sure. I mean, markets go up an escalator and they go down the elevator, and sometimes there's no elevator there. It's just the chute. But I think what's going on, his point is that, look, Wall Street has been too bearish. Their price targets currently are at 6,200. The market's at 6,550 or higher. So Wall Street's going to have to raise their price targets because they're too low. Earnings estimates are too low. First and second quarter beat. And yet numbers for Wall Street have come down. So I think in the fourth quarter, you're going to get a bullish rollout of next year's price targets by Wall Street, and then they're going to conveniently raise their numbers for this year in terms of earnings and price targets. And then look, the AA bear bull sentiment, it's too bearish too. So I think you have a confluence of things that will push the market higher.
Andrew, so much more to discuss with you. Stay with us. Morgan Stanley's Andrew Slimin with just 4 minutes until your opening bell.
Single best investment opportunity you see in the world, regardless of industry or geography, Why? And again, how are you making it available to your clients?
I think there's no question AI is going to impact everything we do. The opportunity to take great companies and use AI is going to transform. Also the issue of jobs, what do we do with jobs? Because there's no question, you look at things that are customer service oriented and the AI is so much more efficient. As we look at across all these different opportunities, what we really like is data centers in the US. And the one thing that we know is that AI is just going to create this enormous demand for data and this even growing opportunity for cloud computing. So for us, owning data centers for 20, 30, 50 years, we're going to have a limitation on power in the US. There's no question over the next 20 years, the technology will change for chips. It'll become more competitive, and NVIDIA may not be the only major provider. So I think you're going to have a big technology refresh over the next 20 years. But the one thing we know is you're going to need data centers, you're going to need power, you're going to need cooling to support all this growth in the cloud. So we look at them as long-term bonds.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Just moments away from the start of U.S. equity trading. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Danny Berger. We hit a record yesterday. It was our 24th so far of the year. In fact, it was the 4th record in the past 8 trading days. We take a break from that this morning. NASDAQ goes higher. That also hit a record yesterday. It's 22nd, while small caps lag this morning as higher yields and higher oil prices push those. But a lot of bullish calls. All right, we've got our opening bell. And hey, IPOs are back. We have IPOs everywhere. Over here at the NASDAQ, the New York Stock Exchange, we have VIA. Remember them? I honestly didn't realize that they still existed. Kind of that transportation Uber-like company. They're going to be going public today, as is over here Gemini. They're also going to be going public. The many crypto offering company with the crypto bros and I think like 4 crypto ladies here at the exchange representing that. You got the Winklevoss twins in the middle clapping it up, and we will bring you those IPO pricings as we start to get them. So a lot of excitement in this market. Again, IPOs are back, as are the big Hollywood roll-up mega mergers. Warner Brothers Discovery, that on the upside here at the opening, up 7 1/3%, extending gains on news that Paramount Skydance is preparing for a takeover bid. Then you also had Adobe earnings yesterday. Everybody wants to Photoshop themselves with AI, with, I don't know, like rainbows and unicorns behind them, or make them look better. Adobe shares up 2.3%. Strong earnings forecast that showed its AI efforts are paying off. And then finally, Microsoft, not as high as it was in the future trade, but still up about 0.5%. OpenAI saying that it's closer to a deal with shareholder Microsoft to convert into a for-profit company, which includes at least $100 billion in equity for its nonprofit arm. Let's talk more in detail about these equity markets, and we are back with Morgan Stanley Investment Management Senior Portfolio Manager Andrew Sliman. Andrew, what is the point of IPOs coming back? Klarna earlier this week, VIA apparently, Gemini, we have a mega merger coming from media. It is capital markets that feel like they've come alive once again. What needs to go right for that to be able to continue at pace?
Yeah, I mean, it's just so classic behaviors, right? Where confidence is building, corporate confidence is building in terms of an ability to bring a company public or mergers and acquisitions. And look, I think it's a combination of the perception of fiscal policy that's friendlier and monetary policy that's friendlier. So those are the two things that have to go right. I think it's very, very safe to assume fiscal policy is its friend, and monetary, as long as the Fed doesn't pivot or pause. I think this is a classic build-up, pent-up desires to bring things to the capital markets. And again, this is argues for what Ed Yardeni says is the classic melt-up scenario. Look, I think at the end of the day, we've just, we're in the 3rd year of a bull market. One of the hallmarks of the 3rd year of a bull market is you get a very volatile year, and certainly we've had that. But as you enter the
자, 큰
fourth year,
손실권에서
if a bull
일부
market makes the fourth
손실
year,
만회하며
we've never had a down year in the fourth year.
약수익권에서
So
수익 청산
that's where
사인드렸습니다.
we're about to enter coming
자,
at
5차
the end of this
진입뷰
month is
대기하도록
the end of the
하겠습니다.
third year. The bull market started
자,
in
현재
the fourth quarter
거래량이
of 2022. So yeah, I
많고
just don't see the behavior is unusual. This
변동이
is
큰
what you get
관계로
at this
좀
juncture.
지켜보고
So if history is any guide, maybe more strength, more melting up to come. Andrew, you talked about the additive benefit of what fiscal policy is
시세가
doing. On the
잡히는
monetary
대로
policy side of
사인드리도록
things,
하겠습니다. 자,
Michael Hartnett
5차
of Bank of
진입뷰
America had a
대기하도록
note out earlier
하겠습니다.
this morning arguing that the way stocks are trading seems to suggest that the Fed is ahead of the curve in cuts. He specifically points out the KBW Bank Index, which you pointed out as well, advancing for a fifth straight month, and the Russell 2000 Small Cap Index also outperforming the S&P for a second straight month. To what degree is this a market? And again, getting back to our earlier conversation, saying that the Fed isn't behind. The Fed is ahead of the curve and is going to be able to deliver cuts that help this economy.
Well, I think that's certainly the case, but he's right. The market is very overbought.
자, 다시 한번 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 5개야. 진입 사인 드립니다. 진입가
확인
33.7입니다.
The more risk you've taken, the better you've done. Short interest, so
자,
the
매도
네,
companies
진입
that
사인
most heavily
드립니다.
shorted, they've done the best
03.75.
on the
자,
upside.
매도
So
진입 사인
it is
드렸습니다.
a short-term frothy situation, but one of the things that gives me comfort is that corporate earnings have delivered. So this is not stock market pure speculation. Companies are delivering on estimates, and I do go
자,
back to what I
안정화된
said initially,
수익권에서
which is
수익 청원 사인 드릴 예정이오니
too bearish
좀 긴
on
대응이
earnings
이뤄질
estimates, and
수
they're
있는
being
점
forced
참고
to raise their
부탁드리겠습니다.
numbers to catch up. So I do think fundamentals have validated the move, although there has been this speculative area that has quickly moved on Fed policy, and if it is not as dovish as expected, you could get a pullback here next week.
It's one of the favorite parlor games over here, Andrew. What ad hoc reason has ex-Wall Street analysts given for missing out on the rally and having to raise their price target? Andrew, we're going to have to leave it there. I won't have you comment on that, I promise. Morgan Stanley Investment Management Senior Portfolio Manager Andrew Slimman, thanks for joining this morning. Let's get back to one of our top equity stories this morning on that possible Paramount acquisition of Warner Brothers. Bloomberg intelligence media analyst writes, quote, given that Warner Brothers Discovery is probably the only premium media asset that will be available for the foreseeable future, Paramount's bid could spark a bidding war. Geetha Raghunathan from that team joins us now. Geetha, what could that look like?
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
Yeah, Danny, this is, one of its kind asset. They have some of the top tier portfolio, some of the most iconic brands in film and in TV. You think of Harry Potter, you think of Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones. So there's definitely a lot of scarcity and a trophy value that is associated with this asset. There are multiple players here we think who would be potentially interested. You can think of an Apple or an Amazon or Netflix. But I think we really think that Comcast here has to kind of do something. This has long been debated in the industry. Comcast is actually spinning off its own cable networks, and the rumor mill always said that those networks would potentially be combined with Warner Brothers Discovery's networks. So we think that there definitely is a lot of interest. A lot of players could potentially be interested. Of course, we think Comcast
목표가 큰 수익권에서는 다른 사인 드릴 수 있는 점 참고 부탁드리겠습니다.
About media companies breaking up.
자, 현재 진입권 또한 목표 수익권까지 천천히 대응이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 최대한 안정화된 수익권에서 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, Danny. I mean, the whole reason we had the split ups in the first place is because you have the TV networks business, which has been severely challenged by cord cutting. And we've seen some of, the EBITDAs just slide by 30-40% over the past 3 to 4 years. And on the other hand, you have the studio and the streaming businesses, which are now kind of finally gaining their ground. In streaming especially, they're finally kind of turning around and becoming profitable. So it was really important for these companies companies to kind of separate out the low growth from the high growth assets. The Paramount bid is, of course, very interesting because I don't think anybody necessarily expected a bid for all of Warner Brothers Discovery's, assets. We were kind of expecting more M&A activity next year once the split actually happened. So it's going to be interesting to see how everything plays out.
Okay, Geetha, it will be really interesting. I have no doubt we're going to have you back on to discuss that. That is Bloomberg Intelligence Media Analyst Geetha Raghunathan. Some breaking headlines to bring you when it comes to digital media. Amazon and Google are being probed by the FTC over their search advertising practices. Shares are notching slightly lower, about a fourth of 1% off of that. But the FTC, according to our reporting, people familiar telling us that the FTC is looking at whether the two companies misled advertisers that place ads on their website. It's being probed by their consumer protection unit on whether they properly disclose the terms and pricing for ads. Again, people familiar telling Bloomberg that it's a new round of scrutiny on the big tech. Remember, this is an administration that we came into the year saying, would they be more relaxed when it comes to regulation over the big giant companies like the tech players? Do they hold them up as American icons, especially broad? This potentially marks a new turn and still concentration from this Trump administration and scrutiny on regulatory practices. Again, this over Google, Alphabet, and Amazon's advertising practices for ads on their websites. We will bring you any details as we get them. Coming up, the CEO of Miami International Holdings, known as MIAX. Anyway, MIAX, I think is what it's called. It's an exchange, and it's going to be expanding from the Sunshine State. We'll get the pronos right. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
자, 계약수 줄여서 진입해 보도록 하겠습니다. 계약수 줄여서 매도 진입 2계약 진입해 보도록 하겠습니다.
체결되었습니다.
자, 진입값 012.50입니다. 012.50 매도 진입 2계약입니다. 자, 매도 추세 확인되지만 여기서 일시적인 상승 구동 나와주기 때문에 계약 줄여서 계약 진입 사인드렸습니다.
Because on one hand, you have to have confidence and conviction in all the work you've done, the decision you've made, that if you have a little stumble here and there, if you immediately are selling out,
자, 추세를 따라 매매하기 때문에 좀 긴 대응 이뤄질 수 있는 점 참고 부탁드리겠습니다.
And yet, on the other hand, if you're stubborn and you refuse to admit I'm wrong, if you continue to think the market's wrong and I'm always right, then you'll get caught in some very, very difficult positions over time. So that ability to have a fresh perspective, take in the new information, even when things aren't going the way that you'd expect or to hope, and to really understand from this price point today, is this still going to be one of the most compelling investments or not?
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Let's get you some top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. First up, Molson Coors getting cut to a sell at Barclays. Shares falling more than 1%. The analysts over there citing souring beer trends, saying it's hard to think of a positive catalyst. Next up, Alaska Air, that gets an upgrade at UBS. The analyst writing that Alaska Air earnings are about to take off. Again, that's a direct quote, not a pun from us. The move gives the stock a clean sweep of buy ratings among analysts. Those shares up 2.5%. Finally, GM, that gets a boost to a buy at Barclays. The analysts say that tariffs are well understood by the market now, and GM should see a favorable environment. Those shares up 1.5%. Coming up, the CEO of Miami International Holdings, known as MIAX, as the exchange expands its offering from the Sunshine State. We'll bring you that interview coming up shortly on Bloomberg Open Interest.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
When we look at our portfolio, we see an IPO pipeline that's the biggest since it's been in 2021.
In M&A and IPOs, we've actually had close to record performances in that space. We're going to have an interesting year.
We're having a lot more conversations around putting dates on calendars. I think we could see a very active second half of the year.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
Bringing you up to the minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Luanda, Angola, and this is Bloomberg.
Miami International Holdings, known as MIAX, is launching its Sapphire Options exchange trading floor from Miami after the firm went public last month. Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta is standing by with its chairman and CEO, Thomas Gallagher. Hey, Kriti.
Hi, Danny. This is a really exciting moment for Miami, for the Miami Stock Exchange, for the Global South. I've got the best assignment here because you've deployed me to the Miami Stock Exchange at a really critical moment when trading floors might just be going away. Well, not here in the Global South. I've got the perfect guest to talk about it. The CEO, Thomas Gallagher, joins me right here. Thank you so much for your time today.
Good morning, Kriti.
Good morning. Such an exciting day for you. We got to talk about Miami. We got to talk about your business. But first, I have to ask you about the trading floor. You are starting to see across Wall Street, across New York, even at the New York Stock Exchange, fewer and fewer
현재 두 개 약 실시간 대응 중에
Why are you
있습니다.
leaning into that?
Well, we feel that it's a part of the market we should be in. So we've never had access to 100% of the market. This gives us access to 6 to 7%. And the most important reason is our member firms asked us to open up a new trading floor.
Talk to us a little bit about how it's expected to grow. You can start to hear a little bit of it behind us as we're speaking. Where does it go from here? How much bigger does it get? Walk us through that plan.
So right now we have about 17% national volume in multi-listed options. With this access to the trading floor, I think we'll get, right now there's 5
또한
other
계약수
options
2개야
exchange trading floors.
맞춰서
So
운영하고
I
있기
think we'll get a
때문에
healthy
좀
share
길게
of
보고
that
대응
6 to
이어나가도록
7%.
하겠습니다.
And hopefully
자,
with
개장
that
후약
addition,
18분이
we
지나고
would be
있습니다.
approaching close to 20% market share in multi-listed options.
Okay, so now we got to talk about the global
자,
south. You
예상치
said it in
이탈
your opening
시에는
remarks
청원
here.
사인드리도록
Miami seems to be
하겠습니다.
the new place to be. It's got Ken
좀 더
Griffin's
길게
blessing
보고
among many,
대응
many other
이어나가도록
people.
하겠습니다.
Walk us through why Miami and why now?
So Miami is becoming a global financial center. And one of the things that we wanted to do was create an environment where floor brokers and market makers could come down here. And also, there's a very favorable tax climate. When you look at some of the Northeast cities, New York, Philly, Chicago, you've got large state taxes. Here in Florida, there's no state tax. So people pick up an immediate 10 or 12% raise just by being in this very business-friendly jurisdiction. That's number one. Number two, there's a great talent pool, and it's getting stronger and stronger. What started out during the pandemic as a temporary relocation has become a full-fledged financial services migration, and we're really excited about being able to hire folks in the Miami area.
Yeah, well, this exchange is really cool because you're doing options primarily at the moment with plans to expand, obviously.
Right.
Talk to us about how retail fits into that crowd. Miami is known for its appeal to the retail crowd, perhaps overtaking the traditional New York institutional crowd at some point in the future. What does that look like?
Yeah, this is one of the most exciting secular tailwinds that we have in our business right now. It's the explosive growth in retail trading. It really kind of started during the pandemic. People were home, they had access to easy online accounts. So the proliferation of trading technologies and the retail customer, and particularly in the Southeast and in the Miami-Dade area, we really think that our technology and our focus on the retail customer, not only in our options business, but also in the futures. We're also just launched a brand new platform called MyX Onyx, and that's a futures platform. We're really hoping to attract a lot of the retail brokerage firms to trade new retail futures.
You know, it's a fascinating one. I've got to ask you a question about the international appeal of Miami Exchange as well. And one of the key pieces, so much of the Latin American wealth specifically that's come to this area and really giving a run to its money for a lot of international investors that are looking for a place to get involved when it comes to the States. Is this that place when you're talking about the international community?
Yes, yes. As you know, we are very close to South America. And many folks from South America and Latin America, they perceive Miami as their northernmost Latin American city, not northernmost American city. There's a tremendous growth of the middle class in Latin and South America, and I think we can appeal to that group as well, being so close to South America.
Talk to us a little bit about, as well, we're talking about the retail, we talked about the international community. Is crypto on your radar? We know you have other parts of the businesses that are exposed. How does that factor in to your floor here?
The crypto is not the focus of this floor here. What this floor is all about is trading multi-listed options products. That's not to say that sometime down the road that we may open up a trading floor down here in other asset classes. But with all the acquisitions we've done and with all the infrastructure we built, we really are going to focus on bringing new products to our existing venues, and crypto will be a secondary focus. Primarily, the focus is about some of the new proprietary products.
All right, Thomas Gallagher, exciting day for you. Thank you so much for your time here on the stock exchange. Danny, this is such an exciting moment for Miami, an exciting moment for Wall Street's South. I'm sitting here with CEO Thomas Gallagher. He mentioned they're launching futures contracts. We should just disclose to our international audience that Bloomberg is a part of that partnership. We also will have this studio camera here to monitor everything happening right here on this trading floor.
Kriti, thank you so much for bringing us that interview, and Thomas Gallagher of Miami International Holdings for joining her as well. Elsewhere in this market, gold is up nearly 40% this year, and now it's set for a fourth weekly gain as expectations of a Fed cut take hold. Gold ETFs have seen a surge in inflows amid all of that. Here to talk about those flows is Bloomberg Intelligence ETF analyst James Safar. James, great to see you this morning. When it comes to gold inflows into ETFs, how much of this is a real reconsideration about this market of what the risk-free rate is, about where you find safety and where the havens are? How much are gold ETFs
조금 더
taking
길게
the crown?
보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 매도 진입 2개야. 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다.
29-ish billion You go out 1 year and they've only taken in 32.
자,
So it's almost all completely all this year. Some of it definitely has to do with rate cuts priced in. Obviously, people are worried about inflation. This is seen as a long-term inflation hedge against currency debasement. Ironically enough, like money was pouring into gold via central banks last year and the year before. But ETF buyers were actually selling while that was happening. But now it's kind of, they're both buying at this point, and that's contributing to what I think is happening to the price of gold.
I was going to say, James, how much does ETF buying of gold contribute to the actual spot price of gold?
Yeah, I mean, it's a piece of the pie, right? It's not the biggest piece of the pie, I would say, but it's definitely a meaningful piece. And if everyone's kind of rowing in the same direction, it kind of adds on. But like I said, 29 billion so far this year alone, spread across mostly 3 ETFs, GLD, IAU, and GLDM. And that's in the US alone. If you look internationally, we're around 50-ish billion so far this year, I think. So Europe and Asia are also buying, China's buying. So no matter how you slice it, gold ETFs are being bought in a pretty heavy way by investors around the world.
By the way, James, there's a lot of excitement about different crypto offerings coming to the market today. We're going to get the IPO of Gemini. What about in ETF land and various offerings coming to market?
Yeah, I mean, so right now what's going on at the SEC is they're coming up with what's called the generic listing standards or a framework for crypto ETFs. If anyone has paid attention to this, getting the Bitcoin ETF or the Ethereum ETF took forever. They had to go through all this individual process. They're basically coming up with, if this underlying crypto meets some set of criteria, you're going to be able to launch an ETF with it. So that we're expecting to come out some point this year. So we're expecting to see literally over 100 ETFs likely come to market over the next 6 to 18 months relating to cryptocurrencies. So Bitcoin ETFs are also on fire this year, not quite as much as gold ETFs. But yeah, crypto ETFs are going to be a massive part of the US ETF industry going forward.
James, that's an insane figure. Is there actually appetite for these ETFs, or are these just issuers pushing them out and hoping for the best?
So I will say there is appetite for a decent chunk of these products. And will they be as successful as the best launch of all time in the Bitcoin ETFs? Probably not, almost certainly not. But we're going to see basket products that are going to offer market cap weighted exposure or different types of exposure to this entire asset class or some portion of it. There are people that want exposure to these other assets, namely Solana and XRP, which we've seen in futures products that are already existing. So there's a long tail of assets. Is there going to be able to be 10 different products on an individual asset and all of them be successful in the way that we have for Bitcoin or Ethereum? Probably not. But issuers are going to throw, they're going to throw spaghetti at the wall and they're going to see what sticks. And all it takes is a couple of those pieces of spaghetti to stick to the wall to be successful for them to keep launching new products. So that's kind of what the ETF industry is nowadays. They're just shooting things at the wall and seeing what sticks and leaning into those things that are successful.
The good old spaghetti cannon. Well, at least we'll get some crypto ones this time. James, thank you so much for that. That's James Seyffert, Bloomberg Intelligence ETF analyst. And of course, don't forget to tune into ETF IQ on Mondays, 12 p.m. New York time, where you can hear more about the huge boost to gold ETFs and all things crypto. By the way, speaking of crypto, a real feeling like the animal spirits are back in this market. Sure, stocks are not doing a whole lot this morning, but look at what else is happening in the market this morning. We're going to get more IPOs. Viavan is coming back and IPOing. Gemini from the Winklevoss twins is going to be IPOing. Meanwhile, we're talking about mega media roll-ups again. You have Warner Brothers Discovery getting a bid from Paramount Skydance. It's this feeling that capital markets are really coming back. What needs to happen to sustain that? We're talking with Andrew Slimmons of Morgan Stanley Asset Management earlier this morning, who said you need to get Fed cuts and you need to get them at pace. You can't just have a mid-cycle adjustment. Speaking of which, on deck, how's sentiment doing? 10 a.m. New York time, UMich survey figures come out. We're going to speak with Joanne Shu of the University of Michigan. Plus, we'll talk about bubble risk and the Fed with JP Morgan's Mira Pandit, and cowboy boots with Takova's branches as Takova's branches out from direct to consumer. Get your cowboy hats ready. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
자, 3분 뒤에 9월 미시간대 소비자 심리지수 그리고 기대 인플레이션 발표가 나오는데 해당 발표까지 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 약 2분 뒤 발표됩니다. 자, 이전 수익분이 있다 보니 발표되는 지표까지 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 발표된 데이터는 미시간대에서 설문조사를 통해서 발표된 지표고요. 서포트 데이터입니다. 어제 발표된 지표보다는 좀 더 중요하지 않지만 크게
people back home they are suffering and someone is driving a Range Rover with their money. Where is my money?
큰 영향을 줄 수 있을지 모르지만 일단은 좀 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Repeat after me. I am a winner.
I didn't know how big it was. I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into.
If you tell me you have a vision of being $1 billion business, then you're going to have to do what it takes. And if you're not going to do that, everybody's going to suffer.
Una batalla a muerte.
Money can do a lot of good. It can really transform people's lives. But it can also hurt them.
자, 데이터 발표까지 약 30초 앞두고 있습니다.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
일단 부정적으로 발표된 지표가 있기 때문에 좀 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 미래에 대한 인플레이션에 대해서 좀 부정적으로 데이터 발표되었기 때문에 조금 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 중요한 하드 데이터가 아닌 서포트 데이터다 보니
shooter word from the president of the United States this morning is they have a suspect in custody. Bloomberg identifying that suspect as Tyler Robinson, 22, from Utah. That according to two people with knowledge of the investigation who asked not to be named because the information is not yet public. I suspect when this news conference begins, we will learn more about who he is.
자, 소비자 심리지수는 거의 뭐 예상과 동일하게 발표되었고요. 기대 인플레이션, 미래에 대한 인플레이션은 조금 둔화가 되게 발표가 되었습니다. 부정적으로 발표가 되었기 때문에 좀 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Over the course of the last day and a half, trying to assemble all of that to get a sense of what happened.
해당 데이터는 시장에 영향을 줄 때까지 시간이 좀 소요가 되기 때문에 좀 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Which is Mrs. Kirk coming off the Vice President's airplane. Mrs. Kirk coming off the airplane with Mrs. Vance.
We had J.D. Vance, who I should say, the Vice President of the United States and a longtime friend of Charlie Kirk, traveling to Utah yesterday. He was supposed to be here in New York for the memorial for 9/11, changed his plans and went to Utah, and he accompanied Charlie Kirk's casket to Arizona, where he lived yesterday, and it was, as you say, a searing photograph. Miles Miller, our law enforcement correspondent, joining us here in the studio this morning with an update. We've relied on him this morning as we got word from the president of suspects in custody. Miles, catch us up to speed. What's the latest?
I'll give you about a minute, but this is the story of the arrest. So I just got off the phone with sources in the Marshal Service, and they tell a really interesting story. The kid gets home. The father says, "That looks like you on TV. Was that you?" He says, "Yes, it was." He says, "You should turn yourself in." He says, "I don't want to do that. I'd rather kill myself." So the father says, "No, don't do that. We'll call the youth pastor." Happens to be a task force officer who was looking for the suspect. The task force officer calls the FBI, calls a deputy, and they go and take him into custody.
And what's important here with this comment, and continue, Miles, is this is U.S. Marshals, which I would say have a process and rigidity even more than the Secret Service. Continue.
That's right. The marshals, right, go looking for the most dangerous fugitives and have the responsibility of keeping U.S. judges, federal judges, safe. And in this instance, it's again the work of local law enforcement. This task force officer who does a dual duty of trying to, spread the word of the Lord in this town, but also, recognize this issue. Says, let's, this kid has a gun. Let's try to get him in safely. But more importantly, to learn that that photograph, that those photographs shared, a parent saw it and said, "Let me do the right thing and turn my son in."
That's an incredible story, Miles, and I wonder if you could put that into a larger context here. I was talking with Tom just a few moments ago about the magnitude of this search, the quantity of tips that the FBI was sort of sifting through with local and state law enforcement, and what they were going on. We had here a palm print, I gather, some impression of knees on the ground or the roof nearby, really a minimal amount of forensic evidence aside from the photographs and video, of which there really wasn't a huge quantity either. Where were things before this happened, so much as we know?
Yeah, at this point, there was very little forensic evidence besides that palm print, perhaps a latent print on the cartridge. I'm going to go back to my desk and monitor this press conference. Thanks.
Miles, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate that. You will see Miles and Hadriana Lorenkron, no doubt, with that reporting here. We hear it first on Bloomberg Surveillance across Bloomberg News worldwide. David, this press conference, press briefing, I should say, begins. There are introductions being made, and the various, the governor and others coming into the Orem, Utah building here. David, why don't you pick it up, please?
Yeah, let's hear now the governor of the state of Utah, Spencer Cox, taking to that podium. Let's hear what he has to say.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI.
자, 그래서 추가 진입 사인드리도록
Investigators reviewed
하겠습니다.
additional
추가
video
진입
footage from
사인드리도록
UVU
하겠습니다.
surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there has been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I will share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." We are indebted to law enforcement across the state who has worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to bring justice. I want to thank the public who has been so engaged, reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case and were able to bring him into to law enforcement as well. I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents, his children. I want us to be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah, but I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. With that, I will now turn the microphone over to the Director of the FBI, Kash Patel.
Thank you, Governor. This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk and honor his memory. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump, the Vice President, and the entire White House who have been so incredibly supportive with both resources and just personally to the FBI as a team. They had our backs the entire way, and I just want to express my gratitude for giving us the resources we need to operate in this space to bring this sort of justice at this sort of speed. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie. Governor Cox, our partnership has been absolutely incredible these last few days. Our partnership will endure. Your state and local partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community has been unbelievably impressive in the hardest of times. in a case like this cannot be solved, cannot be brought without partnering with your state and local authorities. The FBI has a certain role to play, and we will play that role, and we will lead out for the federal government. But Governor Cox, we are so grateful for your state partnership that led out on this investigation. A little bit of the timeline. Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene. The FBI immediately launched fixed-wing assets. We utilized these assets to transport personnel, specialty technicians, hostage rescue teams. We also utilized these assets to go back and forth from the East Coast and here in Utah to transport forensic evidence and other evidence that will be analyzed and is being analyzed at our FBI laboratories in Quantico and other laboratories, including the ATF. At my direction, the FBI released the first set of FBI photos of the suspect at 10 a.m. local time on 9/11. Then, shortly thereafter, the FBI reward of $100,000 was released at 10:45 a.m. local. Myself and Deputy Director Bongino arrived on the scene at approximately 5:30 p.m. on 9/11. The governor led a press conference last night at approximately 8 p.m., where at my direction, the FBI released a never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new images to the public of the suspect. And just last night, the suspect was taken into custody at 10 p.m. local time. In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect
현재
was
압수수색권
apprehended in a
진입하였습니다.
historic
좀 더
time period.
지켜보고 대응
And I want to
이어나가도록
highlight what Governor
하겠습니다.
Cox said. This would not have been possible without you, the media, and you, the public. That's why we went so public, so fast, and we're so transparent, and we're committed to that transparency. The crime scene, just a little bit there. It is a large crime scene. State and local authorities, along with federal authorities, processed that crime scene quickly. And I even had the ability to walk through that crime scene and walk through the steps the suspect took to learn more about what was needed and what resources we needed to bear to create a full picture for the FBI and leadership back in Washington. Furthermore, thankfully to state and local partners, forensic evidence has been seized and continues to be garnered. Forensic evidence has already been evaluated at FBI laboratories in Quantico and state and local authorities here. We will continue to process evidence as we see it, as we collect it, and we will continue to deliver to Governor Cox and his team. Last night, we had a total of approximately 7,000 leads. As of this morning, thanks to your great work, we have over 11,000 leads that were called in to the FBI. And we are running out every single lead that we can. Every one of those leads will be run out. The arrest is a testament to the dedication of good law enforcement being great and partnerships in law enforcement, which I've tried to highlight as my tenure as the director of the FBI. There is no better relationship for law enforcement than the FBI to partner with state and local authorities, and you've seen it here in these last few days. The FBI Salt Lake field office, along with our offices in LA, Phoenix, Denver, San Antonio, Las Vegas, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, our headquarters component in Quantico, all participate in the FBI. I want to express my deep gratitude to the employees of the FBI, the men
현재
and women,
수익권에서
the evidence response team
보합권 왔다
tacticians,
갔다 하고
the special
있습니다.
operators,
좀
the
더
agents,
안정화된
the support
수익권에서
staff.
수익 청산 사인드리도록
You have
하겠습니다.
done monumental work in historic time when the public, who had a right to demand such an expeditious solving of an investigation, the FBI answered that call diligently, critically important to our nation, and we delivered. And I'm proud to be their leader, and I'm proud to be the director of the FBI. This is very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said, and we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions, and we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Thank you, and good morning. I would just like to take a few minutes as the sheriff to express my gratitude for everybody who has played a part in this investigation. As you know, it's been a vast, a complicated, and a very, very fast-paced investigation. You're looking at people standing up here who are running on, if they got an hour's sleep in the last couple of days, they're probably lucky. It has been very taxing. It has been so impressive, speaking on behalf of the local law enforcement, to see the cooperation that we've seen in this type of case. Across the state, sheriffs, chiefs, our state partners have stepped up and have come to the call on anything that we needed. Our county chiefs have been phenomenal. Our Utah County Attorney, Jeff Gray, who's standing up here with us, has been phenomenal in leading us through this investigation. I would like to thank the federal government for their resources, their assets. Our local team here, our FBI team, has been extraordinary in helping us work through this and bring this person to justice. Most of all, I would like to thank the public, and specifically, I would like to thank the public who turned to prayers and who turned to positiveness for us. I would like to thank them on behalf of the law enforcement community, because we needed those prayers. That's what we needed to get through this. We needed your support, and you gave it to us. We needed your patience, and you gave it to us. And I would like to thank you for the Kirk family, because that's what they need, is your support and your prayers, and that will get us through all of this. So thank you, everybody, for everybody that have stepped up. We've had such a phenomenal response to this. Thank you.
I also want to give a special thanks to the Attorney General and the Department of Justice. Their unwavering support and their commitment to justice is shown true here. And without AG Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and the resources they brought to bear, we would not have been able to complete our mission. And I just want to say special thanks. It's an honor to be a part of the Department of Justice.
Thank you again to our incredible law enforcement team who has worked so hard. Sheriff, I got a solid 90 minutes last night, so I'm probably the most well-rested person up here. Ladies and gentlemen, I get the microphone, so I hope you'll permit me a moment just to share a few more thoughts about where we are and how we got here, and maybe a little bit of where we go from here. I don't want to get too preachy, but I think it's important that we, with eyes wide open, understand what's happening in our country today. I've heard people say, well, why are we so invested in this? There's violence happening all across our country, and violence is tragic everywhere, and every life taken is a child of God who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is certainly about the tragic death, political assassination of Charlie Kirk. But it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals. This cuts to the very foundation of who we are, of who we have been, and who we could be in better times. Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents, in having his life taken in that very act, makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely. We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely and securely. Even, especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much. Over the last 48 hours, I have been as angry as I have ever been, as sad as I have ever been. And it was, as anger pushed me to the brink, it was actually Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those. And specifically right now, if I could, I need to talk to the young people in our state, in my state, and all across the country. As President Trump reminded me, he said, you know who really loved Charlie? The youths. And he's right. Young people loved Charlie, and young people hated Charlie. And Charlie went into those places anyway. And these are the words that have helped me. Charlie said, when people stop talking, that's when you get violence. He said, the weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong. The only way out of the labyrinth of suffering is to forgive. Welcome without judgment, love without condition, forgive without limit. He said, always forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them so much. A few months ago, I referenced this last night, Charlie posted to social media, when things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded. Turn off your phone, read scripture, spend time with friends, and remember, internet fury is not real life. It's going to be okay. He again said, when you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to commit violence. He said, what we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have a reasonable agreement, where violence is not an option. Now, again, to my young friends out there, you are inheriting a country where politics feels like rage. It feels like rage is the only option. But through those words, we have a reminder that we can choose a different path. Your generation has an opportunity to build a culture that is very different than what we are suffering through right now. Not by pretending differences don't matter, but by embracing our differences and having those hard conversations. I think we need more moral clarity right now. I hear all the time that words are violence. Words are not violence. Violence is violence. And there is one person responsible for what happened here. And that person is now in custody and will be charged soon and will be held accountable. And yet, all of us have an opportunity right now to do something different. I want to thank my fellow Utahns. You know, this bad stuff happens. For 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I had hoped for, just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here. And it was one of us. But I want you to look at how Utahns reacted the last two nights. There was no rioting. There was no looting. There were no cars set on fire. There was no violence. There were vigils and prayers and people coming together to share the humanity. And that ladies and gentlemen, I believe is the answer to this. We can return violence with violence. We can return hate with hate. And that's the problem with political violence, is it metastasizes, because we can always point the finger at the other side. And at some point, we have to find an off-ramp, or it's going to get much, much worse. But see, these are choices that we can make. History will dictate.
잠시 후 손절 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 좀 지켜보고 잠시 후 손절 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
But every single one of us gets to choose right now if this is a turning point for us. We get to make decisions. We have our agency. And I desperately call on every American, Republican, Democrat, liberal, progressive, conservative, MAGA, all of us to please, please, please follow what Charlie taught me. I'll just conclude with words I share often from a friend and author Yuval Levin, who was asked if he was optimistic about our country. And he said, I'm not optimistic. He said, I hate optimism. God, that sounds bad. But he said, optimism is a vice. It's this idea that
자, 손절하도록
good things
하겠습니다. 해당
are
진입권
just
손절
going to
후에
happen.
재진입 사인
He said, in the
드리도록
history of the
하겠습니다.
world, good things have never just happened. He says, I'm not optimistic, but I am hopeful.
주문 청산이
Hope
완료되었습니다.
is the virtue that sits between the vices of optimism and pessimism.
자, 바로 진입 사인 드리도록
Is the
하겠습니다.
idea that good things are going to happen because we can make them so. I still believe in our country. And I know Charlie Kirk believed in our country. I still believe that there is more good among us than evil. And I still believe that we can
체결되었습니다.
change the course of
확인
history.
바랍니다.
자, 매수
I'm
진입 사인
hopeful
드립니다. 진입가
because
06
Americans
점.
can make it so. Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to answer any questions.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다. 체결되었습니다.
자,
확인 바랍니다.
070.50입니다. 070.50. 자, 매수 진입
I
사인
cannot
드립니다.
speak to that. Well, I will leave that up to you to interpret what those engravings mean. I think the clearest one that says "catch fascist."
자, 현재 금일 당일 시장 손익 약
And by the way,
130만
that's
원
like catch like a ball.
손실
Catch
권에
this.
있습니다.
That's I think that speaks for itself.
자, 수익 마무리 위해서 끝까지 대응 이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 개장 이후 약 1시간이 지나고 있습니다. 매수 진입 사인 드렸고요. 대응 이어 나가도록 하겠습니다.
There's nothing more that we can share at this time. Yeah, please. We do not at this time have any information that would lead to any additional arrests. Yes, but the investigation is ongoing. Yes, so right now, Mr. Robinson has been booked into the Utah County Jail. You heard the president this morning report that he was taken into custody, that his family and a friend helped to deliver him into custody of law enforcement in Washington County. For those of you that don't know where Washington County is, it is the southwesternmost part of the state of Utah. It's about a 3.5 to 4 hour drive from here, where we are right now, and that's where he lived and where they turned him in. Please, I'll go here. I can't share any more than what I've already shared. Yeah. So how we obtained the gun? The gun was found here. So I don't have much more details on that. We do know that he drove. We had his car here on campus, and then we had his car going south back to the St. George. It's actually the city of Washington in Washington County.
Is he talking with authorities, and did he discuss a loading?
I'm sorry. We don't have any information that would lead us to believe that. Yes, in fact, it was just released. Yes. I can't answer that right now. Yeah, thank you. Over here. I absolutely believe that this is a watershed in American history, yes. The question is what kind of watershed? And that chapter remains to be written. Is this the end of a dark chapter in our history or the beginning of a darker chapter in our history? Look, I mean, if you look at true political assassinations in this country of someone of this stature, this feels a lot like the late 60s. And having one so gruesomely displayed on camera in all of our hands and in all of our pockets, we are not wired as human beings biologically, historically. We have not evolved in a way that we are capable of processing those types of violent imagery. And by the way, we've seen another one with a gruesome stabbing very recently that went viral. This is not good for us. It is not good to consume. Social media is a cancer on our society right now. And I would encourage people to log off, turn off, touch grass, hug a family member, go out and do good in your community. That is happening, and it's happening organically right now. I had a friend in a small city in Utah who said, we're getting together, the Republicans and Democrats in my little town are getting together to have a discussion tonight, last night, just to find a way to find their better angels. So yes, this could be, I mean, again, you have to go back to JFK to have seen a video live of something like this happening. I wasn't born until 1975, but I know that things were really dark in the late 60s. Sorry to some of you. I know some of you were there. But this is our moment. Do we escalate or do we find an off-ramp? And again, it's a choice. It's a choice, and every one of us gets to make that choice. Two more questions right here. I cannot comment if there is a direct connection or not, but all I can say is that that through some process, the family came to know that this had happened.
One more thing, Governor. Could you just clarify the clothing issue you mentioned earlier? Was he changing outfits?
Correct. Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU. Last question here. Yes.
자, 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 해당 지휘권 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다.
So I don't have any information on the mental illness part. He was not a student here at UVU. He was living and had lived for a long time with his family in Washington County, in the southernmost part of our state. Thank you, everyone, for your great work in getting this information out. I will just say, process-wise, this may be important. I know many of you aren't familiar with the process in Utah. I think it's important that you
주문
understand
청산이
that.
완료되었습니다.
Basically, we have 3 days for charging documents to be filed.
구차 진입비요 이어서 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
We'll have more information then, more detailed information as those charging documents are filed in preparation for a preliminary hearing. So 3 days. So we would anticipate then that early next week those charging documents will be filed. We will obviously be working. The county attorney will be working very closely with Mr. Kirk's family as those documents and decisions are prepared and made. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, you've been listening to a news conference in Utah. Governor Spencer Cox, the governor of the state of Utah, just speaking there after officials said they had physical evidence tying the shooter with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The shooter identified as Tyler Robinson. He has been arrested, and in fact, the first thing, Alexis, that we heard Governor Spencer Cox say when the news conference began is, "We got him."
Yes, he's a 22-year-old from Utah. A family member apparently turned him in. The FBI had offered a $100,000 reward to any information leading to the arrest of the individual who
다시 한번
killed
두 계약
Kirk.
매도 중에 수상드립니다.
체결되었습니다. 확인 바랍니다.
두 계약입니다.
Cox again calling the
08.50
murder of Charlie
주니까
Kirk a political
08.50입니다.
assassination. He said it's an attack on the American experiment and our very ideals.
두 계약 진입
All right, let's bring in
사인드렸습니다.
Terry Haynes, who is founder of Pangea Policy, who's also been listening to the news conference that was taking place there. Terry, put this into context for us, given what we've heard from the president in particular about this, because he has been very vocal in playing a different kind of role here. Typically, in tragic moments, you have the president coming out with soothing words, healing words, and the president took a different tone.
Good morning, Scarlett and Alexis. The president, I think, was a little combative, and but they've been forthright about their outrage and sadness at Charlie Kirk's death, and wanting to show and actually to have resoluteness in finding Kirk's killer. And understanding the motivations. So I think they've done all of those things. They're doing all of those things, and probably will continue to do so over the next days, weeks, and months. But the other thing I would say here too is, obviously, from a human perspective, simple human perspective, this is not only heartbreaking for Kirk and his family, but that heartbreak is now widened out to the alleged killer's family. The father and the mother are both hugely involved in the community, and the alleged shooter's father is a longtime deputy in the Washington County Sheriff's Department. So, you got to feel for them too.
And Terry, the officials are saying that it's most likely that Robinson acted alone. When a reporter asked the governor if they thought more arrests were coming, he said he did not believe there would be. President Trump said he wants the perpetrator to get the death penalty, which we know the state of Utah has. There was a high-powered rifle recovered in a wooded area. Authorities talked about that, and they talked about writing on bullet casings. We don't know much about Richardson yet, but what are you gleaning from what was written on those bullet casings?
Generally speaking, I heard the same thing as you did in the press conference, and I don't have the list in front of me. Somebody's compiled that on the internet already, I'm sure. They're a mix of cryptic and direct. The direct is kind of, this one's meant for fascists. That's not a quote, but fascists were mentioned. And that kind of chimes in with the reporting that from family that the alleged shooter was concerned about Kirk and thought Kirk was filled with hate, that sort of thing. Beyond that, there were a lot of these cryptic messages, even including symbolism. And I'm going to have to get somebody that with more internet expertise than I am to decode some of those things, but they'll all be rapidly decoded and, frankly, motives established even before the documents can be filed to charge.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we were taking some notes, of course, during that presser, and one of the bullets said, "Hey, fascist, catch." Another said, "If you are reading this, you are gay, LMAO." Yet another saying, "Oh, Bella Ciao, chow, chow." So you can bet people are going to be sifting through that for any clues.
Yes. God knows on the last one. So.
Yeah, well, as we continue to get more details and understand perhaps the mindset behind the alleged shooter, I want to bring this back to what this does for our political environment, Terry. This was clearly a political assassination, and it feels like this is a bit of a sea change now. How are you thinking about how the president, how the government can play a bigger role in trying to bridge some of the gaps between the left and the right?
I don't. This is a matter that's not up to government so much as it is up to individual people inside and outside the government. This is the risk of sounding grandiose, and I don't mean to. This is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So people demanding change, and those who are most closely involved in the political process demanding change from their politicians, whether that be private citizens involved in the political process or even companies involved in the political process, I think is entirely appropriate. I don't know if this is the hinge that, for example, Peggy Noonan talked about in her wonderful column this morning, but there need to be three changes inside of the political process. One is very simply humility. Humility is very much lacking among politicians in Washington and elsewhere. I would not include Governor Cox in that, by the way. I thought his views were sincerely and very well judged. But in Washington, there's been a lack of humility going back to at least to January 6th and well before, and that needs to stop. Full stop across the board. Secondly, I think there needs to be an agreement that in a reset from everybody individually, that they're not going to engage in extremist rhetoric anymore. And there are hundreds, thousands of examples of this on both sides of the aisle. One side doesn't get to win if the other side was guilty of one less infraction than the other. But it goes on both sides. There's a Democratic senator who I will not name because I'm not interested in outing that person at all, but I am interested in using it as an example. 2 or 3 days ago, said something to the effect that, we're in a war for the soul of the nation and we need to do whatever is necessary to make that happen. Now, does that senator think that he was inciting to violence? I doubt it. Can that be taken as incitement to violence language by very many people? Sure, it can. So that all needs to stop, full stop again. And finally, you've got a situation where the political culture rewards extremism and the political structure rewards extremism. You have the energy, the energy and the money. There are 4 factions, not 2 political parties. Left or right, there are progressive Democrats, centrist Republicans, and kind of right conservative Republicans. The energy and the money in both sides is on kind of the left progressive and the right conservative, and ever since the campaign reforms in the 70s, the political system has continued to provide outsized influence for those with the energy and the money, and that needs to be reformed. Now, I'll stop the filibuster with this. Relying on those who are beneficiaries of that system to reform the system, is not going to be something that's easy or neat or anything else. But again, people need to be engaged, and people need to be more than disaffected with the existing system. They need to demand that their politicians stop the rhetoric that, frankly, gets mistaken as enabling a lot of this stuff.
Terry Haynes with Pangea Policy, thanks so much for jumping on so quickly with us. We appreciate it. We want to stick with this story now, and joining us in our New York studios here is Miles Miller, Bloomberg News senior reporter. Miles, we just got a lot of information here from authorities, but I just want to touch on what I noticed over the past 30 some odd hours is that Charlie Kirk's social media followers have doubled, tripled, then some across social media platforms. We don't yet know what Tyler Robinson's motive was in this shooting, if he was indeed the shooter. But what's going to happen to Charlie Kirk's message going forward? Because it doesn't seem as though Robinson silenced him.
Yeah, no, and I think what we heard from the president is that his wife, Charlie Kirk's wife, wants to keep up Turning Point action and wants to continue sort of the messaging that he put forth, mobilizing college communities to embrace the conservative ideals that he set forth. It's those ideals that investigators told us at this press briefing are the reason why the suspect carried out this attack. The suspect, saying to family members just a few weeks ago how much he was disenchanted with Charlie Kirk, and that being the reasoning why he carried out this attack, writing anti-fascist messages on the bullets and all of that. So it's an interesting thing, right? The following continues, but the governor in the press conference really saying that both sides need to come together and really bring down the noise and the frustrations.
Miles, you've been busy on the phone speaking with your sources in law enforcement. Just recount for us what you've learned in the last hour or two that led to the arrest of Tyler Robinson. Yeah,
so, we saw the video yesterday. Tyler Robinson jumps down from the college building in Orem, Utah. He limps his way through the woods, drops off that gun, gets back into his Dodge Challenger, and drives the 3 hours back home that it takes to get to that part of Utah. He gets home, and his father had seen all the images on social media, seen the images on television, and recognized that that was his son. In fact, we're told he was wearing the same outfit that he was wearing in surveillance video seen by investigators. The father says, "Was that you?" Robinson says, "Yes, it was." The father says, "We have to turn you in," and he says he wants to kill himself. So that at that point, they engage the youth pastor at the church, who happens to be on the task force run by the marshals to catch violent fugitives, and they bring in the FBI and they bring him into custody. But this really talks about the power of getting those images out, generating 11,000 leads, the biggest amount of leads since the Boston Marathon bombing, and it really talks to the power of multiplying with law enforcement. Those leads led to this suspect's roommate, who said, here's the Discord channel where he's talking about, some of the very things that we knew were germane to this investigation. And all of that plays a large role in what you'll see in the charging documents in the coming days.
And President Trump is expected to attend Charlie Kirk's funeral. He has said he wants the suspect to get the death penalty, which does exist in the state of Utah. How do you see all of this? I mean, I know we're jumping here many steps, but how do you see this playing out? It's
always interesting to see what's said at a press conference versus what a prosecutor can prove in court. They have to definitively link him to those guns just because there's the Discord and there's the confession to the father doesn't mean that, so there's all these things that have to happen. It is very interesting that the death penalty is on the books in Utah, given the state is very much governed by the Mormon Church. And so it'll be interesting to see what jury of peers they pick in Utah to hear this case, if it gets to a trial stage, just given, the makeup of the community, specifically in Orem, Utah, which as you saw, 3,000 people came out to see Charlie Kirk that day.
One thing that sticks out to me is you said that the push for public assistance by the FBI, by authorities, generated more than 11,000 leads in 2 days. That's huge compared to even 7,000 the night before. And there was a question posed at the news conference about whether authorities were looking into the possibility of anyone else involved. And for now, the answer was no, they think they have their person. What happens to those 11,000 other leads? I mean, do they just drop them or do they continue looking into them?
Yeah, so the FBI continues their investigation into all those leads. You can't leave any of those leads untouched because, you want to make sure that something that what is presented doesn't lead to anything bigger, right? How did he purchase the gun? How did he have the means to get to Orem, Utah? You have to track down every lead, and so they'll be doing that work over quite some time to make sure that everything is sort of up to snuff, because the charging document's really going to tell the story about this case.
All right, Miles Miller, really, really fantastic work. Thank you so much. Miles Miller is our senior law enforcement reporter here at Bloomberg News. And of course, he's been working the phones and talking to his contacts inside law enforcement to bring us the latest here on the arrest of Tyler Robinson, who is the alleged shooter of Charlie Kirk. All right, let's go over now to John Tucker for a check on the other headlines and a look at what's happening in financial markets. John?
All right, guys. Right now, the major stock averages, they are mixed to little change. This flash brought to you by Oracle, attention-growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half.
자, 긴 대응의 항대입니다. 해당 부분 참고 부탁드리겠습니다. 현재 매도진입금 긴 대응의 항대고
See if your
있습니다.
company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. We're data dependent, so let's start you off with the University of Michigan sentiment survey that we got at the top of the hour. Consumer sentiment fell to the lowest since May. Also, maybe more importantly, at least for the bond market, inflation expectations rising for the second straight month. Again, the major stock average is mixed to little change, hovering around records. S&P 500 up just about 2 points, 65.89. Anything in addition to that is a record. The NASDAQ right now, composite index, 87 points higher, up 0.4%, and the Dow is down 184 points. Adobe shares higher after the maker of software reporting third quarter results beating expectations. They also raised their full year forecast. Apple, those shares right now up 1.5%. Even though they've delayed the launch of the new iPhone Air in mainland China, they're blaming regulatory approval issues there. And OpenAI says it's closer to converting into more traditional for-profit company, nearing the resolution of negotiations with its top shareholder, which just happens to be Microsoft. Investors waiting for next week's Fed rate decision. That comes Wednesday, and Seema Shah, principal global investors, sees little doubt the Fed will cut next week, but not as much as some are betting.
Certainly from our perspective, if you look across the whole broad economic picture, we don't think this is a requirement for emergency easing, so a 25 basis point cut is our call.
And then you have a new front in the regulatory scrutiny of Google and Amazon. The Federal Trade Commission investigating whether Amazon and Google misled investors. And we check the markets for you all day long. Right here on Bloomberg Radio, I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Alexis.
Thanks very much, John. 10:53 Wall Street time. Alexis Christoforous here with Scarlett Fu. And lots of news in tech today. We heard a little bit of it from John just now. Adobe's earnings beat, OpenAI closer to becoming a for-profit company. Want to break some of this down now with Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence technology analyst, coming to us from our Chicago bureau. So, Anurag, let's break down Adobe first, because I know it was sort of the stepchild of the AI craze for a long time, but I think with this earnings report, it sort of has Wall Street rethinking that.
Yeah, no, it's still the stepchild. It's still not up. I mean, you could see that, imagine what would have happened even if they would have missed the numbers. So this is definitely the one that has the biggest AI cloud in terms of being disrupted. And it's going to take some multiple quarters like this for people to get comfortable with the story. I think last night they showed really good numbers, really good AI adoption, but they really have to continue to do that for a long period of time.
I think you hit it on hit the nail on the head, that it's going to take multiple quarters of this to convince Wall Street that this is a story where Adobe has figured out AI and how to monetize off of it. Up until this point, and until very recently, it feels like investors were souring on app software makers. Why is that, and how does Adobe's results start to push back against that idea?
See, again, that halo is not going to, go for multiple quarters. The concept is very simple. Because of large language models, you can spin up a software very quickly, which means if you don't need to go to app software vendors, whether it be Salesforce, Workday, or any function that you're looking at where your large language model can do for it. We think it's a bit false narrative over there, but it's going to take some time again for people to get comfortable. We think it is not going to be easy to get rid of the system of record for finance, for HR, for sales. People are not just going to get rid of those software and just put in a prompt and let somebody take care of it. So, but again, the software industry is declining right now. That is not tied to AI, but that has to do with macro spending being bad, the overall economy being bad when it comes to enterprise IT spending. So I think those are the two opposing factors that are happening there. Adobe's results do help them a little bit, but I think it's going to be multiple years before we get comfortable with that.
Anurag, I want to switch gears and talk a little OpenAI, because we know the company is trying to move closer to becoming a for-profit company. We know that it is, facing criticism from Elon Musk, who's accusing the company of defrauding investors about its commitment to its charitable mission. Just tell us how this might work? How might this conversion work?
Yeah, so again, we don't have any details of what happened, but the only good thing is that Microsoft and OpenAI have, in principle, agreed that they will move forward with this. The question, for us, the biggest thing is, will Microsoft still have access to OpenAI's, top of the line models or not? So that's the biggest thing. And second, what kind of revenue share they will have with Microsoft on the inferencing side. So when people are using more ChatGPT, whether that operation will run on Microsoft Cloud or not. So those are the things. And we think Microsoft will be willing to give some equity for these kinds of deals, for these two factors. And that would be in the best interest of Microsoft shareholders.
Let me ask you about something else that John had mentioned, which is about Apple delaying the launch of its new iPhone Air in mainland China. These are regulatory approval issues that are holding that up. Is that on the side of the U.S. or on the side of China? And how big of a knock is this on Apple's revenue line?
Yeah, it sounds like it's more from the the China side of it. Now the big question is, what happens is the iPhone's going to be available, a week from now. So from September 19th to October, 31st is, you could say, a few days of revenue recognition of the newest model that you get in the current quarter. Most likely that gets pushed out in the next quarter. So that's the only difference it's going to have. I know it's for the Chinese users who are looking forward to this phone, they may not get it in the next 10, 15 days. But, I don't think it's going to be longer before they'll be able to get that.
And in the about 45 seconds we have left, just want to get your take on Microsoft Teams basically avoiding a hefty fine with the EU. Bring us up to speed on that.
Yeah, so this has been a case that's been around for a while. And the question is, do you disaggregate Teams versus Slack? So Microsoft has to do it. There's always a tying aspect of Microsoft products. It bundles in these things, and competitors think, that's an unfair advantage for them. And, they have to do it, frankly speaking. Otherwise, this is, their lawsuits otherwise that they will face because of it.
All right, Anurag, always appreciate your joining us. Anurag Rana is our senior tech analyst over here at Bloomberg Intelligence, giving us kind of a roundup here of everything that we need to know about the tech sector, whether it's Apple postponing the release of its new iPhone Air in China or Adobe's strong outlook, a beat and raise quarter from that software company. But Alexis, as he was just telling us, needs to do a couple more of those, string a couple of those together for investors to be convinced.
Yeah, going to take more than just one quarter with some really good numbers, I think, to get investors on board and to keep them there. I mean, we saw the stock up about 3% yesterday. It's basically flat today. And let's remember, it's been down about 20% year to date, underperforming a lot of the other AI software companies.
My favorite factoid about Adobe was that they basically invented the subscription model, the recurring revenue. And it was genius because it allowed them to think about software in a completely different way.
Yeah, but sometimes first to market is not always the winner. We've seen that with Apple.
Yes, there's plenty of room to refine. All right, let's move on here. It is 10:59 a.m. on Wall Street. And by the way, for our listeners in the U.S., just a reminder that you can listen to us through satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Bloomberg Intelligence continues. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research right here. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence begins right now. This is Scarlet Fu with Alexis Christophorus on Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlet Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlet Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
On Wall Street, Hello, everyone. I'm Alexis Christoforous here with Scarlett Fu. And coming up on Bloomberg Intelligence, we're going to simulcast a Bloomberg TV interview. This should be a good one with the chair of Tesla's board. She's going to be speaking with Bloomberg tech anchors Ed Ludlow and Caroline Hyde. Also, why muni bond investors should brace for a bumpy ride this fall despite these expected rate cuts from the Fed. And newly merged Paramount Skydance wasting no time in making some acquisitions. The company already reportedly preparing a bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. We're going to talk it over with Bloomberg Intelligence media analyst. But first, we want to go over to John Tucker with today's market movers. John.
All right, guys, and this report being brought to you by IBKR. Financial advisors switch to Interactive Brokers for lowest cost global trading and turnkey custody solutions. No ticket charges, no conflicts of your interest. Learn more at ibkr.com/RIA. Let's start off with the data. Consumer sentiment falling in September to the lowest since May. And maybe more importantly, long-term inflation expectations rising for the second straight month. This is all the data that we got last hour from the University of Michigan Sentiment Survey. Right now, the major stock averages, they are mixed with the S&P 500 up 5, 65.93 on the index. That's good enough for another record if this keeps up. The Dow is down 151 points. The NASDAQ right now, the NASDAQ 100 up 94 points. That's a rise of 0.4%. That also is a record. And yeah, you mentioned it, Alexis, the best performing stock in the S&P 500. That belongs to Warner Brothers Discovery, up 14%, adding to yesterday's gains after we learned that Paramount Skydance and Young Ellison wants Warner Brothers. And then we get a decision on rates. Of course, that's next week. John Stolfus of Oppenheimer says the Fed's going to cut next week, and they won't.
Economic data,
because,
particularly around.
Well, here's what he says. Let's listen to John.
Economic data, particularly around the jobs number, has offered an opportunity of essentially a free haul pass. So if the Fed chair and the FOMC committee come out with a cut, it's not politics. It's just the dual mandate.
We have right now 6 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 higher being led by consumer discretionary, and that is home to shares of Tesla right now, up 6%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Alexis.
All right. Thank you so much, John Tucker, to setting us up here for the second hour of Bloomberg Intelligence. We are looking at a market that is mixed right now, with the S&P 500 really little change, although notable that it is the 5th straight day of advance, so it is at a record high. I'm Scarlett Fu here with Alexis Christoforous, and we want to take a look at some of the stocks, the individual stocks on the move today. And let's bring in Bloomberg's Tatiana Dari for more. Hi, Tatiana.
Hi, Scarlett. I'll kick it off with Super Micro Computer. Shares are up about 3%. We're up as much as 7% after the server company announced the availability of its NVIDIA Blackwell Ultra solutions. They're now delivering in high volumes to customers globally. This is an important announcement because it signals large shipments of this next generation type rack platforms, which can now hold as many as 72 GPUs compared to about 8 in the past. So this is a lot more powerful infrastructure that is intended to support large AI training and AI workloads. And, you know, another important example that the AI theme is still going strong in the equity markets. And this stock is about to extend gains of about 44% year to date as of yesterday's close. We'll be looking at a lot larger after today. The stock has outperformed the broader market, the Magnificent Seven and NVIDIA. So it's got a lot of momentum going on right now.
Nice story for Super Micro Computer, sort of going below the moving along below the radar there, Tatiana. Want to talk about Tesla. We're going to be hearing from Tesla's chair of the board shortly in an interview with Bloomberg Tech TV, but Tesla's up 6% today. What's behind that?
6%. Your ticker is TSLA. The company has been approved to start testing its autonomous vehicles in Nevada, according to the State Department's of Motor Vehicles. Investors have been watching to see how quickly the companies can expand its robo-taxi service to other states after it launched in Austin to a small group of users. It also operates a non-autonomous ride service in San Francisco and announced earlier this month that it will allow the public to download an app and sign up for the waiting list. So if you're not there, you can still sign up. I mean, this is an important sort of focus area for Tesla, right? We know that fundamentals are challenged. The earnings outlook isn't great. So anything that the company can deliver on this very futuristic prospects of its business is welcomed by investors. And the stock has certainly used some good news. It's down about 4% year to date, underperforming the Mag 7 and the broader market. So this is generating quite a bit of excitement today.
This is exactly what Tesla bulls want to hear, right? It's about the autonomous vehicles. It's about the robotics, all of that. All right, let's move to something that's a little less technical, a little more analog, and that is Six Flags. That stock is up 7% right now.
But equally fun, I should say, because, you know, the ticker is FUN, fun, for Six Flags. Those shares are up about 8% now after the theme park operator reiterated its full-year guidance and noted strong trends for 2026. Well, this comes after the company reporting quite disappointing earnings last month, so it's a relief for the market. They said August attendance is up 3% year over year. Early unit sales, season passes are pacing well ahead of expectations and the same pace last year. So they're also saying that the pass price is up 3%. Speaking of cooling inflation, we keep hearing anecdotes from these companies of price increases to come. And, you know, the company here also could use some good news because the stock is down 55% year to date. So this is a relief to investors there that earning trends might be on the recovery.
All right, Tatiana Dare, thank you so much for the latest movers here in the equity markets. For more conversations like this, be sure to subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. All right, let's move over to our colleagues at Bloomberg Television. Ed Ludlow and Caroline Hyde, the co-hosts of Bloomberg Tech, are speaking with the chair of Tesla's board, Robin Denholm. Let's listen in.
To answer the questions, the chair of Tesla's board, Robin Denholm, is with us. Thank you, Robin, for your time. This proposed package was about Tesla's long-term goals as much as it was about retaining Elon Musk. But why is it so crucial to the board's mind that it is Elon Musk that is able to get Tesla to this future?
Well, thank you, Ed. I think it is a pivotal time at Tesla and also in the world. I mean, AI and autonomous and the application of AI is transformative technologies. And we believe at Tesla in big, ambitious goals. And so Elon put out the Master Plan 4 on the 1st of September, very auspicious day, I think, in terms of putting out the vision for the company for the next decade or more. And AI and autonomous is at the front and centre of that, both in the vehicles, but also in our Optimus lineup and what we're doing from a robotics perspective as well. And so having the board's responsibility is to look at who the CEO is for the next period of time. And we believe that Elon is the right CEO for Tesla over this transformative period of time. And our view is he's a generational leader. There aren't any other people out there like Elon who can actually lead the company over this next decade or so. And so once you decide who the leader should be, you need to put in place a compensation package to incent and motivate him to actually deliver against the ambitious goals.
The motivational piece is interesting. In the course of the proxy, as you read it, a negotiation plays out, doesn't it?
Yep.
7 or 8 months. But there were sticking points on both sides. What were they?
Well, obviously, in any discussion around the future of the company, but also the future of an individual in terms of what motivates them, it's very important to understand that. And from a board perspective, from a special committee perspective, as we've outlined in the proxy, we had a very fulsome process. We had more than 10 meetings with Elon in terms of understanding what were his motivations? What does he want to do over this period of time? And having worked with him now, I've been on the board for 11 years, and Kathleen Wilson-Thompson, our other amazing special committee member, has also been working with him for the past 6 or 7 years as well. And so from our perspective, seeing him in the boardroom, but also understanding what motivates him, it's things that other people can't do. It's what the company could do that no other company could do. So those types of things are what are in this plan. And so, as you said in the outset, it is a zero compensation package unless he delivers against pretty ambitious goals for the company.
Ambitious goals that include 20 million vehicles, that include 10 million FSD, that think about 1 million robots and robo-taxis. Robin, tell us, from your experience with the 2018 pay package, the investor base really wants to understand how structurally this is different.
Yeah, so for us, the framework of the 2018 plan worked very, very effectively. And so this package, this framework that we've put in place for the 2025 proposed compensation package has 12 tranches, 12 market cap goals, where the top goal is $8.5 trillion, and we're just over $1 trillion today. The first milestone on the market cap side is at $2 trillion. So we've got to almost double the size of the company before any of the market cap goals are actually achieved. And then it increases by $500 billion up into the last 2 tranches, where there's $1 trillion jump each time. And then on the operational side, to your point, Caroline, they're very ambitious. We're just over 8 million cars that have been produced and delivered at Tesla. The milestone on the vehicle side is 20 million vehicles. 10 million FSD paid subscription areas. So to me, these are ambitious goals, and not to mention what we've proposed in terms of the goals around our robotics areas, our Optimus and bots, 1 million of those, and robo-taxis. And so to me, it really brings the master plan 4 to life within this compensation package, because they're the goals that Elon has. It's the goals that the company has as well.
Some had worried that Elon's goals had turned more towards politics, and you draw him back from that within the proxy, and he's agreed to wind down his political activity. How do you define political activity, Robin?
I think, from my perspective, this is a package that really motivates Elon. So having him front and centre at the company and delivering against really ambitious goals, to me, is great for him. It's great for the company. It's also great for shareholders. And as we've outlined, the shareholders, in this proposal actually win, very extensively, with that market cap at $8.5 trillion in order to achieve this compensation package. To me, that actually is one of the things that all shareholders will benefit by. And so from a politics perspective, obviously we're in a democracy, so everybody gets to voice their points of view. I think Elon, having served as a special government employee, he obviously completed that activity, and he is back and front and centre at the company these days.
But did those reassurances go as far as to Elon Musk agreeing not to specifically participate in any one political party, take another government role, extend to whether or not he makes donations in a political cycle?
Yeah, I mean, what he does from a personal perspective in terms of his political motivations, etc., is up to him. I mean, clearly from our perspective as a board, we're measuring him on results and measuring him on what he does as a CEO of Tesla. And our view is he's delivered big time in the past, and we look forward to him doing that in the next era.
Robin, you've just been unequivocal about the future of the company and the inclusion of those operational milestones on Optimus and Robotaxi. But when the proxy hit, many, many shareholders went straight to the bullet point on the 20 million vehicle deliveries. How much was that informed by, A, the the board wanting Elon Musk to focus on the bread and butter business in the near term, but also did you have some data that sales specifically were being impacted by Musk's political activity?
Yeah, I would say that vehicles are our mainstay of our business today. So is the energy business. A lot of people forget about this brilliant business that we have on the sustainable energy side. And so from our perspective, from a board perspective, they are the revenue drivers of the company in the near term. But obviously in the plan, you can see that there are other areas of revenue activity and profitability and growth for the company in what we're doing with AI as it relates to Optimus, but also FSD and beyond. And you know, we've put pretty ambitious goals out there in terms of the EBITDA, and so I think the profit in terms of having 4 operational goals around product, but also 4 pretty extensive, 6 actually, pretty extensive goals around the profitability of the company as well. And you can't do that without selling fabulous products that customers want.
Fabulous products that people have to want to buy, and sometimes because of the brand or the person who built them. I just ask a little bit again, did you think sales were hit by his political activity?
So my view is, over the long term, people buy things that they really love, and Tesla vehicles are things that people really love. You know, it doesn't matter who you are. The minute you get into a Tesla and you drive that car, you know what that experience is like. And so, from our perspective, focusing on products that customers love, that our consumers, both in the vehicle space and in the energy space, really do enjoy using and appreciate in terms of not only the technology aspects, but also how the vehicle responds, the user interface, those types of things. So again, we're a products company. We love building things that people love.
And we can see the future product just behind your shoulder as well with Optimus. And Robin, what's been so interesting is the push from Elon's side in the 10 times you met him in the negotiations, and indeed on X's platform, to have more voting control and have more ownership of shares. Can you tell us a little bit about how you weighed that as a board and as the chair?
Well, clearly, Elon's been very public in terms of the things that he motivates him and what actually he wants over this next period of time. So as a special committee, as a board, that's actually easy to work with, because when you're designing a compensation package, you're looking for the things that will motivate an individual to do something above and beyond the mainstay. And so clearly voting rights are important to Elon, particularly in this era as we're developing products around artificial intelligence, autonomous, those types of things where we could use products for good as opposed to any nefarious activity with the products. And so he's been very clear on that. And so for us as a special committee, taking that information and then working through what were the right goals in order for him to earn those voting rights is really important. And again, I'll say again that it's a zero plan if he doesn't achieve the goals. So each tranche is worth, 1% in terms of voting rights. They kick in when he actually hits the goals, both an operational goal as well as a market cap goal. And then the economic benefits are delayed beyond that period of time, which is a difference in the plan that we structured in 2018. So bifurcating the voting rights versus the economic benefit actually has a huge retentive effect. And so from our perspective, that's one of the key levers that we used in the plan.
You're joining us on Bloomberg Television and radio around the world. This is Bloomberg Tech, live at Tesla in Palo Alto, where we're speaking with the chair of Tesla's board, Robin Denholm, about the proposed compensation package for Elon Musk that investors will vote on in November. In the proxy, again, it's very clear, if one is to go and read it, that Elon Musk essentially said to the special committee that my priority is the voting power, But, you know, if my motivations aren't met, I am interested to go and pursue other interests. What was the kind of absolute for the board on your side? You know, I'm trying to understand both Caroline's question on, you know, I think Musk wants the voting power so that he can focus on this AI future. But in return, if to hand over that voting power, what is it, Robin, that you wanted to ensure?
Yeah, I think, you know, as I said before, Elon's a unique individual. He can apply his time, effort and energy into different endeavours. He has different endeavours out there. What the board sought to do through this plan is to actually have him focus, you know, an outsized proportion of his time, effort and energy on Tesla. Because when he does that, shareholders win.
Might I just add that what's kind of missing from the proxy, it's not codified, but you are calm, sanguine, comfortable with him also being the CEO at another company, private company, or having another leadership position across multiple companies. That's okay.
Yes, it is okay. It is how he's delivered in the past, and you know, from our perspective, actually having his creative energies in various endeavours that are outside of Tesla actually helps Tesla.
Yes.
I know that sounds perverse and people don't really understand that, but having worked with him now for 11 years, it actually benefits Tesla.
자, 현재 수익권에 입주한 말씀드렸던 목표 수익권까지 좀 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
Both from a resource perspective, but also from a motivation perspective. And so I think to really understand that point is to understand Elon and how he actually works. And so that's what the board sought to do through this plan.
Succession. The latter tranches directly relate to Elon Musk's participation in succession planning and the successful implementation of that succession planning. You started this conversation by saying there isn't anyone like Elon Musk. Given that this is a decade-long plan, so maybe succession after a decade is more timely then, do you have confidence as a board there are leaders already within Tesla that could potentially step up when he's gone? Or are you already starting to speak with Elon Musk about external candidates, those that are nearest to him, you know, in that level of extraordinary ability that you see in him?
Yeah, so clearly succession planning is a very important responsibility for the board. And we take that responsibility very seriously. I meet with investors all the time, and I will say it's probably my number one question that I get in terms of consistency of feedback from investors around succession planning. And so from our perspective, we obviously have a plan if something untoward were to happen in the near term, but we also want to have and do have a longer term succession plan. Now, this plan, this compensation plan is a 10-year plan. Elon will be 64 or close to 65 by the time this plan completes. At some point, he will want to ease back. Maybe he doesn't believe that today, but at some point he may want to do that. And so we want to make sure that we have the right leaders in place to do an orderly transition at some point in the future. And so making that part of this plan was a very deliberate activity, and obviously he was part of that discussion as well. And he is part of the discussion on an ongoing basis that the board has around succession planning, the talent that we have. We have extraordinary talent inside of Tesla across many facets of the company. And so making sure that we're continuing to develop those leaders, but also bringing in talent. And, you know, that's the other part. It's in the report as well. And that Elon is a talent magnet, particularly on the engineering side, that we have extraordinary depth in the AI space, in the engineering space, in the manufacturing space, and largely because he works with them day in and day out. And so that's one of the unique aspects to this. And also one of the unique aspects to the plan is to make sure that we have that visible succession plan as we near the end of this decade-long compensation package.
Robin, what you just said was really interesting, the fact that there is a plan in place if something untoward would happen. Can you spell out what that would look like in the here and now?
No, I won't go into details here, but from my perspective, it is a responsibility the board takes very seriously. And, you know, Elon has participated in that. We have leaders in geographies that run large portions of the organisation. We have a really extensive executive team. And as I said before, Elon works very closely. He's a hands-on leader, both in the engineering spaces, but also across the board from an operational perspective as well.
And I realise that was a sensitive question to ask, and forgive me, I will ask another sensitive one, because it is a time of sensitivity. We've just had the death of Charlie Kirk. We've had Musk himself on his own platform X raising questions, well, about his own security and the fact that he is focused on it. I know it's something that you are focused on. What is the board's view on terms of upping his own security right now?
Yeah, so very tragic circumstances this week. I think there isn't anybody in a boardroom that isn't touched by what's happened with Charlie Kirk. And also, you know, there have been other incidents, you know, in the executive world over the last 12 months that I think every board stops and thinks about. Security of their CEOs, but also their executive team. And it's no different at Tesla. We have been focused as a board on Elon's security for many years now. He's been very public and very much out there. And so it is something that we take very seriously. He takes it very seriously as well. And so again, from a board perspective, it is something that we've discussed at length.
Robin, there are a number of other proposals in the proxy. One is a shareholder-initiated proposal for Tesla to invest in XAI. It is non-binding. The board doesn't take a position, but how does the board think about it? For example, if investors would say, no, we don't want Tesla to make that investment, would the board still look to pursue it independently?
So clearly there are 16 proposals overall in the proxy. I know we've spent quite a bit of time on one, important one on compensation, but the XAI proposal is a shareholder proposal that has been put into the board. We value our shareholders' input, and the reason why we have not put a recommendation is we want to hear from shareholders in terms of what their views are, as to whether or not we should make an investment in XAI. Well, one thing I will say at the outset is there's a lot of misunderstanding of AI in the marketplace. It is not one thing. Okay, it is a range of technologies. What Tesla is doing today with AI is quite different to what XAI does. XAI is working on fundamental areas in AI, but it's also working on large language models. That's not what Tesla's doing. As you can see behind me, with Optimus, we're taking real-world application of AI and putting it into physical products to actually empower those products to do things. So with Optimus, it's very visual. You can see what he does in terms of visualizing things and then actually doing things. And the same with the vehicles. So what we're doing with AI within FSD is actually taking that visual data and using that to drive the car. And so that's quite different to what an XAI does.
Robin, a very quick question, and then we will end on the final proposal for the compensation package. This week, Bloomberg reported an investigation about some fatal incidents where passengers or those inside the vehicle had difficulty using the manual release. Now, as you know, I drive a Tesla vehicle, you drive a Tesla vehicle. All I want to ask is the board aware of that reporting, and will it raise that issue with Elon? And is Tesla looking at the design of the door manual override?
So I can tell you that the board takes very seriously any safety-related reporting or any incidents of any type globally in terms of what we look at. But in the Tesla, there is a manual override already. And in fact, it's been reported on that you can actually manually open the door if there is a power event or anything like that. So safety is our number one factor in terms of what we're doing.
And Tesla ranks very highly on safety.
Very highly. It's also why we're pursuing FSD, because just in North America there are 50,000 deaths on the road. That's 50,000 too many. And so, and we know with the data that we have for FSD that it's actually safer than a human driver, because of those 50,000, 94% are human error. So if you can eliminate 5% of that, that's a lot of deaths that you can avoid. And so, again, safety is one of our key priorities in any aspect of the business.
Let's end on this unprecedented proposal. And I'm going to ask you this. What would happen to Tesla if Elon Musk left tomorrow? In order to try and help shareholders understand the board's motive here in keeping him. But there was one specific question from our audience, which I really appreciated. Why does Elon need to be CEO? Could he not take on a more technical role?
Well, that is contemplated in the package, just like in the 2018 package. We want his service at the company. He can be the CEO, but he can also be in another role, whether it's chief product officer or that type of thing. We've contemplated that before. But to me, I think the really key thing is that shareholders get to vote on the future of the company, not just on a compensation package. The compensation package is the instantiation of the goals and the super ambitious goals that we have as a company. And so I think with this proposal, it's really up to shareholders what the future of Tesla looks like.
Robin Denholm, chair of Tesla's board. There is a key shareholder vote in November on what is, we've said it, an unprecedented proposal on a compensation package for Elon Musk set against very high bar deliverables. But what a conversation, Caroline, to inform the understanding of some of those deliverables. Back to you in New York.
All right, and we've been listening to Robin Denholm, the chairperson of Tesla's board of directors, speaking with our Bloomberg Tech anchors Ed Ludlow and Caroline Hyde in Palo Alto at Tesla's office. Let's head over now to John Tucker with a data check and our Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Scarlett, stocks holding near all-time highs. You have bond prices edging lower. That's pushing the yields up. I should point out this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Data today showing sentiment among consumers hitting the lowest since May, and then long-term inflation expectations, they rose. You have a 25 basis point rate hike from the Fed. That seems baked into the cake when the FOMC meets next week. It's up again today, adding to yesterday's stock jump. Warner Brothers Discovery, those shares right now up 15%. Paramount Skydance preparing a bid. It is likely to run up against regulatory opposition, though. Adobe delivering a strong quarterly revenue outlook, suggesting the software maker is seeing a payoff from its investment in artificial intelligence websites. Adobe shares up about 0.1% today. The Federal Trade Commission investigating whether Amazon and Alphabet's Google misled advertisers that place ads on their websites. Then you had results after the close yesterday. RH, luxury furniture company RH, cutting its sales outlook for the full year, and they're citing mounting impacts from new U.S. tariffs. Right now, the S&P 500 unchanged, 65.87. The Dow down 188 points. The Nasdaq 100 up 82. News out of Walmart. I'll conclude with this. This is from the New York Post. A Pennsylvania man's emotional support alligator can no longer accompany her inside Walmart after the recent trip to the store stunned shoppers. The 32-pound pet wore a gray dress as owner Wesley Silva pushed her around in a shopping cart. That apparently proved too much for the world's largest retailer. I mean, it caught my attention. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus.
Munis brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM insured municipal bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual. Time to bring in Ashna Shah, now municipal finance reporter, joining us here in our New York studio to talk about the muni bond landscape and what investors can expect. So Ashna, you're saying it could be a bumpy ride for investors, even though we're expecting a series of interest rate cuts, which is usually good news. There's going to be an avalanche of new debt coming to market in just the next few weeks.
Yeah, so we've already seen that yesterday we hit a milestone of $400 billion in the muni market in terms of supply, and that's the most amount we've seen since almost 2014 for this time frame. And so there's a huge surge in issuance right now, and bankers are kind of split whether that issuance is going to continue growing. It's going to, pare back a little bit, but regardless, it's going to be a little bit of a bumpy ride for muni investors. One of our colleagues on the team, Elizabeth, wrote this story about how because of the technical headwinds, we could be seeing, more issuance, but a bumpy ride.
So talk a little bit about those technical headwinds. What typically happens around this time of year?
Yeah, so we aren't seeing generally positive returns around this time of the year. So in September has only delivered positive returns 4 times since 2014. So, they're seeing this overwhelming supply in the market, and they're saying that, there's a strong supply pipeline that could impact returns since this upcoming season generally has weaker demand.
But you're saying it's the retail investor who might actually come in, swoop in and save things in the muni market because they're coming back from those summer vacations. They're wanting to put that money to work someplace.
Yeah, exactly. And projects have to get done. So I think we're also seeing and hearing from investors that, they might be getting a little more comfortable with these higher interest rates.
Within the story, you've noted that local governments are paying out less in redemptions this month. What are the implications of that? Why does that matter to muni investors?
Yeah, so we are seeing more we're hearing that more redemptions are going to be coming around. I was speaking to a executive at Siebert, and he was saying he's not expecting issuance or supply to slow down from the market this year, but he was saying supply, stronger supply could be because of bets on the Federal Reserve cutting rates, and that could bring in some more refinancing activity into the market. These deals have to get done at some point, so.
Are you expecting, though, these Fed rate cuts, which we're all believing could be at least 2 by the end of the year, shouldn't they be propping up the muni market?
Yeah, I think that people are going to be coming back into the market. We're going to see investors coming in from their summer vacations, like Scarlett mentioned. And so we are going to be seeing stronger issuance. That's what some bankers are anticipating, yet some are saying that things might par back because of the weaker demand.
All right, Ashna Shah, thank you so much. Ashna Shah for us, a municipal finance reporter on the latest in the muni bond market. For those who are invested in this tax-free part of the market, brace for a bumpy fall, Alexis.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta love a good muni bond, though, with all of the tax advantages that come along with it. But it's important to know what some of the caveats might be, especially as we enter this area of where that could be lower interest rates for longer now.
Absolutely. Maybe I will outsource looking for muni bonds or the right investment to my virtual executive assistant.
Oh, really?
There was a really good story in the Wall Street Journal about how a lot of ordinary people, not executives, no one in the C-suite, are hiring their own executive assistants to help them just get through the day-to-day demands of, work-life balance.
Right.
So,
I saw that, and I, was curious because people are paying good money to have these virtual assistants now. It's one thing when you have when you have an actual live assistant there with you in the workplace, because that person usually you have to share that person with somebody else. You can really only give them work-related tasks. But what you're talking about is you can tell somebody, listen, go pick up my mother-in-law a birthday present.
Yeah.
We need travel for the summer vacation.
And tell me what I should make for dinner this week.
Oh, I like that one.
Because this is the question that, always perplexes me day in and day out. What should I make for dinner? How should I feed everyone? You can outsource that and, not pay a huge amount of money, but it allows you to free up your time to do the things that you need to do, like prepare for Bloomberg Intelligence.
There you go. Wow, I wish we could do that. First world problems for sure, but definitely interesting that, especially in this environment, we're on higher prices all the way around for so many basic things that people are spending on these virtual assistants because they just help them be more productive, right?
Absolutely. And as companies also reduce costs, they're making less executive assistants available to their senior managers overall. And when they do, like you said, the CEO, maybe not the CEO, the COO and the CMO might need to share an executive assistant, right? It's no longer like you have the one person that you go to all the time.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, maybe you and I can chip in and get ourselves a virtual assistant.
I'd be into that, definitely.
I thought I was your virtual assistant.
Oh, John, you're always our helper here, always helping us out, John Tucker. All right, let's get a data check now with John, since he's here and chiming in.
Let me assist you. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Commonwealth. Join over 2,000 independent financial advisors who are taking control of their growth with advisor-centric support and future-ready technologies. Grow on your own terms with a partner dedicated to your success. Go to commonwealth.com to learn how. Major stock averages, they've turned mixed to lower right now as we close out this week. And with investors focused on next week's Fed meeting, expectation of at least a 25 basis point cut that seems baked into the cake right now when we get the FOMC decision on Wednesday. And back to the best performing stock in the S&P 500 right now. That belongs to Warner Brothers Discovery. It is up 15% right now. Again, best performing stock in the S&P 500. Young Ellison at Paramount Skydance has the urge to merge with Warner Brothers. Meantime, Andrew Hollenhorst at Citigroup Global Markets says, you know what, the data that we've recently got do argue for a Fed rate cut.
We're probably close to zero job growth in terms of payrolls. So there's no question that you want to be moving rates at least back towards a more neutral setting.
And at this point, just getting news crossing the Bloomberg, and you can bet this is going to affect the share price of some of the vaccine manufacturers. According to the Washington Post, U.S. officials plan to link 25 child deaths to vaccines. And of course, we're going to have more on this story as it develops. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Alexis.
Thank you. That was so well done to our new executive assistant.
You take it with cream, sugar?
Just black, thank you.
자, 현재 수익권에서
I'm not sure I can do that.
있습니다.
All right. Anyway, let's move on because we're taking a look at these markets. And what I've noticed here is that the Mag 7 is up about 1.3%. But if you look at the components within it, Amazon lower by about a third of 1%. Alphabet also slightly weaker. There was a headline today about how Amazon and Google are being probed by the Federal Trade Commission on their search advertising practices. This is according to Bloomberg reporting, citing people who are familiar with the matter. So we need to bring in Justin Teresi. He is the antitrust litigation and policy analyst here for us at Bloomberg Intelligence. Justin, just walk us through what these headlines mean to you when you look at it through your antitrust lens.
Hi, Scarlett. Happy Friday to you. So, interestingly enough here, this case, it really looks like more of a consumer protection investigation, not an antitrust kind of investigation. So what I mean by that here is that we're really looking at the pricing and the terms that perhaps were set forth by Amazon and by Google in their workings with advertisers, and whether or not that pricing and those terms was misleading in any way. So a different kind of series of facts here from what we're seeing in the antitrust cases around advertising, with a big one coming up in about a week. The remedies trial in the Google ad tech case starts in Virginia very soon. More risk there, if you ask me. But this one here really focused on those pricing policies, it looks like, at those companies. And the remedies here probably nowhere near the kind of breakup risk that we would see in a more antitrust aligned case.
That's what I was going to ask, Justin, is whether or not, this makes the case to bolsters the case to break up these tech giants. I also want to make clear that these allegations are now different from what both Google and Amazon are facing. They're facing trials this month, right, with separate lawsuits brought by federal agencies.
Yep, that's right. So you're hitting the nail on the head there too. This is really more related to search issues and search advertising, which interestingly enough, that's what we just had that huge remedies ruling on in the Google search case, right? And in that case, there was a lot of discussion in the remedies about increasing transparency in pricing for the text-based search ads, right? So one could actually say a lot of those remedies are already on their way to being implemented as part of that ruling, number one. Number two, yeah, absolutely. The Google case that's pending, that's about open web advertising on websites, the little ads you see when you might go to Bloomberg.com or CNN.com, for example, that pop up on the side, separate and apart from search ads. And then the Amazon trial coming up this month, that's about Amazon Prime terms, right? And whether or not there was misleading kind of behavior in how that was sold to consumers.
We should note that the FTC and Google declined to comment on our reporting, and Amazon did not respond to requests for comment. So, Justin, when you look at all of this, what does this mean in terms of how much of an overhang this will be for the companies? Is this something that's going to be a month-long investigation or months-long, maybe years-long investigation?
Right, and I think the latter definitely, Scarlett. Right, so I think just now, and great reporting, by the way, as usual, by our colleagues Leah Nyland and Josh Sisko over at Bloomberg News. But I would say, we're really early on here, I think, is the story. If they're just starting to look into these
짧게 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매수 진입 사인들입니다. 5개야. 매수 진입 사인들입니다. 진입가 8.2점
It's really about ascertaining the facts, figuring out what, if anything, happened, and moving on from there. So I don't think we'll see any more announcements from the FTC about how this is proceeding either. Typically, all of this is confidential. So as it moves forward, we may or may not see updates that come out, in different ways about the case. But it's a long-term risk, absolutely.
Is this just another example, though, of how the Trump administration is dealing with big tech, do you think, Justin?
Yeah, I find this a little interesting too, right? So I think, you look back to the AI action plan that came out earlier in the summer, and, in that plan language, the White House said, hey, FTC, stay away from investigations that might inhibit the growth of AI in any way. So that leads me to believe, are we looking to areas like advertising as a carve out from that messaging, right? Are we looking to different areas of tech? There might be a problem that falls out of that ambit of AI, but it seems like, there is that whiplash, right? Where the White House might have one statement on things, and there might be a visit to the White House, right, by certain CEOs on the other hand, but then you said the FTC pursuing an investigation like this. So there certainly is a back and forth, but I would say if it doesn't fall within the ambit of AI, there still is a possibility and some risk that things could be subject to investigations.
Okay, so very much moving goalposts and a TBD kind of scenario. Justin, you and Jennifer Rhee, who is our senior litigation analyst, have also done some research on Live Nation and how its dominance in events is at risk because of a lawsuit. And this is a lawsuit that is scheduled to lead to an antitrust jury trial that will begin, I think, in the first quarter. Just walk us through what we need to know there.
Yeah, so I'll defer to Jennifer on the nuts and bolts of that particular case. She's been following from the start. She's really been knee-deep in that litigation. But what I will say is that it's not just the courts we're looking at here from the aspect of ticketing, right? Really recently, we've seen legislation introduced at the federal and state levels where we're looking at the secondary marketplace for ticketing too, and what's happening there. Things like increased price transparency for consumers when they're going through that ticket purchasing process, a whole host of issues there, but perhaps capping the fees that are allowed in the secondary sale of tickets. So there's a lot happening in that particular area. You're right. There is the monopolization suit that proceeds next spring. And I think that's going to be a really, bet the company kind of litigation in many ways for Live Nation. But there also is this kind of political risk that's out there too, really more focused, I would say, on those secondary ticket resellers.
You know what? I'm curious. So, have consumers really felt the difference yet when it comes to ticketing and pricing regarding Live Nation? I mean, I know they're sort of embroiled in a lot of lawsuits, actually.
Sure, I'd say probably not yet, right? I think we saw some activity around a class action case just really recently there. But, the FTC's rule mandating these price transparency issues for consumers when they're in that kind of ticket purchasing process, that just went into effect a few months ago, right? So really, it's a trickle down here, a slow moving kind of issue here with politics and with litigation. And of course, we haven't even gotten to the liability phase yet of that Live Nation trial, much less remedies that would be imposed if there were a finding of liability in that case, right? So I think we're at the beginning of a lot of activity, but certainly no real, outcomes are developing just yet.
I mean, I'm a very imperfect example of, what you see when you actually try to buy tickets. But I've noticed when I do try to buy tickets on secondary markets, there's a lot more text about how this is, every single fee included. So we're not going to add anything more to your final price tag. And that's something that's only really started to roll out, I would say, in the last couple of months.
Yep, you're right. And that's the FTC rule right there in play, right? You're seeing that with ticketing applications. We're also seeing that in kind of travel websites as well, right? Where you kind of get to the checkout page and wait a minute, there's all these fees for things like baggage that maybe you didn't know about up front when you saw the fare.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how those are rolling out there too. And I'd say, to your point, that's really the impact we've had so far on the consumer, more likely yet to come.
Yeah, nice to not get those surprises at the end. You thought you were going to pay this, but guess what? It's a lot more. Justin Teresi, antitrust litigation and policy analyst for us here at Bloomberg Intelligence. Thanks so much for jumping on with us. You can get the latest news whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Top stories from our global team of reporters at the click of a button. Get Bloomberg News Now on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, and anywhere you get your podcasts. Mixed market with the Dow Industrials now down about 200, NASDAQ up 67. This is Bloomberg Intelligence.
자, 짧게 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 그러니까 여기서 수익청산 사인드립니다. 수익청산 사인드립니다. 수익청산 후에 재진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 현재 진입권 짧게 끊어가도록 하겠습니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
자, 11차 진입 뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이어서 바로 매도 진입 사인 드립니다. 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
체결되었습니다.
자,
확인
매도 진입
바랍니다.
사인 드립니다. 085.00입니다. 085.00. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드립니다. 실시간 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 매도 진입 실시간 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
It is 11:53 on Wall Street. I'm Alexis Christophorus along with Scarlett Fu and Paramount Skydance. Boy, wasting no time when it comes to making acquisitions, right? The Hollywood studio taken over just last month by the independent filmmaker David Ellison, now reportedly preparing a bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. And Wall Street seems to like the news because Warner Brothers up about 14% right now. We've even got Paramount Skydance on the plus side by nearly 3%. Let's break it down with Geetha Ranganathan, Bloomberg Intelligence analyst on U.S. media. He's watching it all for us from his perch in Princeton. Geetha, great to see you. I guess Bloomberg was the first to report this, but we should make clear no official offer made yet. So what do we know?
Yeah, so what we know right now, Alexis, is that Paramount is definitely interested in making a bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. And what's interesting, I mean, you pointed out the timing, that's definitely a very, very critical aspect here. The second thing that's very interesting about this offer is that it's going to be for the entire company. Now, the reason I bring that up is because Warner Brothers Discovery was actually planning to split off its different assets. So, the company owns TV networks like a CNN, a TBS, a TNT. They also own one of, the biggest Hollywood movie and TV studios. And of course, they have their, iconic HBO Max streaming platform. So there's a whole, portfolio of different assets there. And they were planning to separate out the TV assets, which have been challenged for the past few years by cord cutting, and separate that out from the studio and the streaming part of the business. And so really what we were kind of thinking was that there would be a lot of M&A interest, a lot of appetite for the studio and streaming portion of the business, just given that, those are kind of the crown jewels of the business, if you will. But having Paramount kind of come in for the entire company is obviously a little bit of a surprise. There's no deal or dollar value yet, though, Alexis.
And you are saying, Geetha, that this would, if it were to happen, would be a cash offer, like an all-cash offer?
That is what has been reported. It would be a majority cash offering for all of Warner Brothers Discovery.
So I'm wondering if Paramount Skydance is interested in all of Warner Brothers Discovery, what might regulators have to say about that?
Yeah, normally it would have been a problem, I think. You do have two of the biggest studios kind of combining. It will become a top studio with about a 25% box office share. Not that such deals haven't gone through, the regulatory process before. So if you just remember a few years ago, Disney bought the Fox studio. That gave them about a 26% share of the box office. So it has been done. But I think what gives us more confidence in the whole regulatory process here is that David Ellison and the family, the whole Skydance team, just went through this whole approval process for the Paramount merger with the Trump administration just about a month ago. So they obviously know their way around this around the system. They know how to navigate all of the different challenges that come with a deal of this size. So I think that gives us plenty of confidence. And the other thing that I would mention is that there is no broadcast. There's no combination of broadcast assets. So combining two broadcast networks like a CBS or an NBC, that would be problematic. In this case, there is no broadcast asset from Warner Brothers Discovery.
Good point, Geetha. So I'm just wondering about the synergies here, bouncing off of that. And, would there be a fair amount of overlap in the sense that we may see a bunch of layoffs if and when this deal happens?
Oh, that is absolutely bound to happen. So we're actually already seeing that at both companies separately. So remember, Warner Brothers Discovery is actually a combination of Warner Brothers and Discovery, and they had mentioned or they had announced a lot of synergies and a lot of cost savings at the time that they merged those two companies. We're going to see the same thing with Paramount and Skydance, and now when you kind of see this mega merger, there absolutely is going to be a ton of layoffs, just kind of given the duplicative systems in place here. You're talking about a studio business. Again, a lot of positions there can be eliminated. The streaming platforms, the TV networks, you're going to have multiple teams kind of performing the same functions. So yes, we do project something like about $4 or $5 billion in potential cost savings. A lot of those, of course, would be, with the elimination of jobs. So the Hollywood unions definitely would not be happy here.
Yeah, I bet. And I just want to ask you a little bit about the market reaction we're seeing. Again, no deal has been made. This is Bloomberg reporting out there that's actually moving these stocks today. Warner Brothers Discovery up about 14%, but we also got Paramount Skydance up about 3%. Usually the acquirer comes under a little bit of pressure. In the 30 seconds I have, why do you think we're seeing both stocks higher?
Yeah, that's a really interesting point you bring up, Alexis. The reason we're seeing Paramount trade higher is because, remember, this is a subscale streamer. So they have only about 75 million streaming subscribers right now. Merging with Warner Brothers Discovery really kind of puts them on the map along with Netflix and Disney, makes them a really formidable player. And so this is why we're kind of seeing a lot of enthusiasm for this bid.
Yeah, enthusiasm for sure. We'll see how it all plays out. Really interesting. Geetha Ranganathan, Bloomberg intelligence analyst on U.S. media, again, joining us there from Princeton on this Friday. Thanks so much, and great reporting on the part of Bloomberg, bringing us this story that is moving both of these stocks right now. Again, Paramount up about 3%. We've got Warner Brothers Discovery up about 13%. You can bet they're going to be keeping an eye on this story for us here at Bloomberg and let us know when it moves along. And for our listeners in the U.S., we've got a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network coast to coast 24 hours a day. Stay with us. We're going to have much more coming your way. Want to get you a quick market check first. Markets are mixed after that big rally yesterday that sent the indexes to record highs. We've got the S&P 500 down 3 points now, but the Dow Jones Industrial Average off about 190. The NASDAQ Composite, though, in the green by 81. Taking a look at 10-year Treasury, 4.07%, 30-year at 4.70%. I'm Alexis Christophers with Scarlet Fu. This is Bloomberg Intelligence.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Steve Kathan. A 22-year-old man is in custody in Utah, a suspect in the Charlie Kirk assassination. Utah Governor Spencer Cox.
A family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident.
CBS's Scott McFarland.
11,000 tips came in. All that video was released, and a couple key takeaways from what the governor said when he was answering questions about the video and about the case, that we do not have information that will lead to any more arrests. Not the most declarative statement I've ever heard, ruling out the possibility of more arrests or more people being considered culpable in this, but saying right now that this is the one person responsible for this murder.
Correspondent Carter Evans has been following the investigation.
Authorities have a tremendous amount of evidence linking him to this crime. Of course, they have the gun. They have all of this video evidence. I would presume at this point they've probably got fingerprints and DNA. FBI Director Kash Patel mentioned how they had flown that evidence back to Quantico to be tested right away.
CBS's Natalie Brand at the White House says the development is a relief for people who were close to Kirk.
I just can't overstate just the grief that has overtaken the White House
현재
this week.
수익권에선 실시간 대응 중에
The
있습니다. 좀
president
더
giving more
지켜보고 목표
details
수익권까지
about when he
실시간 대응
learned
연항하도록
about
하겠습니다.
the shooting, and also confirming this morning that he will attend Kirk's funeral in Arizona.
President Trump said this morning he will deploy the National Guard to Memphis. Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris is not on board.
We know that the City Council, County Commission have a right to ask for the National Guard to be deployed. That hasn't happened. So no reason to bring them. We know the governor also has a right to bring the National Guard to town, and so we're asking the governor to reconsider.
Well, General Motors has closed a facility in Warren, Michigan after 2 positive tests for Legionnaire's disease. CBS News Detroit's Sandra Ali.
The building will stay closed until at least Monday, September 22nd. GM says Macomb County health officials have not identified the building as the source, but they closed it out of an abundance of caution. Legionnaire's is a severe form of pneumonia. It's caused by a bacteria found in water systems.
The sounds of celebration in Brazil. After the country's Supreme Court sentenced former President Jair Bolsonaro to more than 27 years in prison, he was convicted of attempting a coup to remain in power after his election loss. Wall Street, right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 180 points. This is CBS News.
자, 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 해당 지진권 여기서 수익 청산 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
자, 12차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이어서 바로 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 해당 주식권 짧게 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매수진입
체결되었습니다.
사인드립니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
사인드립니다.
체결되었습니다.
Attention
확인
Costco
바랍니다.
shoppers about a product recall.
A New York bakery is recalling its Dubai chocolate squares stuffed with pistachio filling sold at Costco because they're made with wheat, but don't say so on the packaging. The ingredient list actually says gluten is the allergen. The chocolate treats from the Rolling Pin Baking Company are also made with shredded semolina phyllo dough, which can contain wheat. No reports of illnesses. The batches in question were sold between May 1st and August 29th. If you have any and you're concerned, you can return the snacks to Costco for a full refund. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The New York Times reports nearly $10 million worth of birth control pills and other contraceptives for people in low-income countries have been destroyed on orders of the Trump administration. They had been purchased by USAID and had been in a warehouse in Belgium for months. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
The suspect is identified. Welcome to the Friday edition as authorities arrest a young man named Tyler Robinson in the shooting death of Charlie Cook. President Trump was, in fact, the first to announce that a suspect had been caught. And we're going to have much more on the investigation and the legal path forward when we talk in a moment with Bloomberg national security reporter Miles Miller. The UN Security Council holding an emergency meeting to discuss Russia's incursion into Polish airspace this week. There's also been a NATO response just announced today. We'll have more on that with Bloomberg's Nick Wadhams. And as the president pledges to send National Guard troops next to Memphis, we'll discuss the political implications with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us alongside Republican strategist Lisa Camuso-Miller. So let's get to it. We start, as always, on Wall Street. And for that, we turn to Charlie Pellet, our friend at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie, how's it look?
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Here's what's going on. We've got the Dow lower, the S&P lower as well. NASDAQ, though, continues to advance in record territory. Strong week, though, ending on a quiet note. Stocks holding near records, bonds edging lower. Fresh consumer data doing little to alter bets that the Fed will cut rates in September. Of course, the FOMC does have a decision next week. So here's where we stand. Emphasis on little change with the S&P down under 0.1%, down 3 right now, 65.83. We've got the Dow retreating, down 197, drop there of 0.4%. NASDAQ, though, pushing higher, up another 0.3%, a record there for NASDAQ. The 10-year at 4.07%, the 2-year 3.56%. Gold up $9 the ounce, up 0.3%, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.5%, 63.28 a barrel. Bitcoin at 115,128. The big event for markets next week, of course, the September Fed meeting. Bloomberg is going to be all over that. Policymakers widely expected to cut rates by a quarter point. Andrew Sliman is head of equity advisors at Morgan Stanley.
If they cut aggressively, I think the market is going to get worried that that they see something that the market doesn't see. If they are measured but continue to cut, you know, the history says when the Fed cuts and the market's at an all-time high, the next 12-month returns are very good.
Andrew Sliman of Applied Equity Advisors at Morgan Stanley. Federal Trade Commission is investigating whether Amazon and Google misled advertisers about the terms and pricing for ads on their websites. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P little change. Key takeaway right now down under 0.1%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, good to have you and happy Friday. Welcome to the Friday edition, as always, of Balance of Power. You made it to the threshold of the weekend and really glad that you decided to spend time with us today on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121, and of course on YouTube. Watch us by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. We're always live as well on Bloomberg Originals. You pick the platform. We'll keep cooking up the news here, and we do have a lot to talk about. It's the 12th of September. The House and the Senate are out. The president is up in New York. Went to the Yankee game last night. See him up there with Aaron Judge, James? Donald Trump's a pretty tall guy. Aaron Judge is a lot taller. An hour-long tour de force on Fox News this morning brought forth a number of headlines from the president, remembering that Donald Trump was the one who first announced that they had somebody. He first announced the fact that Charlie Kirk had been killed. And on Fox News this morning, announcing that this individual was in custody. Tyler Robinson, Governor Spencer Cox of Utah, says that Tyler Robinson was arrested after a family member alerted authorities that he had confessed, or at least implied involvement in the killing of Kirk. We did hear at length from Spencer Cox, who appeared alongside FBI Director Kash Patel, among other authorities. Here's what the governor said.
Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate.
Full of hate and spreading hate. We still have a lot to learn about this individual who has been arrested. We have a lot to learn still about the stages of this investigation, and we're going to try to unpack what we do know right now with Miles Miller, who has spent the better part of this week on this story, Bloomberg's national security reporter. Miles, it's great to have you in place again today, and thank you for all the information that you've been bringing us here. When do we learn more about this suspect?
Yeah, and I expect, we'll continue to do some digging on this to figure out just how he planned all of this. And we've been doing some of the work of calling family members who haven't been getting back to us and just trying to figure out what this was about. One thing that was noted in the press conference was his time on Discord. Now, that's that social media platform on phones where people are in special channels and all of that kind of stuff. And so we'll be digging into that. But, one thing that's really interesting is what he detailed in his Discord server, talking about retrieving the rifle from a drop point, talking about leaving it wrapped in a towel in the bush, engraving those bullets, and changing the outfit after the attack. If you look at it just with that, then the investigators have got him dead to rights. But it's going to take much more than that for them to prove this case against him.
It was interesting hearing from Kash Patel, who, along with other authorities, took a massive victory lap in that news conference.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
In the amount of time that was taken. But of course, it was family that helped to turn him in, correct? That's actually what happened.
Yeah, and they will take their victory lap. They did send evidence back to the FBI lab. That'll be crucial as part of the investigation to figure out if this is definitively the person. But this was really a case that was solved by putting his picture out, making him the most wanted man in all of the United States, certainly, and his father seeing a picture of him by the time he got home a day later, asking him if he was the person responsible for the shooting, the suspect telling his dad, yes, I am, and his father said, listen, we got to turn you in, and he said, I don't want to do that. So then he calls the youth pastor at the church they go to. That youth pastor just happens to be on the Marshals task force that was looking for Tyler. And it was that youth pastor, who's that task force officer, who called the FBI and the Marshals picking him up and bringing him to justice back to Orem, where this all took place.
It's quite a story. Do we believe that he was basically at home for that 33-hour period? I mean, he could have left the country, Miles.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. He was still wearing the clothes that he had changed into, and that we are told by investigators they saw him in after the shooting. They were able to track a car he got into, and so what we know from this is while those investigative steps didn't lead them to this suspect, those investigative steps now give them some definitive evidence that Dodge Challenger was in that parking lot. The person who jumped from the roof got into that car, so they can do that timeline. They're going to continue to do that. And then one other thing is they're going to continue to work down these leads. 11,000 leads coming into the FBI in the last 3 days. They're going to be looking to see if there's anybody who helped him plan this. Was there any material support for this? How did he get the gun? Whose gun was it? all of that goes into this investigation and helps to trump up these charges, which they're saying will amount to the death penalty in the state of Utah.
Well, yeah, the president was the first to say that. Should we assume that will be the path here? And how long? The president said, you know, he's not going to be sitting around in trial or waiting for trial 6 or 7 years. How quickly could this happen?
We know the court system everywhere has its druthers, and I think it's actually very premature to say if this will go to trial immediately. He has the right to say he wants to plead or he wants it to go to trial. There's speedy trial rules, but they don't go that quickly. Now, the one thing about Utah that is interesting is that their court rules and their court system is different. They have 3 days to swear this complaint out, and so they're going to take that time. We probably won't hear anything about charges until Monday. And I'm surprised that this is going to be a state case because certainly as this was investigated with the FBI, this could go federal quickly. But a state case does mean that we likely could see this on television and likely see all the evidence on television as well.
매수 진입합니다. 시장가 매수
체결되었습니다. 확인 바랍니다.
103.25입니다. 103.25. 자, 매수 진입 사인드립니다.
The rhetoric has been off the charts here in some cases, Miles, and I know that you're no stranger to politics as well. The president said in the White House driveway last evening as he made his way up to New York, where you are, we just have to beat the hell out of radical left lunatics, he said. We have a great country, we have radical left lunatics out there, and we just have to beat the hell out of them. There is some concern here, and Governor Cox spoke to this about retribution and people reacting to disinformation. He even pointed to Russian and Chinese bots at one point. How concerned are authorities about that?
It's very concerning. I know the Secret Service is tracking those threat streams. I know that Homeland Security and FBI are tracking those threat streams. They are very serious when they say that our adversaries, Russia and China, are trying to use this event against us and to divide Americans. Now, it is important to note that what is very clear from family members is that this suspect did not like Charlie Kirk, hated the words that he said, hated the ideology that he espoused, and he said that is the reason why he carried out this attack. And then you think about some of the engravings on the bullet talking about, anti-fascism and a number of other things he put on these bullets. Hey fascist, catch. All of that, points to the heightened rhetoric and points to, what the governor of Utah said needs to happen, which is everybody's got to bring the temperature down and really think about what is said online and think about what is said in public squares. And one important to note as you talk about politics is that Charlie Kirk's wife likely will take over running Turning Point USA. The president said that earlier today. So it'll be interesting to see how this legacy is carried forward despite what happened.
It's great to have you, Miles, as always. Miles Miller, Bloomberg national security reporter with great information, and I still want Miles Taylor. If you're with us on the radio, you can always watch us on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. We're going to be covering a lot of news here and bringing you a lot of information coming from Utah and from here in Washington. Much more ahead on geopolitics. Nick Wadhams is going to join us now as President Trump reiterates he's losing patience with Vladimir Putin, what it will mean for potential secondary sanctions and what the UN is going to do with Poland now that this incursion by Russia has taken place in Polish airspace. An Article 4 incursion, according to NATO. We'll dig into it next, only on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P 500 index swinging between gains and losses, but your key takeaway right now, little change, down just half a point on the S&P, very close to a record, 65.87. The Dow's retreating by 191 points, pulling back from a record there, down 0.4%, but the Nasdaq Composite Index up another 89, up 0.4%. That is a record on the Nasdaq Composite Index. Nasdaq 100 index also at a record. Tech stocks pushing higher. Nasdaq 100 up 0.4%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up by 1.5%. Spot gold up $11 the ounce, up 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.2%, 63.13 a barrel. The 10-year, meanwhile, 4.07%, with that 2-year 3.56%. Bitcoin up 0.8% at 115,334 on Bitcoin. Tylenol maker Kenvue spoke with Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in a bid to keep the over-the-counter painkiller off a list of autism-causing treatments. The conversation disclosed by the company follows reports that Kennedy plans to link pregnant women's use of acetaminophen, which is the active ingredient in Tylenol, to autism in their children. Kenvue shares, they're up now by 1.6%. Again, recapping, S&P back in the green, up 1 point, little changed, up under 0.1%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, thanks. Looks like a nice day in New York. It's a beautiful day here in the nation's capital, and I hope you're enjoying it somewhere on this Friday. Thank you for joining us here on Balance of Power. Bloomberg Radio. Half an hour from now, we'll invite our global television audience to the conversation. We do this every day from Washington, every weekday for 2 hours, with news from both ends of Capitol Hill and typically around the world. With geopolitics in our focus now, the UN Security Council is set to hold an emergency meeting here to discuss Russia's incursion into Polish airspace this week, the drone swarm that we told you about, one that President Trump kind of brushed off this morning on Fox. He said, well, we knocked them down. I'm not too worried about that. And he was asked as well about his relationship with Vladimir Putin, because clearly things are not getting better in Ukraine. The temperature is not going down. And the idea of Vladimir Putin starting to push the line on our NATO allies is quite a thought. This is why Poland invoked Article 4. Here's what the president said about his relationship and his patience with Putin.
So has your patience run out with Putin?
Yeah, it's sort of running out and running out fast. But it does take two to tango. It's amazing. When Putin wants to do it, Zelensky didn't. When Zelensky wanted to do it, Putin did. Now Zelensky wants to, and Putin is a question mark. But we're going to have to come down very, very strong. It'll be hitting very hard with sanctions to banks and having to do with oil and tariffs also.
Remembering, of course, that we have passed several deadlines, weeks worth, that President Trump has outlined for triggering secondary sanctions, which is why we continue asking about them. Nick Wadhams asks about this a lot, too. He's our team leader here on Bloomberg's national security team in Washington. What do you make, Nick, of this sort of equivalency here he's making between Putin and Zelensky? Well, one of them doesn't want to talk, then it's the other guy, when, of course, Russia invaded Ukraine.
Right. I mean, when I hear that, the thing that I really think about is that's a very canny move by Vladimir Putin. I mean, Zelensky has actually been very consistent over the last many months about what he wants. And I think what you see is Putin trying to drive a wedge between the U.S. and Ukraine and seeming to be amenable to conversations, to a ceasefire, to reducing the violence. But any time you actually try to pin him down on sort of brass tacks, he backs off. And so we're in one of those backing off phases right now where there was some suggestion that we might be inching toward a ceasefire. Then you had the push for this meeting between Zelensky and Putin. And now that you're trying to get the details and get a signature on paper, he's running in the opposite direction.
Boy, interesting. What will the UN Security Council do about this issue in Poland, as we also report that NATO is enhancing defenses along the eastern border?
Well, it may be no surprise to you that the Security Council will talk.
Okay. Yeah.
They're talking this afternoon. I mean, I do not want to downplay the gravity of what happened in Poland, but the emergency meeting today is an emergency meeting where views will be expressed. concerns will be aired and condemnations will be made. I mean, this is one of the big challenges with the Security Council when you have Russia as a permanent member and now the U.S. quasi on Putin's side. Sometimes you don't see a lot of action out of the council. But it is going to be a very interesting moment for the Trump administration because the U.S. representative up there, the deputy mission chief, will make a statement. So we'll be looking at that for clues about whether there are going to be any teeth, whether the president is going to actually do something here. He says his patience has been running out, but it's been running out for some time.
Well, that sure seems like it. And I know that there doesn't seem to be, in the wake of the Alaska summit, an appetite by Vladimir Putin to sit down with Zelensky anytime soon, unless I guess he came to Moscow as the condition.
Not going to happen.
They're not going to happen. So how about NATO then? What is happening right now after Article 4 was invoked?
I think what you're seeing is a huge pressure campaign behind the scenes by NATO allies to try to get something from the U.S., to try to get some promise from President Trump. I mean, all we have really had from the president so far is raising the possibility that this drone swarm could have been a mistake, and now all sorts of European officials saying that could not possibly have been the case. I mean, this puts the president in a position exactly where he doesn't want to be. There are certain rules, Article 4, which could potentially lead to Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all. I mean, there are a lot of ways this thing could go, but the president does not want to be boxed in. He does not want to make any sort of commitment. I think what he's going to say in response is essentially, listen, we want you to take up more responsibility for your own defense. Get to it. He may commit more resources to Poland. He likes Poland. They have a right-wing government. But in terms of using the NATO structure as it was sort of designed to be used, I don't think
이전 수익분이 형성되고 있는 만큼 현재 분위권 좀 길게 보고 대응이 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 수익권에서 대응이 이루어지고 있지만 목표 수익권까지 조금 더 길게 보고 대응이 나가도록 하겠습니다.
Well, I mean, basically what that does is brings everybody together for a discussion where they then decide what to do next. So it's sort of like, okay, let's weigh the gravity of this attack and decide how confrontational we now want to be with Russia. And, it should be said, there's a fair amount of dissent within the ranks of NATO as well. I mean, a lot of these, it's a fascinating situation because a lot of these principles we have held up as being red lines. Okay, an incursion into a NATO member's airspace.
That would be
you would think those would not be crossed, and if it is crossed, there will have to be consequences. At the moment, it looks like there are not consequences. So I think you're seeing some of the hardliners in NATO, the Baltic states, Poland, wanting to push for a more robust troop presence, more pressure on Russia, more assistance for Ukraine. But then other countries, like the U.S., saying, hold your horses here. And there's some indication that the U.S. is not even really participating in the conversations that come out of Article 4. Wow. So that's going to be a big challenge for the alliance when, its most powerful member just isn't even showing up.
Boy, that's incredible. So nothing comes from this. Does NATO start sending Patriot batteries to the border? How do they enhance defenses?
Well, I mean, I think it would be primarily a show of force. So there are supposed to be military exercises that they could beef up. But yes, it would primarily be, additional troops. But there aren't a lot of Patriot batteries to go around right now. And that's one of the big problems. You could see increased defense production, or you could see Ukraine used as sort of the proxy where European nations then boost purchases of military supplies from the U.S. and take a more aggressive approach, but for Ukraine. But again, that's something that takes a long time to work its way through the pipeline. So I think what you're seeing right now is a real effort. How can we do something in the moment that responds to Russia and makes them feel like, okay, reestablishes deterrence, but they just haven't come up with an answer.
Well, the president, I know, is sort of vying for a Nobel Peace Prize, but he's dealing with this endless situation and, of course, what is happening in Gaza. And I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on this before you go. He's asked Benjamin Netanyahu to promise to never strike Qatar again, which was quite a development this week. Is that progress?
It does not strike me as progress. I mean, if the president of the United States has to ask Israel for a promise like that, that just shows you how the power structure in this relationship has been completely upended. Yeah. I mean, in past times, you would have had a situation where Israel would not have done this unless it had a glaring green light from the United States. It's hard to know what really happened behind the scenes here, but you have the president himself essentially saying that Israel only notified the U.S. when this thing was going ahead. And Netanyahu has been very explicit, we're going to do what it takes, either with or without the United States. So it's extraordinary to me where the president says he has so much influence and he's at the center of all this peacemaking, but then he says repeatedly, you know, I'm not happy with developments either in Gaza or in Ukraine. Mm-hmm. When you're saying you're not happy, you're de facto acknowledging that you've been left on the sidelines. Mm-hmm. And I think that's something that this administration is going to have to confront, and the fact that it feels at this moment like they really don't have a lot of control over Netanyahu.
Boy, really amazing stuff, Nick. Thank you so much, as always.
Pleasure.
Nick Wadhams and his team cover all this for us here at Bloomberg, and there has been a lot to cover this year. You can find a lot more about it on the terminal and online. The Friday edition means we get to talk to Miami Mike McGlone, because part of this story involving the Middle East and the tensions that we've seen not only between Israel and Hamas, but you've got the matter of Iran. You've got missiles flying in Doha. Still remarkable that that took place this week. Yet crude oil is sitting below $63 a barrel, kind of like Mike McGlone told us it would. Bloomberg Intelligence senior commodity strategist is with us from Miami. Mike, we also had a pretty important OPEC move this week. How do you rationalize all these headlines?
Yes, I appreciate you mentioning the price, Joe. Last year's low was 63. I'm sorry, 65. We're 63 now. This year's low has been 55. 55 is about the U.S. break-even cost. And that's what's happening in crude oil. There's an increasing glut. We see the global trend towards somewhat of a declining economic situation, notably as the U.S. cuts off tariffs. The thing is, the market's so in tune to this increasing glut that every time we get little potentials for spikes and the potential for supply disruptions, like the things you mentioned, sellers are just waiting to lock in some profits so they can sell forward and produce more crude oil, most notably from the U.S., Canada, Brazil, Guyana, even OPEC. So it's just a question of what stops that. So I will be updating my note that I put out a few months ago. Is I don't see what stops crude oil to do normally what it has been for the last 20 years. It has to get below its cost of production, which means it's been going to 40. And I don't see what stops gold from going towards $4,000 an ounce. The key thing I'll end with is right now, that ratio, the amount of crude oil barrels to 1 ounce of gold is about 57. On an end of the year basis, we've never ended above 40. And the two key years was 1934 and 2020. So what's happening in commodities right now is just very exciting.
Incredible stuff. Did you see how he just did that? He put oil and gold together. I love the consistency, Mike. It's great. And I hope you have a great weekend. Come back and see us soon. I think it's my goal to get a job at Bloomberg Intelligence. I can work with Mike McGlone and Nathan Dean. Don't you want to try that out someday? I'm not sure I'm smart enough, though. Our panel is, and they'll be with us next, Ginny Shanzano and Lisa Camuso-Miller. Stay with us right here only on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got this stock rally stalling at a record. Little change on the S&P 500 index as we come close to wrapping up the trading week. Up by 0.5 point on the S&P, but any advance today will be yet another record on the S&P. 65.88 where we stand now. That is a gain of under 0.1%. We've got the Dow lower by 195, down 0.4%. And NASDAQ, the composite index, up 93, up by just about 0.4%. The 10-year at 4.06%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.55%. Gold pushing higher by 0.4%. We just heard our Mike McClone talking about the precious metal, 36.46. He also chatted about crude. WTI 62.81 a barrel, up today by about 0.7%. Apple is delaying the launch of its new iPhone Air in mainland China, citing regulatory issues. President Trump will be heading to Europe next week, and Apple CEO Tim Cook might be going along too amid tariff concerns. This after Cook unveiled its next generation iPhones this week, and last month gifted President Trump a statue featuring a 24-karat gold base. Gil Luria is an analyst with D.A. Davidson.
He's doing his best to ingratiate himself with the president. It was almost comical to see him present the president with a golden statue. I think it was almost biblical. So hopefully that gets him close enough with the president. The president will take him there and maybe even address some of these concerns head on. Part of our concern vis-a-vis Europe is that Europe is applying these non-tariff barriers on big tech. And so the president's going to want to address that.
Gil Luria of D.A. Davidson. Apple shares today, they are advancing 1.6%. Apple, of course, part of the Mag 7R index. The Mag 7 index up now by 1.5%. So again, recapping, we got the S&P swinging between gains and losses, right now trading lower, down by just under 0.5 point. Balance of Power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. We'll get back to Mr. Pellet, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway, coming up at 1 p.m. Top of the hour with the latest on Wall Street as we track the Friday trade here. It's been quite a week for Wall Street and, boy, certainly for Washington. And I do want to mention very quickly, we're going to have our panel with us in just a moment, but we have breaking news from the Associated Press. This news alert just hit the wire. The suspects in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, who, of course, we have been talking about over the course of the day here. Tyler Robinson, his name, is now arrested on suspicion of capital murder, weapons, and obstruction offenses. This is the first time we've had clarity on charges that we'll be hearing more about here. Of course, President Trump saying earlier today that he wants to seek the death penalty in this case. Miles Miller, our national security reporter, will be with us at the top of the hour as well with the latest on this case. We had an FBI briefing that we began the day with here. Kash Patel joined by the governor of Utah, along with other authorities, in outlining the way this all played out. A family member alerted authorities after this young man apparently confessed. We'll have a lot more on
자,
this.
현재 매수진입과 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다.
You know, it's pretty remarkable. President Trump, who was the one who actually announced the death of Charlie Kirk, was the one who announced that someone had been arrested. He didn't ID this person, but announced the arrest in a long interview this morning on Fox News. They actually had him on the couch. You know, he was up in town to go to the Yankees game last night. Sat on the couch for like an hour. They could barely get out of this interview to get into the news conference. But he talked about a lot of things beyond Charlie Kirk. We already went through what he said about Russia, Ukraine, his relationship with Vladimir Putin, the incursion into Polish airspace. He also talked about law and order, crime on American streets, and the expectation that he might go to Chicago next, dashed again by his pronouncement that no, the National Guard is moving next to Tennessee. Here's what he said.
We're going to Memphis. Memphis is
that's the next city.
Deeply troubled. And the mayor is happy. He's a Democrat mayor. The mayor is happy. And the governor, Tennessee, the governor is happy. Deeply troubled. We're going to fix that just like we did Washington.
President Trump deploying the National Guard to Memphis. Now, we don't have timeline on this. That is basically all we heard was what was in that interview. So I suspect we'll have a more thorough announcement at some point here from the White House. It follows the president deploying not only National Guard troops, but federal law enforcement on the streets of Washington, D.C. for the last 30-some-odd days. It's where we start today with our great panel. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino is back with us, our Democratic analyst, Bloomberg Politics contributor, and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Lisa Camuso Miller is here as well, Republican strategist, former communications director at the RNC, and host of the great Friday Reporter podcast. Great to have both of you with us here. Jeannie, the president did suggest that he would go next to a red state to clean up a city. Does this give him credibility after essentially threatening blue states and Democratic governors until now?
I mean, Memphis is still, it is a blue city in a red state, to your point. And the president said that both the governor and the mayor support sending in troops. Now, we do understand the governor is supportive. We don't hear the same from the mayor. The mayor has said that he would welcome assistance to clean up crime and to address crime, and it is a huge problem in Memphis. But he has not suggested that he was welcoming the troops. I think the bigger question here is under what legal apparatus is the president going to be sending these troops in? It's odd because if the governor's supportive, he already has control of the National Guard, whom he sent to D.C. He can call them back and send them to Memphis. That can be done. But under what legal structure the president would send troops in is another question, because, of course, it is illegal in our country to use military troops to address issues of what we think of as regular crime. And so the president could find a legal strategy, but he didn't address what legal strategy that would be. He simply can't just send the military into a city, at least legally.
Interesting. It was kind of strange the way he rolled this out, Lisa, because he said it came from a conversation with the chief executive of Union Pacific Corp, which, by the way, has a pending merger deal, and a former board member of FedEx. He said, when I walk one block to my hotel, they won't allow me to do it. They put me in an armored vehicle with bulletproof glass to take me one block. He's doing this on the recommendation of his CEO. Is that how you're reading this?
It sounds that way. And look, the president is a businessman. And so by nature, he takes counsel and takes meetings with high-level members of the executive world. And so if that's what he's hearing, and he's hearing from voters and he's hearing from the electorate that there is a concern about the various American cities, then that to me is him answering those campaign requests and those campaign promises that he's going to do what he can to try to address these concerns in these cities. And so while Jeannie makes a very valid point about how it is and what is the vehicle that he's going to use to continue to do this, I also think, too, that the president sits at a place where he wants to keep his word and he wants to demonstrate that he can make things happen. And so that is precisely how I'm viewing this conversation that he had from the couch just the other day, that he's trying to make good on those promises.
Well, you live here, Lisa. What do you think about what the president is saying? 30 days in D.C. It's all it took for me. There's no crime in the city. Of course, we know that's
짧게 끝나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 현재 중위권 수익 청산 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 수익 청산 후 재진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 현재 중위권 수익 청산 사인드렸습니다.
Do you think that this has been a model, Lisa, that should be carried out across the nation?
Do I think that? No.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
I think that this is a huge campaign. I think that that's precisely how the president carries out his work. He's demonstrating that he's answering the concerns. Whether or not there is valid reason and or any example as to how this has made any difference is questionable to me. I mean, I've been working in and out of Washington, D.C. now for almost 25 years. It's an American city. American cities have been troubled with crime for a long time. And has crime ticked up over time? Yes. Does it also tick down? Yes. Do we need National Guard troops in those cities? No, I do not think we do. I think we need to rely on law enforcement and the folks that are there to protect the cities in a way that makes good sense. But that's not the way this president operates, and I think we need to remember that that's the way he's going to do these things.
Well, I just think it's funny. Everybody around the country is weighing in on what's happening in the District of Columbia. And every now and then it's worth asking people who actually live there. Jeannie, the Shelby County Mayor, Lee Harris, confirming to local news in Memphis, WREG,
자, 고점 갱신 가능성도
that
있지만
indeed the National
그만큼
Guard was under consideration before the president said this today. He said, while the governor has the right to ask for guard troops, he is asking Governor Bill Lee to, quote, please reconsider if this is on the table, unquote. He said to have individuals with military fatigue, semi-automatic weapons, and armored vehicles patrolling our streets is way too far anti-democratic and anti-American. So this is going to be a different wrinkle. You're going to have a mayor at odds with the governor.
We absolutely can. And you would assume if you had a Republican governor of Illinois, we'd see a similar thing working in Chicago and Illinois as well. And he is absolutely right. I read that quote as well, and he makes a very good point. And of course, public opinion polls support him. Americans do want to address crime. They don't want troops on the streets of their cities to do that. And so there are other ways to address crime. In fact, most crime experts, most people who live in the criminal justice area talk about other much more effective ways to do that. But I think we can't also lose sight of what this is about. Donald Trump ran on two things: immigration crime and the economy. He cannot talk about the economy right now because it is a very bleak picture. The job numbers are horrendous. Inflation numbers are bad. Manufacturing job losses are tremendous. We're paying more for what we're importing due to his tariff regime. He simply can't go talking about the economy, which was his number one issue. And so what does he do? Well, he told us in the White House a couple of weeks ago, I'm going to make this all about crime. And to Lisa's point, crime has ebbed and flowed. And you look in D.C., when he sent those troops in, crime was down in large numbers. So he's certainly not doing this to address crime numbers. He's doing it to change the focus from something that he doesn't poll well on right now, which is the economy, to something he thinks he can make a winning issue out of, which is crime and immigration.
Well, okay, so is he making a winning issue out of it? Because here's the thing, and maybe I hope we have time for you both to weigh in on this. Memphis recorded the fourth highest homicide rate of any city in the country, Lisa, with a population of at least 100,000 last year, according to FBI data. Republicans think they have set a very effective trap for Democrats here. Why wouldn't you want help with numbers like this? The president knows this. Is it working?
Well, I'd be interested to see what the data is over time, Joe, certainly. I mean, I love the city of Memphis.
I mean, politically, and I hate to say this on Bloomberg because we're driven by data, but put the data aside for a moment and just politically speaking, you want to be a Democrat who says no to fighting crime?
Absolutely not. But do I want to be a Democrat that talks about the fact that we don't need the U.S. troops to go in to save American cities? I don't necessarily think that that is a difficult argument to have. I think people would much prefer to incentivize their local law enforcement and those who they know who love and want to protect the city in the way that they've been hired to do so.
That's fascinating. Jeannie, I'm guessing that you agree with Lisa in this case. Donald Trump thinks he set a trap for you.
Yeah, I think the reality is about effectiveness. We should all want to clean up crime. The question is sending in the troops, is the president sending in troops that are not trained to address crime in cities the way to do that? And again, most experts tell you no. But Donald Trump can do an awful lot, which is why I think the governor of Maryland was right on point when he said, yes, come in, come help us, come visit. We need to hire more police officers. We need to have better training. We should partner up. So what we see here again from Donald Trump is very much performative. He doesn't want to use effective known strategies to address crime. He wants to make a show of force. I want to clean up crime. I don't necessarily need the show of force. And I think that's the argument Democrats have to make. Help us really address crime, Mr. President, not just put on a show.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Bloomberg has compiled the stats here, and it's pretty interesting. Remember we were going to go to Chicago? Well, we started in Washington. U.S. cities with the highest reported homicide rates in 2024. Jackson, Mississippi, followed by Birmingham, Alabama, St. Louis, Missouri, Memphis, Tennessee, then Baltimore, Maryland. You do not see Washington until you get out of the top 10. And guess what? This top 20 list that we have on the terminal does not include the city of Chicago. Kind of interesting if you do want to talk data. We do that pretty well around here. Our panel will stay with us. Jeannie Shanzano and Lisa Camuso-Miller back in our second hour as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation. Mara Rudman's going to join us as we turn to geopolitics. We'll get an update on the Charlie Kirk killing investigation. An arrest has been made, and Miles Miller will have the very latest for us from World Headquarters in New York. So stay right here on Bloomberg.
자, 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 자, 수익 청산하고 다음 진입권 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 3계약 기준장 60만원에서 수익 청산 사인 드렸습니다. 수익 청산 사인 드렸습니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
네, 자, 이어서 15차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 고점 갱신을 했고요. 자, 단기 조정 눌러보도록 하겠습니다. 단기 조정 눌러서 매도 진입 사인 드려보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 진입 사인 드립니다. 자, 매도 진입 3계약 바로 진입 사인 드리도록
체결되었습니다.
하겠습니다. 진입가
확인 바랍니다.
119.50입니다. 119.50. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드립니다. 자, 일시적인 조정 구간 판단되어서 매도 진입 사인 드렸습니다. 자, 빠르게 포지션 정리할 예정이오니 사인에 집중 부탁드리겠습니다.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
The suspect's family says he confessed. Welcome to the Friday edition as authorities arrest a young man named Tyler Robinson in the shooting death of Charlie Kirk after a family member alerted them. President Trump was the first to announce that a suspect had been caught this morning, and we'll have the very latest on what unfolded today and what lies ahead in the legal path with Bloomberg National Security reporter Miles Miller. He'll be with us from New York. Russia says negotiations with Ukraine are on pause what that means for the war effort and for NATO. We'll discuss it with Mara Rudman at the University of Virginia's Miller Center. And as the president pledges to send National Guard troops to Memphis next, we'll get into it with our political panel. It's all after a look at Wall Street, and Charlie Pellet has his view on the markets live from World Headquarters in New York. Charlie, what do we have?
Thank you very much. A little change right now, Joe Matthew, as we wrap up another turbulent week, but we've got the S&P 500 index
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
3 points. That is a gain of just about under 0.1%. The Dow down 198, slumping by 0.4%. NASDAQ advancing another 101 points, up now by 0.5%. Any gain today for both the S&P and NASDAQ will be another record. The 10-year yield 4.06% with a 2-year currently yielding 3.55%. Gold up $15 the ounce, $36.49 on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%, $62.50 a barrel on WTI. The Federal Trade Commission is investigating whether Amazon and Google misled advertisers about the terms and pricing for their ads on websites. Alphabet shares, parent of Google, up 0.3%. Amazon right now down 0.7%. And the FAA says it will fine Boeing $3.1 million for a series of safety violations that it uncovered over a space of several months between late 2023 and early last year. Recapping, little changed on the S&P right now, higher by 2 points at a record 65.89. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington once again. Your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. Charlie Pellet will have an update on the market about 20 minutes from now, as we always follow the trading on Wall Street, even as we talk politics here in Washington. Thank you for joining us. It's the Friday edition of Balance of Power. Boy, we've had a week around. But you've made it to the threshold of the weekend. We've got some smart folks to talk to you about a number of stories that have developed over the course of this day already, beginning with, of course, the manhunt in the shooting death of Charlie Kirk. It has concluded with the arrest of a young man from Utah named Tyler Robinson, and we're learning more about how he was apprehended, how authorities found him, and the work that is left here, not only in chasing leads, but also in
실시간 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 목표 수익권까지 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
A little bit more about this gentleman. Kash Patel, the FBI director, spoke alongside the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox.
이사 공부 7까지 한번 보도록 하겠습니다.
Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate.
Full of hate and spreading hate. Miles Miller has been on this story for several days now, Bloomberg's national security reporter, and joins us live with the latest on this from World Headquarters in New York. Miles, we now have a better sense of the charges this young man will be facing as well.
Right, and AP is reporting that he was arrested on suspicion of capital murder and weapons offenses. Those charges have not been confirmed yet. There are no charging documents yet. I think as we spoke about last hour, what happens in Utah is that there's about 3-day period where they can draw up these charges, and you can bet they're going to take all the time they need to figure out what the charges should be and to figure out how they're going to square this case out when it goes to court.
This young man was arrested after a family member alerted authorities. He was basically turned in by his own family here, Miles. If that hadn't happened, would this manhunt still be on?
Yeah, but it's clear that investigators were getting closer to him. For starters, investigators had identified a gray Dodge Challenger that was leaving the scene after the incident. They figured out that that was his car once they figured out who he was. But if they had gone down that path, what they would have done is run the license plate, figure out who it belonged to, and then start doing questioning. So that would mean that we would have an identification much later on. But, you know, just to talk to you about the timeline of how this all happened, 9 o'clock in Utah is the time, or 9 o'clock Eastern time, Wall Street time was the time they had the press conference yesterday, about 9:30. It was about 11 o'clock when the suspect gets to his father's house. His father says to him, are you that guy in the photo? You look a lot like that guy in the photo. And he admits to carrying out the shooting, then says he wants to kill himself. His father says, no, let's call the youth pastor. And the youth pastor just happens to be on the task force that's looking for him, calls in a deputy, calls in the FBI, and brings him into justice 33 hours after the shooting.
That is remarkable. Miles, you also mentioned the fact that they pulled out 11,000 leads, generated 11,000 leads in 2 days. Just because this arrest has happened doesn't mean they won't be chasing them all down. What will happen in the days ahead?
Because this is a suspect that was perennially online, you can tell it from the things he wrote on these cartridges that he put into the gun, from what he said in Discord, according to authorities, that this was a person who spent his time online. So they'll be seeing, did he get any material support, right? Did he get any support to carry out this shooting? Whose gun was it? Will a friend from high school say, you know, he was planning to do other things? Will a friend from the neighborhood say he saw him on that day wearing that outfit? All of it is key to figuring out who this guy is and why he planned it. And they're going to leave no stone unturned to be able to have a really robust criminal complaint against him, because these cases are only as good as what you can present to the grand jury.
Got it. Miles, I'm curious if we know, did Dad know the pastor was on the task force?
I'm not sure about that, but, you know, call the youth pastor because they, you know, were members of this church. And I mean, it's just serendipitous that this youth pastor happens to also be a task force officer. You know, the thing in sort of reporting out this story and to bring our viewers and our readers and our listeners into it, Trump makes this announcement at 8 o'clock that they've got a suspect in custody. The press conference gets moved back 30 minutes. I call a source in the marshals and I said, hey, can you tell us a little bit more about what happened with the arrest? And, you know, the marshal remarked that, of course, like Trump was telling the story, but of course, it's always just a little bit different than what actually happened. Let me give you more details. And then they filled it in at the press conference. But, you know, just a little bit about how the sausage is made to get this narrative of what happened and really what was a chase to figure out who this person was, because law enforcement was worried that because they hadn't found this person, he could leave the country, and luckily he was still in Utah, just 3 hours away.
모두 장마음까지 실험하시는 분들 화이팅입니다. 여기서 트레이딩을 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
The way this story came together. Bloomberg's national security reporter Miles Miller. You'll be hearing and seeing a lot more from Miles as we learn more in this case. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thank you for being with us here on the Friday edition of Balance of Power. We're balancing news on a number of fronts here today, beyond the Charlie Kirk story and beyond what's happening on Capitol Hill, though there may be a connection there with Congress. We've got our eyes on what's happening in Ukraine and this announcement today by Russia that negotiations with Ukraine are on, quote, pause. Maybe that's partly why President Trump says he's losing patience with Vladimir Putin, even though weeks and multiple deadlines have passed since he indicated that secondary sanctions would be implemented here, knowing that Alaska summit several weeks ago generated nothing, and there are no plans at the moment for Vladimir Putin to meet with Volodymyr Zelensky. Let's go back to that interview that generated a lot of news this morning, including this announcement by the president that someone had been arrested. He was on the couch on Fox and Friends, and the matter of Russia and Ukraine came up. Let's listen.
So has your patience run out with Putin?
Yeah, it's sort of running out and running out fast, but it does take two to tango. It's amazing. When Putin wants to do it, Zelensky didn't. When Zelensky wanted to do it, Putin did. Now Zelensky wants to, and Putin is a question mark. But we're going to have to come down very, very strong. It'll be hitting very hard with sanctions to banks and having to do with oil and tariffs also.
But there hasn't been any hitting, never mind hitting hard, and that's where we start our conversation with Mara Rudman, professor at the University of Virginia's Miller Center, former U.S. diplomat, with us live in our studio in Washington. Mara, it's great to have you back. Thanks for joining us. I have so many questions about this, but I want to start with the actual news from Russia. This pause on negotiations means what? Are we done here?
So I don't mean to smile at this, and I certainly mean no disrespect to calling it news. But the fact that there's a pause on negotiations
is nothing to pause.
Is not a news flash.
Okay.
I mean, right, there's nothing to pause. And in fact, what Russia has been doing steadily before the meeting in Alaska and since has been to be increasingly provocative, including with the drone strikes earlier this week in Poland. And so I find President Trump's comments a little perplexing, probably more than a little perplexing in that regard.
Well, how about the equivalency there? It's like, well, it takes two to tango. One day he doesn't want to talk. The next day this guy doesn't want to talk when, of course, Russia invaded Ukraine.
Precisely. This is not a both-and situation at all. And U.S. national security interests are at stake. And I noted how much President Trump uses the present tense, I am running, out of patience. We're well beyond that point, and the rest of the world takes note. Yeah. And a friend and colleague recently wrote a column, I think a very thoughtful essay in the Dispatch, Eric Edelman. Yeah. And the title of that, quoting former Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, was "Weakness is provocative." Wow. And I think President Trump is sending a signal of weakness, which is very dangerous for the United States and the world.
Well, you remember Barack Obama's red line in Syria. That's something that Donald Trump talked about a lot. This has been going on. There were multiple red lines when it came to Russia. It's been going on for actually months, not weeks. Does it feel to you like the drumbeat on sanctions is getting louder?
I think the challenge we have is the distance between the statements President Trump makes and the action that follows. And the rest of the world watches and calculates. And so I think that we have in President Putin somebody who thinks he's got a red carpet to do what he wants, where he wants.
Let's talk about what happened in Poland, because you would think that this event would be the very thing to trigger, if anything, secondary sanctions. We have an Article 4 incursion. The president was asked about it in that same interview today. And he said, hold on, this may have been a mistake, which is something he said yesterday. And we've heard from Poland on this, as a matter of fact. Donald Tusk himself, the Prime Minister of Poland, on Twitter, we would also wish the drone attack on Poland was a mistake, but it wasn't, and we know it. That's the statement. What does Poland think of this rhetoric?
Well, Poland's been very clear, and I'm sure they're also very concerned. And they're not alone. Others in Europe. This is perhaps one of the few things that Russia's actions in Ukraine and towards Poland that actually unites Europe and European leaders. So we saw the Italian defense minister making strong statements similar to that of Polish leaders, and the NATO, Mark Rutte, the NATO. The lead for NATO, Secretary General, thank you, I believe also made some strong statements. So President Trump isolates himself in the United States when he talks in terms like this is an error, a mistake, and not a deliberate attempt by Putin to do what he's doing.
Do you have any hope for any results to come from an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council on this? They're doing that today.
Well, I'll say on another issue, it was interesting, the emergency meeting earlier this week, lost track of days, on Qatar, where the United States joined a unanimous resolution there. So there may be room yet for the Security Council to show some action. Of course, on this issue, it's much more difficult because Russia and China are not going to be in the same place as the United States
here we
at
go
all.
Again. That's right. What was the motivation behind this incursion in Poland? We have an Article 4 that's been triggered here. Is Vladimir Putin trying to find the line on Article 5?
I think that what Putin is doing is consistently testing how far he can go without getting a response or reaction.
He hasn't gotten one yet.
From the United States.
Well, that's right.
He certainly has from NATO and from Europe. But he's focused in on whether President Trump in the United States is going to do anything. There are some actions the United States can take. You mentioned sanctions against the major Russian energy companies, agreeing to Europe's price on oil, putting a cap at $48 a barrel as opposed to the $60 a barrel. Making sure, going forward with unfreezing Russian assets, seizing the frozen Russian assets, about $300 billion, and making them available to the Ukrainians. There are tangible moves out there that could be made that the United States could signal in real time. And that's the kind of response I think that Putin needs to see to step back.
Well, you know, it's interesting because we've been talking about this for years. And in the Biden administration, the question we kept asking on the air was, what is there left to sanction? Because the message from the administration was, we have turned the screws in a way that no one ever has in history. How come Joe Biden didn't do all of this?
So Joe Biden did do some of
when
this.
It comes to secondary sanctions.
Well, I think that some of the things that are being discussed...
I know they cut off the banking system. The Biden administration did a lot. But to think that there was much more to do is surprising to a lot of people.
So I can't give you the specifics right now, but I am fair, because I don't want to misstate.
Sure.
But I am fairly sure that the discussion, for example, on seizing frozen assets and using them was very much on the list, in the near-term list, and I think you probably would have seen that if there was a second Biden administration.
Okay.
I think the nature of the sanctions on the Russian energy companies was done to some degree, but could be strengthened as well. So that's why I point to some of those steps.
I just wonder if there was a strategy there in holding back some of this stuff so you still had arrows in the quiver.
Fair point.
Yeah.
And I think it was a calibrated. I think there was a lot of tension and pushing probably within the Biden administration about when to do more and how. There certainly was on what kind of equipment to give to Ukraine and to make accessible to them.
Yes. You mentioned Qatar. The president's dealing with a couple of hot issues right now. This is just not only Ukraine and not only Gaza. When Vladimir Putin is sending drones into Poland and Benjamin Netanyahu is sending missiles into Doha, the temperature's rising inside this administration when it comes to geopolitics.
I think, yes. And as you said at the beginning of the broadcast, it's been quite a week. I mean, it's hard to imagine all the stuff that's happened this week.
Do you believe that the president does have the assurance of Benjamin Netanyahu that will not happen again? The negotiators were in town when those missiles landed.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of any assurances, though frankly I'm skeptical of assurances the president gives to others as well as the assurances he receives. Because I think my biggest concern is he is seen as a weak leader. And other leaders around the world are calibrating against that.
Yet he projects himself as a strong man.
Yeah, I'm remembering the phrase about walk softly, but step softly but carry a big stick. I think he does just the opposite, and I think that's dangerous.
Well, these two have yet to resolve, and we'd love to stay in touch with you on all of this, Mara. Thank you so much for coming in. Mara Rudman with us once again, bringing her expertise and insights to the program. We're going to assemble our political panel next. We've got a good one today. Jeannie Shanzano and Lisa Camuso-Miller are with us today on Balance of Power with much more to talk about here involving the shooting death of Charlie Kirk. An arrest has been made. The Associated Press is talking about charges. We got the update just now from Miles Miller, and we're going to talk more about the political implications here with some very hot rhetoric. And the President of the United States suggesting it's time to beat, as he used the term, to beat down the radical left. We'll get into this with our Republican and Democrat both on the panel straight ahead on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, we have got this stock market rally stalling at a record as bond yields rise. S&P right now higher by 4. That is a record 65.91, but perhaps the key takeaway, little change right now, under 0.1%. The Dow down 172, decline there of 0.4%, while NASDAQ is up 101, now higher by 0.5%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index advancing 1.6%. The 10-year now 4.06%, with the 2-year 3.55%. Gold is up $16 the ounce, $36.50, up 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%, $62.56 a barrel. We are keeping an eye on the Gemini Space Station IPO. It is a crypto platform. Shares indicated to open at $37 a piece. The IPO price $28. Not the only IPO today. BlackRock Coffee Bar jumping as much as 34% after the drive-through focused coffee chain raised $294.1 million in an IPO that priced above the top of its marketed range. Workers at Boeing St. Louis area defense factories will remain on strike after union members rejected a third contract from management. Boeing says no further talks are scheduled. Boeing also says it continues to hire replacement workers. Meanwhile, the FAA says it's going to fine Boeing $3.1 million for a series of safety violations. Recapping stocks higher, S&P right now up 3, a gain there of under 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Always great to spend the afternoon with Charlie Pellet, and we'll get back with Charlie in about 20 minutes, see how things are shaping up here in the Friday trade. Many thanks, Charlie, live from World Headquarters in New York as we talk politics here in Washington. And if you've been with us for the past couple of days, well, it's been a very difficult conversation in a political world that was left in tatters by the killing of Charlie Kirk. This story has developed rapidly over the course of this day, starting with President Trump on Fox and Friends announcing that an arrest had been made. He didn't identify the individual, but he did say that the manhunt had ended. That, of course, was followed by an FBI news conference that included the governor of Utah. But the president was asked about some of the rhetoric around all of this, the political extremism, remembering that he said in the White House driveway yesterday as he was on his way to New York, just before he stepped on the lawn to get on Marine One, the president said, "We have a great country. We have radical left lunatics out there, and we just have to beat the hell out of them." Now, to be fair, the president also said in a separate conversation that Kirk was an advocate of nonviolence. That's the way I'd like to see people respond. But the headline of "beat the hell out of them" is making the rounds around here, and the president doubled down on that a bit, at least, when it comes to the blame game this morning on Fox and Friends. He was asked about extremism on both sides of the political spectrum. Here was his response.
The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
Worried about the border.
They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem. And they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy.
That's where we start with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano, Democracy Visiting Fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Joined today by Republican strategist Lisa Camuso-Miller, the former RNC Communications Director and host of the Friday Reporter podcast. It's great to have both of you with us here, knowing that this is a pretty difficult topic. Lisa, do you see it the way President Trump does, that in fact radicals on one side are more dangerous than the other?
Joe, I think that the language of blame is what's corroding this country. And that's really fundamentally how I feel. I think that this othering, this pointing of fingers, it's rooted in fear. And it's inextricably linked with 9/11 as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it is the fear that was brought on from the fear of terrorism and the fear of our country being under threat that has stoked all of the division. And I'm not the only person that said this. There's plenty of other people smarter than me that have done the analysis. But now we come to a time when we have had this tremendous loss. And I think it sets a precedent for what comes next. I mean, yes, gun violence in this country is absolutely abhorrent at every single level. I think the reason why people are so caught off guard by this particular incident, though, is that this is not someone that was an elected official. This is not someone that had a public forum. He did, but he was not an elected official. So the fact that we are stoking one versus the other, the othering, this guy is to blame or that guy is to blame, it's that shred of empathy that has been lost in the country that will continue to corrode all of us.
Well, quite a contrast between the language that we just heard and have been hearing from President Trump and another Republican by the name of Spencer Cox. That's the governor of Utah. You've seen him on this program a couple of times. Jeannie, he's been very deliberate in his wording, not just this morning, but yesterday as well. I want you to listen to what he said about some of the disinformation and the blame game that surrounded this. It started within moments of the news of Charlie Kirk's death. Listen to Governor Cox.
It is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals. This cuts to the very foundation of who we are. We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely and securely. Even, especially those ideas with which you disagree.
He went on to say a lot more about the disinformation that they are tracking. He said that his team on the state and federal level as well are seeing that our adversaries, he said, want violence. We have bots from Russia, China, all over the world trying to instill disinformation and encourage violence. He said, I would encourage you to ignore those. Jeannie, I think you would agree with the comments from Spencer Cox. How worried are you about the rhetoric from the president?
Yeah, I'm so glad you played Governor Cox's comments. To your point, immediately after this horrific killing, today when he spoke at a very emotional press conference, his remarks are the definition of leadership. And unfortunately, the president's are not. The president is doing what so many people are doing, unfortunately, online, which is in the midst of this horrific incident, they are leaping forward to blame the other side and to do the exact thing that President Trump said happened to Charlie Kirk, the dehumanization. He turns around and does the exact same thing sitting on that couch at Fox today. You know, the reality is that President Trump is the leader of this country. Leadership matters. He should take a lesson from Governor Cox. He should also, quite frankly, take a lesson from Charlie Kirk. Whether you like Charlie Kirk or not, he was a provocateur. I think 99% of what he said I would probably disagree with, but he was open to collegial debate amongst people, particularly those people he disagreed with. What did he say? The title of this tour was Prove Me Wrong. And college students could go up there and try to prove him wrong. Was it a showman thing? Absolutely. But President Trump needs to take a lesson first from Cox and second from Kirk and stop trying to demonize the other side, because that is exactly opposite of what we need at this moment and going forward. And he should, as president, know better. But today was just depressing to me because it was another realization that another person killed in acts of political violence that have ravaged both sides. And he has yet to learn that lesson.
Well, I don't know how worried you both are about retribution here. Interesting to see the comment from Jared Moskowitz, the congressman, said people are scared to death in this building. He's referring to the U.S. Capitol, Lisa, where you used to work. 2 lawmakers moved outdoor news conferences indoors yesterday. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Senator Ruben Gallego rescheduled altogether events they had planned for this weekend on security concerns. Capitol Hill officials are now looking at a review of member security, and there is a chance that senators, in fact, one of the discussions happening right now is that senators get personal security details. That would cost a lot of money, Lisa. And we talked a lot yesterday about what would be involved in making that happen and whether it should. I'm concerned more about the mentality, though, the psychology that's being felt among lawmakers and their staff on Capitol Hill. When you hear Jared Moskowitz say that people are scared to death, what's it going to lead to?
Well, unfortunately, it's going to continue to make it more difficult for great Americans to run for office, because at a time when we need leaders more than ever before, it's going to make it that much more difficult for folks to stick around, because there is a gigantic worry for their own well-being and their own safety. And that, I think, is terrible for democracy.
If they're not safe, they don't feel safe, they're not going to run. Jeannie, how concerned are you about retribution?
Oh, absolutely. You know, I'm a data person, Joe, so we look at the data and what does it show? It shows, number one, that violence begets violence. So we will unfortunately likely see more of this. Another really important thing it shows is that while violence is not yet political violence, I should say, at the levels it was in the 60s and the 70s mostly coming from the left, it is more lethal today. And political violence today is gun violence. That's the other thing that the data shows. So if you want to address political violence, not the whole story, but part of that story is addressing the ability of people who would carry it out to access guns. So there's a lot to learn from the data as it pertains to addressing this. And again, it's not just about gun control. We also have to see, in addition to protecting public officials, we have to see some ability to regulate social media and what is happening online. I go back to the fact that these young people today grew up with Charlie Kirk and they watched him die on their feeds and their phones, whether they wanted him to or wanted to see it or not. We have to be able to address this, as well as what we're hearing was the radicalization that may have occurred to the culprit who shot Charlie Kirk. All of those things government can speak to and should speak to immediately. And, you know, Congress is really where that has to start.
Usually after a mass shooting or a major public tragedy like this, Lisa, there's a conversation, at least for 5 minutes, about gun laws. Jeannie just mentioned social media regulations or restrictions. I'm not hearing anything like that at this point. Are we just too jaded to even go there now?
Well, I think it's a little new and it's a little fresh, and it's the week of 9/11, and there's a lot of other business to be done in Washington. I'm not convinced that there won't be a conversation about that. But unfortunately, it becomes, again, Joe, a battle between right and left, and a battle between where can we meet in the middle. And you would hope that this would be an opportunity for us to come together. I mean, we not only had a school shooting the same day, we had lots of violent acts and other things that happened. We need to have that conversation.
Well, I appreciate both of your insights very much on this. Lisa Camuso-Miller, our Republican strategist, Jeannie Shanzano, our Democratic analyst and Bloomberg Politics contributor. Thank you so much both for your candor. Our conversation with Congressman Glenn Ivey, the Democrat from Maryland, is up next, only here on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The stock rally is stalling. S&P, though, trading at a record, on track for a winning week on the week. S&P 500 index as of now up by about 1.6%. But right now, we've got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're both higher. And again, to underscore, S&P at a record, up 3. Little change. The Dow down 182, drop there of 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 93 for NASDAQ, a gain there of 0.4%. The MAX 7 Index advancing by 1.5%. The 10-year 4.06% with your 2-year at 3.55%. Gold is up $15 the ounce, up by about 0.4%, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3, $62.54 a barrel. We are awaiting the start of the crypto platform Gemini, indicated to open at $37 each, IPO price $28. Also today, workers at Boeing St. Louis area defense factories will remain on strike. Union members rejected a third contract offer from management. Boeing says no further talks are scheduled. Boeing also says it is continuing to hire replacement workers. And the FAA says it's going to fire Boeing $3.1 million for a series of safety violations. Right now, Boeing down by 1.4%. Exchange operator NASDAQ has fired an employee over a social media post that appeared to celebrate the fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Recapping, S&P up 3 right now, up by about 0.1%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet. Many thanks, Charlie. Ahead of our conversation with Congressman Glenn Ivey, the Democrat from Maryland, who's going to be with us in studio in just a moment, we have trading already suspended, a volatility trading pause in Gemini. This is our big IPO of the day that we were looking for, up 45%, apparently is as far as we're going to go right now. Gemini Space Station opening at $37.01 a share. The IPO price at 28, being halted just above 40 here. And this is the one that we were looking for, despite the name Gemini Space Station. It is, in fact, a cryptocurrency firm led by the Winklevoss twins. Raised $425 million in the IPO, priced the stock above the marketed range here, shrinking the number of shares. Apparently, it was a good recipe as we see the stock on the move, or at least it was. This was literally halted about a minute into this IPO, and one that, again, we've been waiting for the matter of the day here, and we'll keep tabs on this for you. Shares of Gemini now public and halted for volatility. Congressman Glenn Ivey represents Maryland's 4th District, which I can almost see from the roof up here at our bureau in Washington, D.C. It's just across the river, Oxon Hill. If you've ever been in National Harbor, you know where Glenn Ivey does his work. And we've had a chance to talk politics, talk about government funding, and so many issues with the congressman on this program. There's more that we want to talk about today, and I want to just give you quickly a little bit of background on this gentleman, because the topics that we're going to get into are very much in his wheelhouse. Glenn Ivey was an assistant U.S. attorney in Washington, D.C. in the late 80s. Washington, D.C., the same city that had federal troops and federal law enforcement walking around for 30 days. He worked for a U.S. attorney in the District of Columbia back then by the name of Eric Holder, who you may have heard of. He also served as counsel for Senator Paul Sarbanes during the Whitewater investigations. And yes, to coordinate the Senate investigation into the suicide of Vince Foster. I'm not done. Glenn Ivey was also Prince George's County State's attorney, and when he took office in 2002, there was a big conversation, just like we're having right now, about crime statistics. At that time, Prince George's County had the 2nd highest crime rate in the state of Maryland, and his 2 terms oversaw reductions in crime and led to a number of reforms, measures that included the addition of cameras in police interrogation rooms. He also prosecuted police officers accused of excessive force, and he's with us right now in our Washington bureau. Congressman Glenn Ivey, welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
I could probably keep going because you've got a really long resume here, but I want to start with what we're talking about here in Washington and now apparently in the city of Memphis. The deployment of National Guard troops. Memphis is next. You've been around this town for a while. What have you seen work and not work here with the federalization, easy for me to say, of law enforcement in Washington?
Yeah, I mean, the point I've been trying to make, and had been doing this when I was a local prosecutor too, as you pointed out, is, you need long-term partnerships between state, local, and federal law enforcement. The military is not helpful in this front because they're not trained on how to help with civilian law enforcement. So, in fact, they can get in the way and create problems. You know, for example, they're not trained in how to do Mirandize suspects or when you're supposed to do it.
Right.
They're not trained in chain of custody or how to collect evidence. So you could actually have constitutional scenarios where evidence gets thrown out in very serious cases like rapes and murders. And the excessive force piece is of concern too. So regular civilian law enforcement is trained in how to de-escalate situations, and they've got alternative measures. It's not just go to the gun. They've got pepper spray and tasers and the like. The guys here in D.C. and where they're deploying them across the country are carrying M4s in some instances, super high powerful assault weapons that can really kill it with accuracy from 800 yards. And so if you shoot somebody, even if you hit the right guy first, the bullet's going to go through that person. And if you're in a scenario where there's other people around, you could have innocent bystanders get killed too.
Well, maybe that's why the National Guard troops have spent a lot of time picking up garbage and doing other things around here, running checkpoints and so forth. But D.C.'s one thing.
Yeah.
We're the federal city. The president's got a lot of leeway here.
Right.
What happens when you roll into Memphis and a mayor who says you're not welcome?
Yeah, I think there's an issue there. Chicago and Baltimore have raised concerns too, for the reasons that we were just talking about. But I think there are going to be legal challenges if he tries to
Posse
do that.
comitatus.
Yeah, I think that's for sure. So, you know, we'll see how it plays out. But the bottom line, though, is if he really wanted to try and do things to reduce crime, I think most of these cities would welcome like additional FBI agents, DEA, ATF, to help reduce you know, the burdens that they have on local law enforcement, local police.
So use the federal agencies, not the National Guard, is your point.
Yeah, I mean, I used to do that when I was state's attorney. We didn't have the resources, for example, to do a wiretap. You got a long-term issue like that. We'd ask the feds to come in and help, and they had the resources to do it. Sometimes for long-term prosecutions, there's something called RICO, which is a specific federal statute you can use to prosecute federal criminal organizations. We had one where we did it with to bring down MS-13. The local U.S. attorney at that time was Rod Rosenstein, the guy who ended up being Donald Trump's acting attorney general for a time period. But it was a successful joint prosecution. It was nonpartisan. It was effective. And I think that's what these cities would like to see from the federal government.
Really interesting. I'll throw another log on the fire here with regard to your resume. You were also on the commission congressional commission that investigated the attempted assassination of President Trump.
Right.
We're dealing with a heck of a story here. Terrible tragedy with Charlie Kirk, and we have an arrest today.
Right.
The President of the United States announced the death and announced the arrest. The FBI director at one point mistakenly announced that there had been an arrest. What do you make of this whole process so far? Kash Patel says this was historic, 33 hours, and they've got a guy in cuffs.
I mean, look, I think it's important to not have the political officials get too far out in front of law enforcement, especially while the investigation's ongoing. I think the local governor, Cox, who is a Republican, was much more restrained and also much more accurate. You know, when Patel came out and announced they had a suspect that they'd arrested and then had to back up because it was an incorrect statement. That's kind of embarrassing, but it also undermined the ongoing investigation because people think, oh, they got the suspect. We don't have to keep looking around anymore.
Yes, right.
So, you know, they should just tone that down, let the investigation go forward. I know they've hollowed out a lot of, you know, experienced Department of Justice and FBI agents. They still have some talent, though, there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Let those folks lead the way. Let the career agents and prosecutors lead this. Step back politically and let that process go forward.
Well, it's brought about a whole other conversation, and it's probably a much more difficult and complicated one about political violence. And this is something that you spent a lot of time on with President Trump's case. When you consider the other tragic events that we've seen over the past year, the arson attack against Governor Shapiro, the murder, the shooting deaths of 2 politicians and the wounding of 2 others in Minnesota, Nancy Pelosi's husband, you were reaching for greater conclusions in that commission, and I wonder your thoughts on this now with new calls again for lawmakers like you to get a security detail.
Well, one of the challenges there was that the Secret Service was already spread too thin.
With regard to Butler.
Yeah. So, with respect to the president and other presidential candidates, we wanted to focus the resources there. But they also have executive protection when foreign leaders come here to the United States, for example, UN meetings. So there are going to be challenges in giving all of us that level of protection. And even for the president, there can be limits. But look, at the end of the day, I think some of the immediate steps we can take, tone down the rhetoric. Let's come together in a bipartisan way. That doesn't mean we stop disagreeing on partisan issues or political issues or policy issues. But, we don't have to sort of try and blame everything on the other guy in a way that inflames people who are at the extremes of the American political spectrum.
Well, we're seeing that already. President Trump said we need to beat the hell out of the radical left. That was a direct quote from the White House driveway yesterday. And he tried to delineate on Fox and Friends this morning between extremism on the right, he said, is just trying to stop crime. Extremism on the left is causing it. You're right in the middle of this, Congressman. And some of your colleagues are rescheduling public events and moving outdoor events inside for this weekend. How are you feeling? Jared Moskowitz said that everyone's scared to death in that building.
Well, there's a lot of concern for sure. And I think people are sort of thinking about, are there additional steps we could take to protect ourselves?
Do you worry about retribution?
Well, I was a former prosecutor, so, who knows, I guess, is the bottom line on that front. And a lot of times these cases, you try and look at the motives behind people who were trying to shoot, like the guy who in Butler who tried to assassinate Mr. Trump. I don't think it's ever been really made clear fully what motivated him. And a lot of these people have mental health issues.
Sure.
And so sometimes, we're not going to get good answers is the bottom line. I think the key piece, though, is to try and figure out a way, regardless of how you feel about the Second Amendment, there's got to be a way to keep these high-powered weapons out of the hands of people who have red flags and mental health issues.
Before you leave us, I want to ask you about your plans for Monday to reintroduce the George Floyd and Policing Act. This is the latest in a number of attempts to see action here. Do you have the votes?
Probably not, but we want to make sure we try and push it forward. It's passed the House twice before, and this is a tough era right now, for example, with the Republicans controlling the House, the Senate, and the White House, and pretty much the Supreme Court too. But I think it's important for us to make sure we keep the push going, and also to make sure that as the president rolls out these militarized forces into cities, that we make sure we remind his administration in the country that there's a right way to do policing, that there are limits on, especially for the use of force and the like. And we need to try and follow those constitutional limits, no matter how you feel about what's going on in a particular town. The Constitution always applies.
Glenn Ivey, great conversation. It's good to see you. The Democrat from Maryland. Congressman, thanks for being with us, as always, on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Thanks for having me.
By all means. We'll keep tabs on that legislation when it's filed on Monday. Before we hand things over to Bloomberg Business Week Daily, we want to get back to Gemini, where I believe trading has resumed. And Mike Regan from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York is with us now with the latest on this. Looks like a volatility trading pause is still in place here. Mike, what do we make of this move in the early going?
Yeah, Joe, kind of in keeping with the pattern that we've seen from a lot of the highly anticipated IPOs this year, starting especially these crypto-focused IPOs, like Circle Internet Financial, the stablecoin issuer earlier this year, Figure Technology, the blockchain-based lending companies, that we are seeing these really strong pops on the first day of trading. Yeah, not all of them are lasting forever. Circle really went on for huge gains in the initial days and weeks after the IPO. It's pared a lot of that back. The other big sort of fintech, not necessarily crypto, but a fintech buy now, pay later firm, Klarna, that went public earlier this week. That popped in the debut. Now it's sort of inching back to that offering price. So we'll have to wait for all these pauses to settle out. But certainly a huge pop, as much as 63% right at the beginning of trading. Then.
Yeah, boy. So we had four. Actually, there are 4 IPOs today. The pipeline is rocking here. Mike, what's the next big one on your radar? StubHub?
Yeah, StubHub's probably the next big one. I think, as you said, 4 today. This is actually the biggest, the most active week for IPOs in quite a long time. I think in a couple of years, as far as that post-Labor Day window when it opens up. A lot of sort of high volume as far as the number of companies coming public, but not huge dollar figures. We're looking at 425 million for Gemini here today, so fairly small as far as offering size.
New issues with Mike Regan. We'll keep tabs on Gemini for you throughout the day here on Bloomberg. Thank you, Mike. I'll meet you back on the late edition of Balance of Power at 5 p.m. Eastern, only here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very happy Friday, everyone. Yes, indeed, it is Friday, September 12th, 2025. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenivek live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. As Tim just teased for the radio folks and YouTube folks, I mean, yeah, a little bit of a stall in the equity trade, but man, we get a few records in a week and you're still up about 1.7%. So yeah, it's okay to take a breather.
Not every day can be another record day. Consumer data did little to alter bets the Fed will cut rates in September. We're going to, of course, hear from Jay Powell next week. And that's really the backdrop for today's trade. And I think every day going into Wednesday.
No, that's a really, really good point, that Fed meeting next week and decision. Hey, having said that, another thing that is definitely on our mind has been this year, and that has to do with the one commodity that is outpacing most major market averages this year. We're going to get into that with Axel Merck in just a moment.
It's not Bitcoin.
No.
It's not Bitcoin.
It's not.
It's an actual commodity.
It is.
All right, don't get mad at me online for saying that, everybody. Also, Tesla shares on a tear as Elon gets a big stamp of approval.
He did indeed. A great interview by our BTech team. We're going to get into that. We're also going to talk about the new options exchange in, what do we call that? Wall Street South?
That's what they're calling it. I mean, now I guess it officially is.
All right, so we're going to talk about that. And then former acting CDC director, Dr. Richard Besser, now president and CEO of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. He's going to join us along with a member of our Bloomberg News team who have done a lot of reporting on the CDC, what we need to know about the role of that organization and really what its role is when it comes to healthcare in the United States, the good, the bad, and the ugly, if you will, to be fair. So we're going to get to that over the next 60 minutes.
All that and more. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie Powell.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim. Going to begin with Gemini Space Station jumping as much as 64% from the IPO price, now up by just about 43% after the cryptocurrency exchange led by the billionaire Winklevoss twins raised $425 million in a packed week for U.S. listings. Again, Gemini right now up by 42.9%. BlackRock Coffee also going out this morning. It is up by roughly 34% on BlackRock Coffee. The Dow lower, S&P, NASDAQ both advancing, as Carol mentioned, on track for a winning week on the S&P. Right now we got the S&P little changed higher by 5, up under 0.1%. Any advance today, however, will be a record on the S&P. NASDAQ also trading up at a record, advancing another 106 now, up 0.5, and the Dow down by 0.4%. Our Mag 7 index up 1.6%. The 10-year 4.06%, with a 2-year at 3.55%. Gold is up $14 the ounce, up 0.4%, 36.48. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4, 62.60 for a barrel of WTI. Workers at Boeing St. Louis area defense factories will remain on strike after union members rejected a third contract from management. It is only the third strike in half-century by the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local 837. Boeing today down by 1.5%. Also, the FAA will fine Boeing $3.1 million for a series of safety violations. Recapping, S&P up 4 right now, up 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
For those keeping check on this, Gemini Space, it is still up about 35%, 63% though at its highs already today. Keep in mind, it just opened about 22 minutes ago. We did already have one halt, so we're going to keep a watch certainly on that activity. All right, that is certainly top of mind, but so is too what has been happening and what did happen across the country earlier this week, Tim.
The suspect in the killing of Charlie Kirk was identified as Tyler Robinson, 22 years old, of Utah. This coming after a tip from a family member led to his apprehension. A family member told investigators that Robinson had become more political in recent years and had criticized Kirk as, quote, full of hate and spreading hate shortly before the shooting. Earlier today, Utah Governor Spencer Cox spoke on rounding up the suspect.
We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU.
That's Utah Governor Spencer Cox earlier today at a press conference in Utah. He was there with FBI Director Kash Patel and other law enforcement officials. For the latest, we bring back somebody who's been covering this story nonstop. Miles Miller joins us here in the Bloomberg News studio. He's a senior reporter who covers crime He joins us right here in the studio. Miles, what is the latest on this? We heard a lot from the press conference earlier, but what more do we know about this individual?
Yeah, these are the charging documents. They just came out from Utah, and what we learned is that he'll be charged with aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, and obstruction of justice. And prosecutors are really painting a vivid picture of what happened here. The start of him walking across campus, going through a tunnel, picking up his phone, getting to the roof, the moment he fires a shot, jumping off the roof. All of that detailed in this document, and it really paints the picture of someone who, according to a roommate in this, was specifically targeting Charlie Kirk because he believed that he was full of hate and was spreading hate.
You know, what's interesting too, Miles, and I think I heard you talking with either the surveillance team earlier today or another member of our team on air, but this idea that if folks hadn't come forward, we might not be having this discussion. We might not have his name at this point.
Right. You know, as I read through this charging document, it's very clear that, you know, it took a family member reaching out to a family friend, the youth pastor, for this case to get to this point. I think law enforcement often does this appeal for any people who have any knowledge of what happened, putting out photographs so that people could see somebody and say, okay, this is a person I know. That's what led to the arrest in this case. A father sees his son, says you should turn yourself in. He says, I'd rather kill myself. And no, doing the right thing, getting this youth pastor who happens to be a task force officer to bring him into justice.
Miles, what do we know about the ideology of this? We started hearing from officials within the Trump administration, and even the president himself, just hours, that this was politically motivated. And that was before they even had him in custody. What do we know now that he's in custody about not just potential motivations, but ideologies here?
Yeah, so just reading through this court document, in it, investigators asked the roommate to show him messages on Discord, which is the social media app where people have private conversations. In it, Tyler, the suspect in this case, the roommate thinks he's joking about this, but he says in detail he needed to retrieve a rifle from a drop point. He had left the rifle in the bushes, and he said he was watching the area where the rifle was left, said he wrapped it in a towel. That's everything that investigators said that they found when they went to look for it, and he joked about being responsible for causing Charlie Kirk's death. And investigators believe that, plus the physical evidence, has them at their suspect.
But I do think it's interesting, like, and I think we were also very quick to jump to it's a political crime. And we all also put out these, you know, cautionary words of like, we need to kind of understand what was behind this individual in an environment that is already very politically charged. And I guess we'll continue to find out. They obviously will do some questioning of him. Have they done so far, or what do we know about the suspect? Tyler Robinson, where he is right now and what's going on?
Yeah, so he's currently being held in the Utah County Sheriff's Jail right now. He won't go before a judge likely until Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday. They have a weird provision in Utah where they have 3 days to present the case, whereas here, of course, in New York, you know, you want to get to arraignment within the 24 hours because of our rules, but it's different that way. I reached out to his family to see who the attorney was who was representing him, because you would imagine in a case like this that, you know, a suspect in such a high-profile shooting probably wouldn't talk to investigators, but he was forthright when he was encountered by the first officers who came because of that family member, and, you know, saying that he was responsible for this. That obviously will go part of the court case.
The federal response to this, Miles, you cover Homeland Security and the FBI. FBI Director Kash Patel was there. He did speak during this press conference. What can you tell us about the coordination with federal and state and local authorities?
Right. So from the beginning, this has been a Utah-led investigation with the help of FBI. Utah can't do it alone. FBI got 11,000 tips in 2 days.
Wow.
It took the FBI 33 hours to close this case. Kash Patel talks about bringing in air resources, or bringing in planes to be able to fly all that evidence to the FBI's facility on the East Coast at Quantico to run that latent print to see if the shoe print was anything specific. All of that
They
is very
can't do
crucial.
that anywhere else in the field?
So FBI has labs in different parts of the country, but the best lab is at Quantico. The gun was flown to the ATF lab centrally located in the South. So Salt Lake City office of the FBI is much smaller than many of the other offices. And so you need to bring in all those resources. But Kash Patel told that story of the plane literally flying evidence back. I mean, the plane not staffed with a bunch of agents, but with evidence to get it as quickly as possible.
This is a federal crime or will be pursued as a federal crime. And so he faces federal charges and federal penalty. Like, how does that?
Right now, and the same thing with Mangione, is that it starts off now as a local crime. Now, they have the death penalty there. So in this case, maybe the U.S. Attorney's Office won't take it.
All right. Incredible update, and you have been following this nonstop for us, so thank you so much. Miles Miller, senior reporter covering Homeland Security and the FBI here at Bloomberg News. All right, now we want to get to some market news. There's a lot going on, and it's not just Gemini, which is still up about 31% in its first day of trading, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later on. We are also watching some of what's going on in some of the different asset classes, and I don't know if you've checked out gold recently, Tim, but it has rallied by nearly 40% this year. It is making it one of the best performing commodities, outpacing other market gauges, and that includes the S&P 500.
Central bank buying, geopolitical uncertainties, inflows into ETFs, all supporting the commodity. Our next guest is someone we've turned to for years to talk gold and much more. Back with us is Axel Merck, president and CIO of Merck Investments, joining us from Menlo Park on the West Coast. He manages the ASA Gold and Precious Metals Fund, up more than 100% so far this year. The Van Eck Merck Gold ETF, with about $2 billion in AUM, meantime, is up 38% year to date and invests in the precious metal. Axel, Carol mentioned how well the fund has done and how well the commodity has done in recent years. But let's look forward. What is the outlook for the remainder of this year in your view for gold?
Great to be with you. And the fact that you're covering gold, I suppose, means it's got the attention of mainstream media.
So is that the top? Is this the top then? Is that what this means?
That, if anything, is the most pessimistic thing I've heard about gold in a long time.
Okay. Well said.
It took you so long to get me on the air, right? But I mean, obviously we've had a stunning run, right? And obviously we have to keep in mind if something is this volatile on the way up, there's always a risk on the downside correction. That said, if there are two key drivers, I think. One is in the US, we have an easing path at the Fed. And if you take the European Central Bank, for example, as far as the eye can see, rates are going to be steady. So we have a more dovish monetary policy. The other one is the broader debasement trade. And of course, is that correlation or causation is anybody's guess. If that is the case, that may have legs that might last years, so to speak, right? The dollar was always the cleanest shirt. One thing I'd like to mention that maybe not the other guests are not mentioning is when we talk about tariffs, it doesn't just impact the flow of goods, it impacts financial flows because that's the other side of the goods trade. And so I happen to believe that a wrench has been thrown into the engine that we call the exorbitant privilege, that it's more difficult to use the US to finance things for higher returns abroad. Obviously, this is not a light switch or anything like that, but a side effect is higher borrowing costs in the US, and in the absence of fiscal discipline, it means more pressure on the Fed to lower rates, and we've obviously seen plenty of that. And so that's a dynamic that has a lot of way to play out. And of course, the other context is that valuations are somewhat high. And what do you, in the equity markets more broadly, and what do you do to diversify? Now, I'm not suggesting that gold is very cheap here, but gold historically is one of the things that does well in an easing environment, especially also does well if we were to have a more severe correction in the stock market. And so an increasing number of people have been looking for this sort of diversification.
Well, what's interesting, too, as we've seen gold take off, and you talk about throwing a wrench into the U.S.'s exorbitant privilege. I mean, I'm looking at the dollar, or at least the dollar index, Axel, which is down about 10% year to date. Tim and I constantly are asking guests, is the U.S. uninvestable? You know, are the days of the U.S. dollar running supreme over, although so much is still done in dollars? Like, I guess we're just trying to get an idea if this is a tipping point where for the U.S. dollar. especially too with the kind of rise of digital and stable coins, perhaps.
I don't think digital is stable. I mean, the stable coins are US dollar based. I happen to think that's supportive of the dollar, if anything. If you look at the breakdown in the G10, the best performing currency is the Swedish krona versus the dollar. And guess what? The Swedish economy is most, as part of its GDP, exposed to defense spending. And as you may be aware, Europe is ramping up its defense spending. So there are specific things, right? And of course, as a gold person, the debasement trade kind of fits into our narrative. Whether that's really the case it remains to be seen. There is, of course, more competition. Some people say that there is no alternative. And while that may be true, my argument is there does not need to be an alternative. What I foresee is a greater fragmentation. Because if you go back to the exorbitant privilege, part of that is it's kind of a machinery that provides liquidity for the world. And if that begins to sputter somehow or is less effective than it has been, less efficient, it doesn't mean the world coming to an end, but it means that less trade might be happening, more things might be happening locally. Ultimately, that's of course healthy for emerging markets in particular if they finance more things domestically. But we have some structural transformations. And the dollar might be weakening in that process.
Hey, just got about 25 seconds, Axel. So buy gold, buy the commodity, buy the bullion, buy miners, or don't buy any of it at this point?
Well, I do both. I haven't sold any of them. Typically, the gold and gold miner buys are very different. The gold miners tend to be more speculative, especially go to the more juniors. And the physical gold through ETF or otherwise tends to be more of a diversification play. There's a lot that hasn't happened in the junior mining space. Very speculative, but some very interesting opportunities there.
All right, we promise we will catch up more often.
Hey, he was on in May. If you were watching us in May,
It's a little
you saw
while ago.
Axel, okay? So it was a little while ago, but you know.
We always appreciate it. Axel, have a great weekend. Axel Merck,
Good to see
President
you,
and
Axel.
Chief Investment Officer of Merck Investments. All right. We truly, truly respect all that is going on and is important to investors. And we're going to stay on it, including watching all of the day's IPOs. At the same time, the team here at Bloomberg Businessweek Daily has been thinking a lot about some of the stories that impact investors longer term, impact all of the Bloomberg audience, and that have often been in the headlines, but often get buried and lost in the never-ending flow of headlines, social media posts, and DC press events. And so today we wanted to take a look at the CDC. We're talking about the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which was the subject recently of a Bloomberg Businessweek deep dive. It was entitled, America Will Get Sick as CDC's Total Overhaul Takes Shape. And Tim, that reporting by Bloomberg's Jessica Nix and Madison Muller.
Jessica Nix joins us now here in the studio. Also joining us today, Dr. Richard E. Besser, President and CEO of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, former acting director of the CDC and the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry in early 2009. That was during the early months of the first Obama administration. He joins us from New Jersey. Dr. Besser, I do want to start with you and just big picture. I think many Americans would agree, regardless of their political affiliation, regardless of how they feel about what's happening at the CDC and HHS right now, that Americans are unhealthy in general, that Americans are sick, that the American health system has not been working for years. Why hasn't it? What hasn't been working?
Yeah, you know, I think that's the right diagnosis, and the big question is, what are the drivers of that? And there are many. You know, starting at the healthcare level, you know, healthcare is a small component of people's overall health, but it is important, and we're the only wealthy nation in which your ability to access healthcare is so dependent on where you happen to have a job. There are millions of people in our country who work more than one job per day who don't have access to high quality, comprehensive, affordable healthcare. And without that, they will tend to show up in emergency rooms. They'll show up late for care and be sicker. We also are seeing with the latest legislation out of Washington that tens of millions of people, in addition, are going to lose their healthcare access. So that will move us in the wrong direction. You know, some of the biggest drivers of health have to do with income and whether someone has the income to be able to afford healthy, nutritious food, whether they have the income and the leisure time to be able to get physical activity. These are critical components of health in America. But we are seeing that in America, the rates of chronic disease are extremely high, and we need to do more to address that. So I think that there probably is a lot of agreement around what the problem is. There's less agreement in terms of what the drivers of that are or what the solution should be.
All right, so let's get to, and I want to bring in Bloomberg News health reporter Jessica Nix, who wrote this story with Madison Muller. And Jessica, in your reporting, you note that there's a small but vocal contingent that's long been demanding changes at the CDC. And then with an ally in RFK Jr., the HHS secretary, finally getting these critics kind of getting what they want. But scientists are really worried because they feel like they've been sidelined. What is everyone so worried about?
Well, we've seen in the past few months since RFK came in to take over the Department of Health and Human Services, a complete dismantle at the CDC for what we've seen in the past. There was a lot of criticisms of the CDC during the COVID pandemic in terms of guidance around what schools should be doing, social distancing, masking. It really divided a lot of the public. Since RFK has come in, we've seen mass layoffs in terms of divisions that study chronic disease, gun violence, injury prevention. We've also seen the dismantle of a vaccine panel called the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, who's supposed to meet next week, and handpicked members from RFK have now come into that panel and dismantled vaccine policy as we know it. In August, we also saw a shooting at the CDC, where the CDC was the attack from a gunman who fired nearly 500 rounds at the buildings. Weeks after that, the CDC director was fired weeks into her tenure over vaccine policy. So there's so much confusion and chaos at the CDC that the actual work is not as able to get done because everyone's gone.
So Dr. Besser, let's bring you in. I mean, the worry's justified. Do we need, I guess I want to take a step back because I think it's fair to say that sometimes we have institutions that have been in place for a long time and there are aspects that get a little stale or that maybe could be improved. And so it's good to take a look at things, but I'm just wondering your view as a former acting director of the CDC, what needs to maybe be fixed at the CDC? What is maybe wrong about the current approach and what is right maybe about the current approach?
Yeah, I mean, it is so important to look critically at our institutions and ask the question, how can they perform better? Where have they not performed well, and how do you address that? It's critical. I worked at the CDC for 13 years under Republican and Democratic administrations. I ran emergency preparedness for 4 years during the Bush administration, which is why I was made acting director at the start of the Obama administration to be able to respond to public health crises. What we're seeing here is the destruction of the world's leading public health agency. The CDC doesn't just provide public health expertise for the United States. It had been looked at as a beacon for public health around the world. That's no longer the case. The administration came in and haphazardly fired tens of thousands of federal health workers, so many people at the CDC. For an administration that is concerned about chronic disease, they eliminated the Office on Smoking and Health, and smoking is the leading preventable cause of chronic disease. There hasn't been any coherent approach to this. At the start of the Obama administration, there were efforts to look across the agency. Where was it lacking? Where could it do better? Before the start of the COVID pandemic, the public's take on the CDC was very high. It had very high approval ratings. But we saw with the COVID pandemic, CDC make some mistakes, but we also saw the intentional politicization of public health by an administration that saw the opportunity for political gain. And so across the nation, we saw hundreds of talented public health professionals be vilified. People leave their jobs, some forced out, some not able to take the stress or the blatant threats to their health and safety. And now with this administration, at a time where we need to rebuild trust, we have, as our Secretary of Health, one of the nation's leading anti-vaccine advocates and someone who has demonstrated no respect for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Dr. Besser, you mentioned that the CDC is this beacon of global public health. We saw what they did during the COVID pandemic, but what does this mean for future pandemics that might pop up if we have a dismantled CDC, not just for the US, but also for the world?
Okay, my heart just stopped beating because we are going to get another global pandemic, aren't we, Dr. Besser?
Yeah, the question is when, not if. But one of the challenges, it's not just the CDC being decimated. The elimination of USAID, the Agency for International Development. The CDC works very closely with USAID personnel around the globe to make sure that health departments are ready, public health professionals are ready to be able to detect and respond to signals very quickly. To ensure that other countries can control disease, but it also helps ensure that new diseases don't come to our shores. Dropping out of the World Health Organization, which is designed to be the body to help share information around the globe, help ensure that problems are contained where they arise. That is leaving us as a nation less secure, more defenseless. The cut of billions of dollars to the CDC means a cut of billions of dollars to state and local health departments because most of the money to the CDC is passed on. That means that in our communities, they're not going to be as well prepared, not just for the next pandemic or major infectious disease crisis, but for making sure the restaurant you go to for dinner is serving you food that doesn't make you sick. And when your kids go to the swimming pool, they can swim in that water without getting harmed. These are some of the things that the CDC has done that they're not able to do with what's taken place under this administration.
So, Doctor, when in your view do we start to see the effects, if we haven't already, of these cuts that you've been talking about?
Well, we are seeing them, and your reporting did such a nice job lifting that up, where a health department in Texas calls the CDC for assistance, and there's no one there to help. We heard early on in Milwaukee where they're dealing with lead in their water supply. They called the CDC, but the group that worked on lead poisoning had been let go. These are things that will affect people at the community level. It will continue to grow, but in general, public health is invisible when it's working properly. It's only when it's not working properly and then gets stressed. So whenever there's a crisis in a community and public health can't respond, then you will see it. And then hopefully people in their communities will say, this doesn't work for us. We need the CDC to be supported. We need our state and local public health departments to be supported.
Dr. Besser, why are we so divided when it comes to, there are those of us who are like, yeah, I trust the government. I trust the CDC and what they say. And then there are those that don't. Is it just politically motivated, or is it people who don't feel like they get good health care and so they're like, the system is just not working?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think that there are a number of factors. Before COVID pandemic, the approval rating by both parties was very, very strong. With the COVID pandemic, there were mistakes that CDC made, but I led the CDC at the start of the H1N1 swine flu pandemic. And during that period, we saw extremely high approval ratings. And the reason for that was there was intentionally efforts to not politicize the response. People from both parties came together and said, we're going to do what it takes to keep people in our communities safe. What we recommend now may change as we learn more information. That's a good thing. With the COVID pandemic, whenever there was a change in guidance, it was jumped on as a sign that the agency didn't know what they were doing. And CDC wasn't allowed to talk directly to the public after the first 2 months in the pandemic. And that is a setup for disaster, because you need active communication to build trust and maintain trust. And once you've lost trust, it's extremely hard to get it back.
Dr. Besser, we've also seen this dismantle of the vaccine committee at the CDC, which decides which insurance people are going to be able to get their vaccines. So what does that mean to watch this dismantle of the vaccine policy as well?
Yeah, so I'm a general pediatrician, and I practiced pediatrics for more than 30 years. And I know that nothing I did as a pediatrician had more proven value than helping my patients make sure that they were vaccinated completely and on time. And that took spending a lot of time with parents, answering their really good questions so that they were comfortable making the right decision for their children. And I always said, if you have a question, if you want some honest information, go to the CDC website. they'll give you all the information. We can't do that anymore. And that is a major problem. We're seeing other organizations step up. The Academy of Pediatrics represents pediatricians. I'm a member of that group. They have guidance. We're seeing states come up with guidance. But the idea that we can't look to the CDC because this advisory group has become so politicized, so staffed with people who have strong anti-vaccine agendas, will put us at great risk. And what I'm hearing about the committee meeting for next week is that they will raise great concerns about safety in the COVID vaccine, safety concerns that have not been verified scientifically. And this, again, will lead people to be confused, and it will lead some people to make a decision that I think is not good for the health of their families.
All right, and as we know, confusion, uncertainty, never good. It doesn't matter what area of the world or our lives that we're talking about. Dr. Besser, thank you so much. Dr. Richard Besser, President and CEO of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, former acting director of the CDC, joining us from New Jersey on this Friday. Hey, Jessica, before you go, incredible story. Highly recommend everybody check it out on the Bloomberg and reading. And you do quote Dr. Besser. He said it here, and he said in a very short time, we've seen an incredible destruction of the agency that leaves people here and around the world at increasing risk. And of course, he was talking about the CDC. Your kind of thoughts after, having a further discussion with Dr. Besser and where we are in terms of healthcare in America?
It's going to be really interesting to watch what happens to public health across the U.S. Right now, we're seeing a bit of a piecemeal policy around vaccine policy in the U.S. too. States are kind of adopting their own guidelines or working together about how can we start making sure that COVID vaccines are still offered at pharmacies now as well. So we're seeing a state-by-state approach to public health now, which is difficult without the CDC because the CDC does provide that nationwide view of what's happening to the nation's healthcare.
Right, and it sounds like different states have different monies, and that will kind of determine some of the healthcare.
Well, not just that. I think insurance companies have an interesting position here because if the CDC doesn't necessarily recommend something, but states do, then what is an insurance company going to cover, and to what extent does that actually push somebody to get or not get a certain medicine?
That's a great question. And I think we're going to be seeing that play out, especially starting next year when the next plans start. As of this year, insurance companies are still going to cover vaccines. But health experts have been telling us, and in our reporting, that the cost of a vaccine is probably less than the cost of the illness that you're going to get later on, and then your hospital bill and everything else. So
that's the whole idea with preventative medicine, right?
Exactly, right. And folks have been preaching that for such a long time. Thank you so much. Your reporting and also joining us here, Bloomberg News health reporter Jessica Nix. Hey, coming up next, we're going to get into a new exchange on Wall Street South. That one, Bloomberg Business Week Daily, continues. In the meantime, let's get a check on trading.
Charlie Pellet is standing by. He's got his close eye on the market. Closes in less than 90 minutes. Hey there, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. Let's take the health of the market right now with the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ both advancing. S&P, NASDAQ both at records. Strong week on Wall Street, ending on a quiet note. S&P right now up 765.95, up 0.1%. The Dow down 168, down 0.4. NASDAQ up by 0.5%. 10-year 4.06% with a 2-year 3.55%. Spot gold trading higher by $14 the ounce, up by about 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3, 62.57 for a barrel of WTI. Gemini space station shares jumped 22%, have been up as much as 64% from their IPO price after the cryptocurrency exchange led by the billionaire Winklevoss twins raised $425 million. BlackRock executive Rick Reeder rising up the list of contenders to serve as the next chair of the Fed after Jay Powell's term expires. He was interviewed for 2 hours today in New York by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovic here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Hey, I don't know if you noticed, but today trading began at 9:30 a.m. Wall Street time on a new exchange. It wasn't, though, on Wall Street. It was the MIAX Sapphire Options Exchange trading floor. And yeah, it's like, again, more happening down south, specifically in the state of Florida when it comes to the investment world.
It's like you said, we can now call it Wall Street South for real.
Totally.
I guess.
Yeah.
Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta spoke earlier with Miami International Holdings Chairman and CEO Thomas Gallagher about the launch and becoming a publicly traded company on the New York Stock Exchange.
Miami is becoming a global financial center.
And one of the things that we wanted to do was create an environment where floor brokers and market makers could come down here. And also, there's a very favorable tax climate. When you look at some of the Northeast cities, New York, Philly, Chicago, you've got large state taxes. Here in Florida, there's no state tax.
All right, that was Miami International Holdings Chairman and CEO Thomas Gallagher with our Kriti Gupta earlier today. Full disclosure, Bloomberg and MIAX are launching futures and options and have a dedicated studio on the exchange floor. All right, let's head to Miami and to the co-host of the opening trade, Kriti Gupta. So, Kriti, I am still trying to get my head around these different exchanges. What is it specifically? Why does the investing world need it?
Well, it's fascinating because we're so used to talking about the NYSE, we're so used to talking about the NASDAQ, but ultimately when it comes down to it, we're talking about options trading that ultimately comes down to not the institutional traders, but the retail traders. And that's where this exchange kind of fills a gap that may not have previously been needed to be filled. An options exchange that makes it a little bit more easier, or at least the hope is that it will be a little bit easier for all those retail investors that want to have access to the S&P 500, but aren't able to because it's maybe too expensive. The barriers are too high. You have to be an institutional trader, trade in bulk. Options are a really easy way to do that. Now, this is an exchange that's been in the making for almost 20 years. And not only are they making or trying to make it a little more accessible for a retail and arguably an international audience, they're doing it in a really unique way where exchanges around the world are actually pulling back on having traders on the floor. Miami Exchange is leaning into it. And you can see that actually over my right shoulder here, we actually have real floor brokers making those trades in real time by talking to each other the way they did, say, 20 years ago.
You have to wonder if, with technology today, the necessity of that, considering that other exchanges such as the NASDAQ are pretty much fully electronic these days, not to mention the NYSE, which does have quite a few people there still. You said it was 20 years in the making, Kriti. Why did it take so long?
Well, it's fascinating because, look, this is a tricky thing to do, ultimately, in getting a lot of the folks, a lot of the clients, a lot of the brokers on board, a lot of regulatory stories. You also have to think about where we are physically in the country. Miami is on the coast. There are infrastructure concerns here. One, that you really want to eliminate things like systemic risk. These are a lot of jargon for saying if the weather gets bad in Miami, if there's a hurricane, you want to make sure the financial system is secure. And that takes time to build. And that's where this infrastructure has really come about. Now, this is why the trading floor is so important. I got to mention, it's only been a few trades. It's the first day of the trading floor. But the hope here is that in a couple of years, it won't just be an options exchange. It'll be a commodities exchange, maybe even some speculation around a crypto exchange as well, but one that isn't just limited to institutional traders. It's retail traders, is democratizing the markets, and that's what this exchange stands for.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Thank you so much. Kriti Gupta, co-host of The Opening Trade. Be sure to check out her full interview with Mr. Gallagher on this new exchange in Miami. You can find it on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. Hey, in just a moment, we're going to get into Elon Musk, the man. So says one voice, and I really do mean that this one voice says he's the man. So we're going to talk about that in just a moment. In the meantime, we're going to talk about one stock that's definitely on our mind today.
Gemini Space Station raising $425 million in an IPO, pricing its stock above a marketed range and shrinking the number of shares. It's the crypto firm. It's been around for years, led by the billionaire Winklevoss twins, sold about 15.2 million shares Thursday for $28 each. It said this in a statement confirming an earlier Bloomberg News report. Shares up 22.5%. As we speak, bouncing around a little bit, we've got with us Bloomberg News equity capital markets reporter Anthony Hughes. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Another successful crypto IPO, at least on the first day.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of crypto IPOs recently, or at least a few, and this one...
Bullish Circle, still doing well.
Yeah, Figure even earlier this week, and there's obviously a lot of demand for these types of IPOs because crypto's in vogue, and for all the reasons we've talked about many times before. But maybe the 20% uptick here was perhaps a little bit disappointing in some respects compared to what we've seen recently. I think Gemini went to a lot of effort here to engineer an outcome which was very positive. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it trades over the coming weeks. But there were some unusual things that happened during the marketing effort here, which probably were not sort of the normal thing you see on a traditional IPO.
All All right, you say Vogue, and it makes me think of fashion. And so there's that coat with all the safety pins hanging off that is maybe good for a season, very much in the moment. And then there's
you got to get the coat with the Bitcoins on it.
Well, I was going to say, then there's the Burberry trench, which you can have forever. So when you say it's in vogue, are we still TBD in terms of crypto and understanding its final impact and whether or not it becomes ubiquitous in our world? And I realize when you say crypto, you're the expert, not me.
You're pointing at Anthony.
You're the expert. But I mean, there's stable coins, there's blockchain, there's a lot of ways to dice and slice it. So who knows how it settles. But is it still kind of TBD?
Yes, for sure. But I think what we've seen in the last few months is we've seen a few companies go public that do at least outline a use case for crypto in its different varieties. I mean, obviously Circle's a stablecoin issuer, and they talk about the uses of that over time. And then Figure, that went public earlier this week, does sort of mortgage lending off the back on the blockchain. So I mean, I think that was an interesting one because it did try to outline